Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R1, Rebellion in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, Diverging and Intersecting Paths. The Middle Eastern Federation is a comparatively small union of Islamic countries, but right now it was making its final stand against the invading Brytonian forces, defending a small base from the enemy. Several large fourth-generation Nightmare rays known as Bamides were deployed against the Brytonian forces, though it would be more accurate to compare these so-called Nightmare rays to oversized tanks, as they had little to no maneuverability and their only offensive weapon was a single cannon mounted on the front. But these soldiers wouldn't give up without a fight. Open fire. The Bamides opened fire on the group of Brytonian tanks and managed to take out several. However, these tanks were cannon fodder compared to the real threat, as several Brytonian Nightmare rays shot out of the dust and made a beeline straight for the Bamides. Gloucesters. One commander questioned. They're supposed to be in Serifalm. The Brytonian Nightmare rays, identified as Gloucesters, bore appearances more akin to medieval knights. Most were a dark greyish sort of color, while the ones at the lead had a purple paint job to them, and each one of them wore a cape as well. Shoddy oversized imitation Nightmare rays. The commander, a middle-aged well-built man with a scar on his face, insulted the enemy. They would have been wise to surrender from the start. A young Brytonian soldier with long black hair and glasses stated before the Gloucesters got to work and tore through the Bamides with little trouble. Their speed and size worked to their advantage as they sped underneath the larger vehicles and opened fire on the underbellies. Already several have fallen. However, that was nothing compared to the explosion that engulfed their base behind them. What? The Middle Eastern soldiers saw in horror as their base was no more, and a single vibrant purple Gloucester with a white cape, long horns on the side of its head, stood proudly amidst the fire with a large golden lance in its hand. Cornelia. A single unit did this. This would be the soldiers' last words, as the last of the Bamides were destroyed and the battle was over. Another victory. Area 18 has been established. This was the declaration of the commanding Gloucester that destroyed the base, a young woman with long violet hair and indigo eyes. This was Cornelia Le Britannia, the second princess of the Brytonian royal family. My lady, about our next course of action. The middle-aged commander, Andreas Darlton, contacted her from his nightmare. Sorry to make you clean up after my foolish younger brother. Cornelia said. Please don't apologize, my lady, we live to serve and our place is with you. Darlton assured her, causing her to smirk. Do you think Area 11 needs our usual treatment? Cornelia asked. Yes, my lady. Darlton answered. If I may speak freely, your highness. The younger soldier, Gilbert G. Guilford, began. I'm actually somewhat excited. These Autobot beings could provide a bit of a challenge. I admire that eagerness, Guilford. Let's just hope the battle isn't too one-sided. Cornelia said as a scowl appeared on her face. Though she acknowledged these Autobots as a threat to the Brytonian Empire, her wrath was solely focused on one individual. I will drive you into the open zero. Clovis will be avenged. Area 11, Ashford Academy Schoolhouse. Lelich had only just returned home after stunning the world as Zero with the Autobots at his side. They had rescued Suzaku and proved his innocence, while also dealing a humiliating blow to the purebloods. Optimus and the rest of Team Prime had returned to the Ark with the exception of Bumblebee, as he stayed outside Ashford to watch Lelich. A tired Lelich walked through the halls of the clubhouse. Though his victory seemed rather empty, as he had hoped Suzaku would side with him, instead he willingly turned himself in to the authorities, though he knew Optimus was right that if Suzaku sided with them, it would still allow the purebloods to condemn more of the 11s even if they had status as honorary Britannians. That, along with the revelation of himself being Clovis' true killer, will no doubt force the judiciary system to drop the charges against Suzaku. However, this was only the beginning. Britannia will find a way to retaliate to this, not to mention the Decepticons were a bit of a wild card. Lelich rubbed his hand against face as he came to the door that led to the dining room where Nunnally was probably waiting for him. Why can't things be so simple? He asked himself as he opened the door. I'm back. Welcome home, Lelich. This greeting, however, was not from his sister, but rather the same green-haired girl in a straight jacket that gave him his power in Shinjuku, who was also shot in the head right in front of him. Yet she greeted him as if it were just a casual meeting as she sat at the table next to Nunnally making origami with her. Lelouch stopped in his tracks and couldn't believe what he was seeing. His expression almost mirrored the one where he first saw Bumblebee transform with his own eyes on the very same day. "I'm so glad, I was worried," Nunnally said with an innocent smile. "I'm assuming you ate out tonight, judging by your appearance," the green-haired woman said, covering for the still shocked Lelouch. "Thank goodness. I thought you got caught up in the uproar caused by those people, Zero and those Autobots. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer your cell phone," Nunnally said. "But, is what they say over the radio true?" "What?" Lelouch asked automatically like a machine, not taking his eyes off his guest. "That these Autobots are living nightmares," Nunnally asked. "I mean, I can't imagine something like that even being possible. Apparently there's some form of sentient machines," the green-haired girl told Nunnally. "I would think they're alive the same way we are." "Is that really true, C.C.?" Nunnally asked her. Lelouch looked in surprise and confusion. C.C. The younger girl giggled slightly. "Your friend goes by such an unusual name, only her initials." "Yeah. I was just wondering, is CC your girlfriend?" Nunnally asked. Before Lelouch could even respond to that question, the mysterious woman already spoke. "He made a promise about our future together, right?" she asked him, causing him to look in surprise. Nunnally frowned as the wrong idea came to mind. "A future? You mean marriage?" "What? No. No, that isn't what she was talking about," Lelouch said immediately with sweat coming down his face. "It's like she's kidding around." "No, I'm not," the girl apparently named CC responded as she continued to fold some origami. "Well, you're certainly doing this more than most," Nunnally said, still having the wrong idea. "But everyone's different, aren't they?" As she spoke, Lelouch lifted a teacup that was at C.C's place. "So I don't suppose it's that strange, but if you feel like you're ready for..." Lelouch dropped the cup onto the floor, causing it to break, startling Nunnally a bit. "Oh CC, look what you've done, you're soaking wet," Lelouch said while grabbing CC by the arm. "Come on, let's get you to the bathroom into a dry change of clothes." He began to leave the room with her as he spoke to Nunnally one last time. "Nunnally, stay here and I'll get that cleaned up in a minute." And she was kidding before, kidding, just a dumb joke, that's all. He left, leaving Nunnally even more confused than before. Lelouch practically dragged CC into his room and threw her down onto his bed. "Who are you?" he questioned. She sat up and observed her new surroundings. She said, "My name, I'm CC." "That's not what I meant." "Why aren't you supposed to be dead?" CC finished. "So, do you like the power that I gave you?" she asked as she turned to face him. His gaze flashed in his eye for a brief second. "As I thought, it was you." "Dissatisfied?" she asked as she sat on his bed. "On the contrary, I'm grateful," Lelouch said. "It allows me to speed up my schedule tremendously, which is a huge help." "Your schedule?" "Yes, my schedule for obliterating Britannia," Lelouch confirmed. "However, it also spawned unexpected complications as well." "You mean those Autobots?" CC asked. "So you know of them?" Lelouch asked. "Pretty sure the whole world knows about them now," CC remarked as she fell flat on his bed. "Considering that flashy show you put on with them. What can I say? It's about time Britannia was dealt some humiliation," Lelouch said with a devilish smirk. The mysterious woman looked at the ceiling. "I just knew he'd turn out to be fascinating guy." "What will you do now?" Lelouch asked her. "I'm sure the military is after you." "Not the entire military, only a small faction of it," CC answered. "So it shouldn't be difficult to find a hiding place," she said as she took off her straitjacket to reveal some white undergarments, not carrying that she was undressing in front of someone else. "I can make do here." "What? You expect to stay here?" Lelouch questioned. CC already pulled the blanket over herself as she made it clear she would be sleeping in his bed. A gentleman would sleep on the floor. Don't joke around. My being caught would cause trouble for you two. She insisted. It's dangerous to stay together. He argued as he stood over her. If I wander the streets, they'll find me. This isn't about you. Lelich continued to argue. It's my situation. I hate stubbornness. Cece turned over, being quite stubborn herself about this. You sure take things casually, don't you? Lelich stated as he sat at the side of his bed. How did you manage to survive before this? What did you do before now? And what's the deal with that so-called contract you spoke of? Good night, Lelich. She forced, indicating she was not going to answer these questions. Lelich sighed. Just when he thought the situation couldn't get any more complicated. If she stayed here, it could put Nunnally in danger, but with the uproar he caused a few hours ago, there was no doubt both the police and military were combing the streets looking for Zero and the Autobots, so she could get caught if she left now. He would let her sleep here for tonight. Tomorrow he'll take her to the Ark and let the Autobots do some questioning. Maybe they could get more information out of her and the Ark would be a safer place to stay at than here. He gave a deep sigh. Guess I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. The next morning, Bumblebee stayed in his vehicle mode outside the Ashford Academy clubhouse parking lot as the sun began to rise. Before returning Lelich back last night, he took the initiative of altering his vehicle appearance slightly. Though he still had his racing stripes and paint job, he had his license plate and model number changed. They were small appearances, but enough so that no one would really notice the difference between this and what he had before back in Shinjuku, as he would be looking like that when going into battle. He then noticed Lelich walking out toward him and was a bit surprised. It's a little early for him to be out. His classes don't start for another few hours. However, he spotted someone behind him and his optics would have widened in shock if they were shown. Wait a minute. Is that? Lelich practically dragged Cece towards Bumblebee, whom he'd imagine was quite shocked since he saw her get shot in the head back in Shinjuku. Hey, you awake? He asked. Technically we don't sleep like you do. Bumblebee responded. But. His optics widened in shock as he saw who was next to him. Wait, is that girl? The same one that gave me the power back in Shinjuku? Yep. Lelich confirmed. How in the name of Primus is she even alive? Cece finished. I'm guessing I'm going to be asked that quite a lot. Lelich and Bumblebee were both quite surprised. Wait, you can understand him? Lelich questioned in shock. Of course I can, can't you? She asked him nonchalantly. But he has a translator. You don't. So? She asked. Lelich simply pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed as Bumblebee spoke again. So? To the Ark then? Yup. Bumblebee's side doors open, allowing both Lelich and Cece to step in as the Autobot in disguise drove off away from the school. Once he was far enough away, he made contact with the rest of his team. Ratchet, I need a ground bridge. A portal opened less than a second later, which Bumblebee drove into before it closed shortly as to not draw any attention. Optimus, Arky, Bulkhead, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Cliffjumper were all gathered at the Ark's bridge along with Fixit as he made his way toward the front of the group as Bumblebee drove into the room. The doors opened, allowing Lelich and Cece to step outside as Bumblebee transformed back into robot mode. Though the team was mildly surprised by the girl that Lelich brought with him. Lelich, who is this? Ironhide questioned. Meet Cece, she's the one who gave me my power. He answered, causing many of them to look in shock. This is the person who gave you the stare? Fixit questioned in surprise. The stare? Cece questioned with a raised eyebrow as she looked around at the surroundings of the Ark's bridge. That's what Bumblebee calls Lelich's newfound power. It is called geese. The stare sounds like something out of a comic book. Cece said causally, despite the fact that she was now surrounded by massive sentient robots. Geese? Ratchet questioned as all the Autobots looked towards Lelich. Didn't you say she was dead? Arky questioned him. Yep, shot in the forehead. Lelich pointed to his own forehead for emphasis. Can all humans survive from that? Bulkhead asked. Cybertronians can't survive headshots, what makes you think human can? Ironhide told him. CC looked around at the surprised group of Autobots. So, you are the ones who are going to destroy Britannia. She says that so casually. Cliffjumper whispered to Archie, who was about as confused as he was. Optimus leaned down to get a closer look at the girl. Who are you? Lelich said, my name. I'm CC. That's a machine's name. Ratchet stated. What's your real name? This coming from a literal machine. The girl rebutted. Along with someone who's on the same team with a being named Bumblebee. This resulted in Bumblebee giving a slight glare in her direction. You don't seem afraid. Optimus spoke in a calm voice. Are you not surprised to see us? After the ruckus you and Lelich put on last night, I was actually expecting to see you. Besides, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore. She replied. What do you mean by that? Archie questioned. How are you even still alive? How exactly did you give Lelich this geese, or whatever you want to call it? How do you even know it was Lelich out there last night? Ironhide questioned as well. What exactly do you want? Are there others like you? Ratchet also questioned. Have you given this geese to anyone before? What kind of a name is Geese anyway? The stare sounds way better. Bumblebee noted. What's with the get-up? You an asylum escapee or something? Cliffjumper questioned. CC gave each of them an apathetic look. If I don't answer these questions, do you intend to force the answers out of me? This surprised most of Team Prime as they looked at Lelich. Hey, don't look at me. She gave me the same treatment last night. He quickly said. Most of the team sighed while Optimus had a look of understanding. If this CC does not wish to answer our questions, she does not have to. However, if there are dangers to be expected from this unique alignment of ours. Oh, relax. CC assured as she began to climb up a ladder along the side of the wall with an observing Fixit following right behind her. Lelich and I have a contract, I wouldn't do anything that would endanger it or him. And seeing as how you are now working with him, you have nothing to fear of me. If anything comes up and I find it necessary to inform you of it, I will. She got up to the platform along the side and began to walk around it. Well, if it is not too rude, do you have the same power as Lelich? Fixit asked as he continued to follow CC. Seeing as how you gave it to him, it would only be logical that you have the same power as Shell. Tell. Well. You seem to be glitching up. CC noticed. Yes, I am aware. Fixit nodded. Well, to answer your question. No, I do not have the same power. CC responded. Okay, so what do you have? Bulkhead asked. CC said nothing as she walked up to the front of the bridge just below the main window where she saw all the fish swimming by. Underwater? Yes, this does seem safer. The Autobots looked amongst themselves and even Lelich as they could tell this wasn't going to be easy. Not much of a conservationist, is she? Cliffjumper asked. Doesn't seem that way. Lelich answered. Just when I things couldn't get any weirder. Archie rolled her eyes. Aside from the obvious, what exactly do you know about this girl, Lelich? Ironhide questioned. All I really know is that a small faction of the military is looking for her. The former prince turned revolutionary responded. And seeing how she was the reason that whole mess in Shinjuku started, not to mention the Royal Guard soldiers were under orders to bring her back alive, I can assume either Clovis was a part of it. Well, not like we can ask Clovis at this point. Bulkhead noted. Considering he's pushing up lug nuts now. Optimus then spoke up. Lelich, while I agree there are many things concerning this CC individual, I feel at the moment it is best to focus on current matters that we are directly connected to. Yeah, you're probably right. Lelich nodded. CC can wait, right now he and the Autobots were about to start a revolution that needed their immediate attention. So, what's the situation? The situation is that yours and our faces are all over your world's internet. Ratchet typed on his console to where the front window/screen displayed multiple websites and news articles, each of them featuring Zero and the Autobots during their confrontation with the Purebloods the previous night. Well, I don't see your face there, Doc. So you're not the star here? Cliffjumper joked. Cliffjumper, this is no laughing matter. Ratchet told him. So, is there anything in regards to us that could be considered dangerous? Lelich asked. Aside from some Brighton Neon fanatics saying that we should all die for protecting Elevens and all that garbage, not really. Ironhide said. We've really turned some heads here. Archie also said as she smirked. And it's caused some major trouble for them too. Yep, all cause of Orange the Pure Blood's reputation is out the window. Cliffjumper also said with a smirk. Since this morning they've had protests outside their place and it's only getting bigger. Some people aren't too happy about the Pure Bloods lying to everyone's faces. It's true, even connections between the police and military are all screwed up. Bulkhead added. The Brighton Neon forces may have declared us criminals, but it seems we are also becoming heroes to several resistance groups as well. Fixit said. Look at all these incidents. The Orange Minicon put in some data to show the group the news reports of incidents that have shown up since last night. It hasn't even been 24 Earth hours and already more and more people are rising up. Fixit exclaimed. Archie couldn't help but chuckle. One fight against those wannabe cons and already they're falling apart at the seams. I'm not particularly surprised. Lelich said. Aside from Orange, we've shown the world that Britannia is vulnerable, that there is a force out there that can not only match but surpass them. These resistance groups will be following the same sort of lead and will definitely cause some trouble, but at the moment we cannot afford to get sloppy, this is only the beginning. Lelich is correct. Optimus began. These initial results may seem promising, however many are acts of violence that endanger innocent people, which I will not tolerate. In addition, Japan is only one area of the Empire. No doubt the Brighton Neon homeland will soon send reinforcements to quell this resistance, if they haven't already. Not to mention the Decepticons are gonna make a move soon, now that Megatron probably saw us. Ironhide noted. So, am I correct to assume that you and these Decepticons are aliens? CC asked as she hung upside down from the walkway, causing the Autobots and even Lelich to look at her oddly. You assumed correctly. Ratchet said. We also believe that they are the true masterminds of Britannia. Oh, is that so? CC stood straight up. You don't seem all that surprised. Ironhide noted with suspicion. Like I said before, nothing really surprises me anymore. CC replied. However, one thing does pique my interest. What exactly is orange? Well, orange is a type of fruit grown here on Earth. But it's also the name of color that... Cliffjumper joked. That's not what I meant. CC said in a minor glare, as Cliff laughed a bit. You know, for someone who doesn't answer questions, you sure ask a lot of them. Archie noted as well with suspicion. You don't have to answer my questions just as I don't. Ironhide, Archie, Ratchet, and even Lelich were starting to get a little miffed by how apathetic CC seemed to be, but Optimus chose to remain calm as he answered. There is no orange, it is simply something Lelich made up. He used it as a means for us to free Suzaku Kurugi from his court-martial while also creating the illusion that there is a conspiracy among the purebloods, which in turn will divide the Brighton Neon forces as they become suspicious with one another. I see. CC said. Well, that is a clever move. So, what will you do now? After all, it seems like the whole world is looking for all of you. Right now we're waiting. Ratchet said. Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, will make a move soon, and until we know what he has at his disposal we have to step very carefully. If something comes up, contact me. Lelich said as he started to walk away. I need to know as well if we're going to be facing the Decepticons as well as Britannia. Wait, where are you going? Archie questioned. To school. Lelich answered. I can't be Zero all the time. I have to keep my identity of Lelich Lamperouge up so people don't suspect we're on in the same. So wait, you're just gonna leave her here? Bulkhead questioned as he pointed his thumb at CC, who didn't seem bothered by this. Can't bring her back to my home, can't I? Lelich replied. But still. Ratchet stuttered. We're not human sitters. I feel it is best that CC remain here as well. Optimus agreed with Lelich. Even if she chooses not to answer our questions, it is clear there is more to this geese than we originally thought. If Clovis choose to commit a massacre simply to acquire her, it may suggest that there is something that we have missed. Sounds like we've got a bit of a conspiracy going on. Cliffjumper said. I think it's best she stays here too. Ratchet, you and I may get a chance to study more about this geese and get a better understanding of it. Fix-It added. Ratchet looked towards Ironhide, who nodded, thinking it was probably for the best to. He shook his head with a sigh. Fine. Bumblebee, escort Lelouch back to Ashford. Optimus told the team scout as he nodded and transformed into his vehicle mode. Lelouch stepped inside as the yellow and black car drove off and toward the ground bridge station where Ratchet was reading to put in the coordinates. As they drove, Lelouch couldn't help but smirk a bit. You really caused a bit of trouble for Britannia, bet you're feeling quite proud. Very. Lelouch said without a trace of regret. Of course, this is only the beginning. I plan to take this all the way and completely tear my father's empire to the ground, even if I have to go through the Decepticons to do it. The world is destined to descend into greater chaos. You say that like it's a good thing, Bumblebee noted. I may not be able to understand your tone, as my earpiece makes you sound like a monotone computer, but I think I can hear a hint of apprehension. This is what we were striving toward. Lelouch said. If he could, Bumblebee would have sighed. Lelouch, look, we are going to stand by your side for this. We'll help you free this world. But trust me when I say there is no such thing as a good war. Lelouch couldn't help but look serious at that remark. Cecile looked at the different news reports on her laptop, all of which reported acts of resistance and terrorism against the Brighton-occupied districts throughout Area 11. She couldn't help but look in concern at all of this. Her gaze turned towards her superior as he continued to look at his own computer. Even though she couldn't quite see, she knew what he was looking at. Lloyd continued to watch recorded footage of the Autobots' grand entrance the previous night, even recorded clips of their brief skirmish against the Purebloods, and he couldn't help but giggle slightly. You're still watching all that, Lloyd? Cecile asked as she walked up toward him. Come on, you cannot tell me that you aren't the least bit interested in this. Lloyd said as he saw the footage of Archie easily taking down Valetta's Sutherland. So, that Autobot from Shinjuku wasn't the only one, it would seem. Cecile noted as she sat beside him. Though she herself was more than a little surprised by this sudden development. Looks that way. And do you see the way they fight? They took down military-grade Nightmares like they were wind-up toys. Lloyd exclaimed, quite happy by that. Not to mention they can actually speak to. He chuckled a bit. Sentient robots that transform into vehicles. Sentient? Lloyd, you think they're actually alive? Cecile questioned. I can't think of any machine fast or strong enough that can do all this damage, not to mention that Red One has a sense of humor. Lloyd commented. And we'll let you escape with your dignity. He quoted before chuckling again. That must have really pissed the Purebloods off. Lloyd, I agree that this is something incredible, but we should also focus on what's going on right now. Cecile tried to show him the information on her computer, but his smile faded, as he already knew. Yeah, I know. He waved his hand. More terrorism, other groups following Zero's lead, the Purebloods facing a serious scandal, that orange business costing Jeremiah his command, and all the screwed-up connections between the police and military. We knew that was gonna happen. But what about that comment Zero made? Cecile questioned. When he said Decepticons, what does that mean? No idea. Lloyd shrugged. Perhaps some secret conspiracy within the army. He resumed watching footage from the fight. Let me know when Suzaku's about to be released so we can go get him. Cecile shook her head slightly, though this was expected. Lloyd was always more interested in science and technology than people, and given these Autobots appeared to be living technology, it was rather obvious they were receiving his full and undivided attention. JLF headquarters. Help them, Todo. Kusakabe exclaimed to the veteran soldier. Zero and the Autobots have thrown the Brighton-ians into chaos. Now is the time for us in the Japan Liberation Front to make our stand. Calm down. Todo replied. The information of Kyoto giving the Gurren Mark II to Zero hasn't been confirmed. I don't even see a reason why, however, when these Autobots seem fully capable of handling Nightmare rays on their own. Isn't that all the more reason for us to step forward? Kusakabe questioned. With so many other cells and groups fighting, we can easily join in and possibly drive out Britannia entirely. Don't let all this get to your head. Toda told him. If we focus too much on Zero, we could trip ourselves up, and we know little to nothing about these Autobot beings. The Nemesis. Megatron stood on the bridge of his ship gazing at the image of Zero standing on the shoulder of his greatest enemy. While he would absolutely divert his attention toward Optimus as he was his greatest threat, there was also something about this Zero character that piqued his interest. It was very rare that a human would catch his attention. It wasn't just for his unique appearance, but the way he stood on Optimus' shoulder and the amount of command he carried. It was as if he was standing here as Optimus' equal. Megatron gave a slight smirk of amusement. The door opened behind him with Soundwave entering the bridge, followed by Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp. Lord Megatron, I have assembled a squadron of Vessian troopers and we are ready to deploy on your mark. Starscream said proudly as he gave a slight bow. Oh? And just where would you be deploying to? Megatron questioned. Starscream looked a bit confused. To Area 11, to deal with the Autobots, as well as this orange that has made quite the fuss. And how, pray tell, do you plan on approaching this situation? Megatron asked once more. Oh, that's simple. Skywarp put in. We blow up all of Area 11 until we find the Autobots. And we also end up taking out Orange or whatever it is in the process. Megatron looked more annoyed than anything else. Simple, not a lot of moving parts, and so incredibly stupid. That caused both Starscream and Skywarp to look in surprise, save for Thundercracker. Told you he wouldn't like it. He told his fellow Seekers. But Master, the Purebloods, they somehow knew of us. Starscream exclaimed. Why else would their leader hand over their prisoner once that was even mentioned? Charging in blindly into a situation where we know little to nothing always ends in disaster. Megatron stated. Aside from this orange, we do not even know if Optimus is even in Area 11. Though he may have only a small group of Autobots, it is clear that he possesses a space bridge, or at least a smaller variety of it. He could be hiding anywhere on this planet. Lord Megatron, if Prime has a space bridge, then wouldn't it be possible that he's no longer on Earth? Thundercracker asked. Optimus would not openly reveal himself and declare war against Britannia, only to leave soon after. He is no coward, unlike a certain Seeker in our midst. Megatron mentioned to Starscream, who scowled slightly. So what are we going to do? Skywarp asked. Soundwave has been scouring the humans' datanet for any information in regards to the Autobots and their mysterious new ally. Megatron answered. Speaking of which, what have you found, Soundwave? The silent surveillance chief of the Decepticons walked up to the console at the end of the bridge and typed in some information where they could see all the news reports and articles pertaining the Autobots and Zero. Wow, someone's famous. Skywarp commented. Over 3 million hits on the humans' internet on Prime and Zero. Thundercracker said as he turned to Soundwave. How many of them are informational? Soundwave presented the number 0 on his faceplate, indicating that there was nothing informational on them yet. Skywarp smirked a bit. How many of them contain the phrase, "These guys are awesome"? He asked. Soundwave presented the number 1,203,407 on his faceplate. Skywarp chuckled a bit before Megatron gave a slight glare, silencing him. Starscream looked at the data on the screen in front of them. This is what the humans call the information superhighway. 1 trillion gigabytes of data, none of it useful. He slammed his hands on the controls in anger. So, what? We just wait? With not only the Autobots at large but Orange up in the air as well? Skywarp questioned. I am inclined to agree with them, Lord Megatron. Thundercracker added. The Autobots are clearly the graver threat, but the fact that the Purebloods are somehow aware of our existence presents a significant problem. Is it? Megatron questioned. We know not what this orange is, or if it is even real. This Zero character is aware of our presence because Optimus has told him. Obviously, considering they are working together. Starscream trolled while rolling his eyes. But is he the only one? Megatron pondered. Perhaps the leader of the Purebloods is secretly working with Zero and the Autobots as a spy within Britannia's ranks. Or perhaps it is something else. Either way, we do not possess enough knowledge to take action, let alone a reckless one. But Master. Starscream attempted to protest, but Megatron glared at him and growled slightly, causing Starscream to stutter before straightening up. Your wisdom is supreme, Lord Megatron. He bowed. Come Thundercracker, Skywarp, best we disassemble our squadron, seeing as how we have no current use for it. The three Seekers left the bridge of the Nemesis, leaving Megatron and Soundwave alone for a short time before the door to the bridge opened again and a different Decepticon entered. He was larger than most, about the same build as Optimus with a dark blue and yellow color scheme. You summoned me, Lord Megatron. The Decepticon bowed. I did, Dreadwing. Megatron acknowledged one of his most loyal soldiers. I trust you are aware of our current situation. I am indeed. The Decepticon known as Dreadwing responded as he stood up. It would seem the Autobots are indeed alive, and are recruiting humans to their cause. It would appear so, which is why I have summoned you. Megatron began. I imagine that soon, the human convicted for the death of Clovis, Suzaku Kurugi, will be released. He has undoubtedly had contact with Optimus Prime. Do you suspect he is working with Prime? Dreadwing asked. Even though he turned himself in shortly after his rescue. His position among the Elevens is precisely why he was chosen to be prosecuted in the first place. Megatron explained. If he sided with the Autobots, who have taken a stand against Britannia, the human empire would still use this as an opportunity to pursue their initial agenda. So he would act as a spy from the shadows in order to prevent their agendas from coming to fruition. Dreadwing realized. Indeed. Megatron confirmed. I want you and Soundwave to monitor him, and report back to me if you find anything suspicious in regards to his motives. As you wish, Lord Megatron. He bowed once more. And I should also note that I have previously scanned in Earth-based vehicle mode as to better hide among the human populace without drawing too much attention. Excellent work, Dreadwing. Megatron nodded in approval. The loyal Decepticon turned toward the one in charge of surveillance. Soundwave? Shall we? Soundwave nodded before a series of coordinates appeared on his faceplate. A second later, a ground bridge portal opened right in front of him. The two Decepticons entered the portal before it closed immediately, leaving Megatron alone as he looked more at the information, his eyes pertaining close towards an image of Optimus and Zero. So my old friend, just who is this human you seem so interested in? Area 11, Tokyo Settlement. Case number 107, Private Suzaku Kurugi, Area 11 Military Forces. In the murder of His Highness, Prince Clovis, you are no longer a suspect and hereby set free due to a lack of evidence. That was the decree of the judge as Suzaku was released from the courthouse. He bore some casual clothes, which included a brownish-green shirt with blue jeans and a long blue overcoat. He carried a bag over his shoulder as he had a few bandages on his face as he had a contemplating look on his face. What happened? I'm free. He spoke to himself. Though a part of him knew that would happen. Ever since Zero publicly announced he was Clovis' true assassin, it was most likely Suzaku would be released. Yet, why did he sound so disappointed? When he asked himself that, another question entered his head. You say Britannia can change for the better, what if you go down this path, and you're wrong? That was the question given to him by Optimus Prime, and it was one question that Suzaku didn't really answer. All he said was he hoped he was right. Before he could dwell on this any further, however. Out of the way, please. Look out below. Suzaku looked up to see a girl falling down toward him. He immediately dropped his bag and caught her. He looked at the girl in surprise. Are you all right? The girl was about his age and had long pink hair and bright violet eyes. She had a rather fancy dress on as well. A noble, perhaps. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you were down here until I had leaped. Well, don't worry. Suzaku replied. I wasn't expecting a girl to come falling out of the sky and into my arms either," he said, trying to eject some humor into the situation. "Oh my," the girl uttered to herself as she got a good look at his face. "Is something wrong?" The girl didn't speak for a few seconds before answering. "Yes, there is something wrong. The truth is, bad guys are chasing me. So considering the circumstances, could you help me please? We must get rid of this orange character before Princess Cornelia assumes her new post," Kuehl exclaimed as he stood with 3 other pure-blood soldiers in a military communications station as the screens showed images of Jeremiah standing outside the Pure Bloods headquarters where several massive protests were being held. The military and a few night marais were keeping people back. Now the loyalty of us Pure Bloods is being called into question, a Pure Blood officer added. "Are the reports we've been hearing true?" Lord Jeremiah was bribed, a communications officer asked. "Do you know what this orange means?" Kuehl questioned, to which the officer couldn't offer a response. In any case, Lord Jeremiah is definitely hiding something. Saying he can't recall anything? Bartley offered the same excuse. Kuehl stated, "We need to." Before he could finish, all the screens in the station turned to static, much to the group's surprise. What's going on?" The officer sat down and tried to get control. "I don't know. Outside interference." The static vanished as all the screens turned black and the only thing visible was a single line that vibrated and shifted as a new voice spoke up. "Greetings, Pure Blood soldiers of Britannia. Who are you?" "This is a restricted communications frequency," Kuehl exclaimed. "My identity is not important, what is important is how to deal with this orange before it becomes a problem." "Are you somehow a part of it?" Kuehl questioned. "I am not, however we all may face the consequences should this unknown factor be unleashed. I am not aware of what it truly is, nor do I wish to know. Seeing as how we both have a common goal, I would like to propose a deal that would benefit us both." Kuehl looked towards his fellow Pure Blood soldiers for a moment before speaking again. "What do you have in mind?" "I am transferring a set of coordinates, where you should lead this Jeremiah toward, and once he's there, we will execute him as quickly as possible." Kuehl and the others saw on one screen a series of coordinates being uploaded. It was in the Shinjuku ghetto, an unpopulated area that no one would notice. "Very well then. We'll lead Jeremiah to your proposed location." "Excellent, then we shall see you there." The communication then cut off as the screens turned to normal. One of the Pure Bloods addressed his superior. "Lord Kuehl, are you certain of this? If it means getting rid of Orange before Princess Cornelia arrives, I'll take it." Starscream cut off the communication link from a console in the Nemesis with both Skywarp and Thundercracker by his side, as the Fist Lieutenant of the Decepticons chuckled. "Foolish humans. They always try to find the quick and easy way out, making them all the more vulnerable to manipulation," Starscream said with a sneer. "What a bunch of idiots." Skywarp laughed. However, Thundercracker didn't share their optimism. "You know Megatron won't be happy if he finds out about this." "He won't know of it, Thundercracker," Starscream replied. "We'll eliminate Orange before he even knows what hit him. A quick in and out. We'll fly back here before anyone notices we're gone, and no one's the wiser," Skywarp said. "And the Pure Bloods?" Thundercracker questioned. "I don't think they'll keep our secret." "Well then, we'll just make sure they keep this little secret, to their graves." Valletta sat in her Sutherland behind the soldiers keeping the protesters back as she found herself looking at Jeremiah from her screen. Lord Jeremiah's memory is muddled. Exactly like those of the men in Shinjuku whose Sutherlands were stolen. And her own thoughts were cut off as she remembered the incident where she blacked out back in Shinjuku as well. She remembered a yellow and black car, most likely that same Autobot that appeared on the bridge last night to free Kurugi, but wasn't there someone else with it? Elsewhere in the Tokyo settlement, 2 airborne vehicles, one being a large and bulky, blue and yellow fighter jet, the other a dark blue drone, flew alongside the clouds before slowly coming to a halt toward the rooftop on a relatively tall building before transforming to reveal the natural Cybertronian forms of Dreadwing and Soundwave respectively. Fortunately, Humans rarely look up, so they were safe from view. Dreadwing got a good look at the city around him. This is the Tokyo settlement of Area 11. He looked around. Very quaint. Now, where is Kururugi? Soundwave stepped by his side and pointed in one direction. He looked in said direction where he spotted Suzaku, wearing a pair of sunglasses, walking with a human female about 3 kilometers away. The two teenagers didn't notice they were being watched as they walked when the girl spoke up. We haven't introduced ourselves, have we? My name is Yuffie. Yuffie. Yes. My name's. Don't tell me. Yuffie said almost playfully. 'Cause I already know it. You're a celebrity, son of Prime Minister Genbyo Kururugi. Private Suzaku Kururugi. Suzaku looked around. You lied before, there's no one chasing you at all, right? It was apparent however that Yuffie wasn't paying attention when he heard her literally say meow. He turned to see her kneeling down in front of a stray cat that held an injured paw up slightly. Ah, does the kitty's paw hurt? The cat hissed at her slightly. Meow, meow, meow. The cat looked curiously at her as she let it sniff her hand, before it brushed up against her hand while purring. Meow, meow. Suzaku smiled a bit as Yuffie lifted the cat up to show him. He tried to let the cat sniff his hand, only for the cat to bite his finger immediately. Oh my! Lloyd and Cecile drove in their large truck, which also carried the Lancelot in the back, as they came to a stop at a traffic signal. Oh goodness, we're going to be late. Cecile said with a sigh. I hope he's still waiting for us. I'm sure, while they put him through the 3rd degree, he's fine. Lloyd said as he looked out the window. Looking for Suzaku. I'm looking for more of those Autobots. Lloyd responded, causing Cecile to roll her eyes. Well, considering the entire Brightonian military in this country is hunting them, I don't expect them to show up here. Cecile said with a sigh. Well, also considering they can transform into vehicles, I'd say they are also experts at hiding in plain sight. Lloyd argued while giving his usual smile. Robots in disguise if I've ever seen it. However, the two of them spotted out on the sidewalk Suzaku walking with Yuffie who held the stray cat in her hands. What, why is he? Suzaku and Yuffie sat down on some steps as Yuffie tied a bandage around the cat's injured leg. Do you have trouble with cats? Yuffie asked Suzaku. I like them fine, however. Suzaku tried to reach and pet the cat, but it hissed at him. The attraction isn't mutual. I think that is the remark of a kind person. Yuffie commented as the cat hopped off the stairs and ran away from the pair. The kitty ran away. Yuffie, why did you tell me that lie when we met? Suzaku asked, considering she said her life was in danger, and seeing how that wasn't the case, naturally he felt confused. Do you ask because you are concerned about me? Of course. Good, then you can accompany me some more. She grabbed his arm and began to pull him with her. Come on, it'll be fun. For most of the day, Suzaku and Yuffie wandered around the city. They didn't really buy anything, just walked around, looked at some of the sights, had some lunch and talked quite a bit. Suzaku had taken quite a liking to Yuffie. She seemed very friendly, a bit impulsive however, but it was in a good way. Yuffie talked about how she was from the Brightonian homeland and was a student until the previous week. This was the last day of her vacation and wanted to see as much of Area 11 as she could, and she was happy to do it alongside Suzaku. The two had enjoyed each other's company a great deal, neither of them really noticing however that they were being watched by two separate parties. One was Lloyd and Cecile from their truck, the other Dreadwing and Soundwave from a rooftop. The pair weren't the only ones taking in the sights however. While Dreadwing kept a close watch over Suzaku, he could tell that he wasn't in league with the Autobots, not at first glance anyway. However, he also found himself looking around at the Tokyo settlement. In a sense, it reminded him of Cybertron before the war began as people moved around about their daily business. It was no secret that Dreadwing truly missed his home. However, there was one moment where both Suzaku and Dreadwing from their respective locations found themselves looking at a news report on a jumbotron on a nearby building that showed the image of Zero, Optimus Prime, and the other Autobots as they made their public debut the previous night. Both of them looked serious at the image. The teenage pair walked for a bit more as Yuffie asked him a question. Suzaku, would you mind taking me to one more place, please? Suzaku gave a playful bow. Your wish is my command, my lady. Where to? Take me to Shinjuku. Suzaku's eyes widened underneath his sunglasses as he looked up to Yuffie as she had a serious look on her face and spoke in a gentle tone that also carried a hint of authority. Suzaku Kurugi, please escort me there. Ashford Academy. Lelich sat underneath a tree outside the main building of the campus as classes have just gotten out for the day. He typed on his personal laptop, trying to find information on Suzaku when Colin, still feigning her sickly girl disguise, approached him. Lelich, do you have a minute? She asked him. Sure, what is it? He addressed her. About that phone call the other day. Colin said. Phone call? Yeah, you know when you and I were in the bathroom. Colin said embarrassingly. Ah, yeah, that one. Can you find out what the caller ID was? I want to contact that person again. She asked. It was a school phone, so I don't think that. Lelich's eyes quickly widened as he saw something behind Colin that made him look in complete and utter surprise. I see, makes sense I should have. Colin didn't get a chance to finish as she saw Lelich's shocked face and turned around behind her to see what he was seeing, which made her look equally in shock. It was a young man with silver hair and blue eyes. He appeared to be wearing some form of straitjacket, similar to the one CC wore, which Lelich noticed quickly, only it appeared to be more torn with small bits of stained blood along the sides a bit. His breath was ragged as he held onto the side of a tree before he stepped forward and fell flat on the ground. Immediately Lelich and Colin ran toward him and turned him to where he was face up and they could see he was barely conscious. Hey, are you okay? What happened? Colin asked him urgently. He didn't say anything as he completely lost consciousness. Lelich, though greatly shocked by this, noticed how similarly dressed he was to CC. Was he from the same place as her? Who was this guy? Either way, he was going to find out. The Ark. Ratchet had finished scanning Bulkhead with his arm device. He then pressed a few more buttons before he finished. All right, the signal dampeners have now been installed in each of us. The Autobot medic told the rest of Team Prime. You're certain the cons won't be able to track us down anymore? Ironhide asked. Though it hasn't been tested, we can be fairly certain that all Autobot signals, at least for us anyway, are now completely invincible, divisible. Invisible. Fixit confirmed between glitches. Invisible to both Brightonian and Decepticon radar. Nice to know we can go out now and not be constantly looking over our shoulder. Arky commented. We technically don't have any shoulders in vehicle mode. Cliffjumper said in a joking tone, causing Arky to roll her eyes. Alright, I'm gonna head back to Ashford. Bumblebee told the team. Lelich's classes should be getting out soon, and knowing him, he's gonna wanna figure out our next move soon. Be on your guard, Bumblebee. Optimus told him, to which the scout nodded before he transformed and drove off to the ship's ground bridge station. Okay, now let's. Ironhide looked around a bit and noticed something. Hey, where's the girl? The group looked around in surprise to see CC was no longer with them. She's right here just a second ago. Bulkhead stated. Arky looked a bit towards the front screen/window of the bridge and looked in surprise. I found her. The rest of Team Prime looked out toward the front window and they each had their own comedic dismayed expressions. Even Optimus raised his eyebrows in surprise, as they saw C.C., in her undergarments, swimming in the ocean alongside several fish. She saw the Autobots and gave a slight wave before resuming her swim. That's one strange chick. Cliffjumper commented. How'd she even get out there? Ratchet questioned. A few of the Ark's chambers are breached and flooded, so I would assume that is how. Fixit said. Arky sighed. I'll go get her. Area 11. A Brightonian military plane was leaving the country with its destination being the capital of the Empire, Pendragon. The occupants of the plane were several soldiers and General Bartley, though he was a prisoner and waiting to be tried and convicted for his failure to protect Prince Clovis. He was bound in a straitjacket with the same sort of collar Suzaku had when he was a prisoner. To think I'd return to the homeland like this. I wish I'd never involved those damned people. The Ark. Arky walked back onto the bridge, covered in salt water as dripped off her body, while holding CC in her right hand before putting her on the side platform where Fixit found a random cloth to give her some form of decency. "What were you doing out there?" Archie questioned. "I was bored. There was literally nothing else to do," CC responded. "You can't just wander wherever you want," Ratchet protested. "Human physical capabilities make it impossible for you to stay underwater for long periods of time." Ratchet, considering she was shot in the head and is just fine now, "I don't think drowning is going to worry her," Bulkhead commented. "That should still worry you," Ironhide stated. "We don't know anything about her and we're just supposed to trust her." "You don't necessarily have to trust me if you don't want to," CC said. "Then why are you here?" Cliffjumper asked. "No offense, but you don't really seem all that interested in what we're doing." "I never said I wasn't interested," CC replied. "Being caught in a war between two alien robot factions is first for me. I was only taking a swim because there is nothing to do at the moment." "But still, you haven't even said anything to us. You're no average human, that much is certain," Ratchet said. "I doubt you've even said anything to Lelich at this point. If CC does not wish to share any information with us, she does not have to," Optimus told the rest of the Autobots. "Though I will agree that communication is key, I will not force any information out from an unwilling participant. Even if said information spells her working with Britannia or maybe the Decepticons in secret." Archie questioned. CC sighed before speaking. "I said it before, I won't do anything that would endanger my contractor, or you, seeing as how he's aligned himself with your particular group." "Optimus." Ratchet looked towards his oldest friend. "I believe it is best that she remains under our watch," Optimus stated. "Until we can know for certain what it is she was being used for, as she was in Britannia's possession till now." Ironhide, Ratchet, and Archie looked a bit reluctant but agreed all the same, while Bulkhead, Cliffjumper, and Fixit didn't appear to be having any issues. Optimus then began to walk away. "I will return shortly, there is something that I must do." He then transformed into his vehicle mode and left the Ark's bridge towards the ground bridge station as well. The white-haired boy's eyes slowly opened as he found himself sitting on some form of bed, with only a pair of white pants on. He tried to sit up, but held his head as he had quite a bit of a headache. "Hello, Sleeping Beauty." The boy looked to find that several other people his age surrounded him. The Ashford Student Council, the blonde girl known as Millie, greeted him with a smile. "You all rested up?" Yes. I think so." "Are you okay?" Shirley asked him with concern in her voice. "Lelich and Colin said they found you outside before you fainted." "I guess so." "Who are you?" Lelich questioned with a straightforward face. "Where did you come from?" Before the youth could answer, Millie looked at him with a chastised face. "Lelich, it's rude to ask someone a question like that without introducing ourselves first." To be fair, the guy was wearing a straitjacket. Rivalts commented. "Maybe he's from a mental hospital." That caused the girl named Nina to shiver slightly. "What if he's dangerous?" he uttered. "Come on, he doesn't look at that dangerous," Shirley said. "Plus, he was hurt, his clothes had blood on them." "But he doesn't appear to be bleeding," Lelich replied. "So it might not have been his blood." You guys do know he's right in front of us, right?" Colin commented. "He can hear every word we're saying." They all looked a bit awkwardly at the youth, who just looked more and more confused. "Where am I?" he asked. Millie sighed. "Okay, let's start this whole thing over. This is Ashford Academy, one of the most prestigious schools in Area 11, you're in the nurse's office right now. My name is Millie, my grandfather is the principal, and this is the student council. The rude black-haired pretty boy is Lelich, the vice president." Lelich rolled his eyes at Millie's comment as she continued. "This is Shirley, Rivalts, Nina, and Colin." "Hello." He nodded his head. "So, what's your name?" Millie asked him, trying to be as polite as possible. "My name." The boy looked as though he was thinking quite hard. "Kai. Rai. I don't really remember." That took the whole group by surprise. You don't know your own name? Colin questioned in shock. No. He shook his head, not really believing it himself. Really? Is there anything you remember? Rievelts asked. Like maybe a home address. Your parents? Someone you live with? Shirley asked as well. Are you an 11? Nina asked timidly. He shook his head once more. I don't know. I don't know anything. All I remember is just waking up here. But that's about it. The entire student council looked at him in both surprise and sympathy. Even Colin was sympathetic toward this situation. Lelich, while he did have sympathy towards this amnesiac person, he also looked in contemplation too. His straitjacket was the same one Cece wore. Is he like her? Does she know who he is? I'll ask her when I return to the Ark after this. Hey, tell you what. Millie told the white-haired youth. Until we figure it out, you can stay here. That took him by surprise, along with the rest of the student council. Seriously, Madame Prez? Rievelts asked. Well, yeah, we can't just let him out back into the streets. Millie said. Yeah, but he could be dangerous. Nina uttered. Come on, he doesn't look that dangerous to me. Shirley said with a smile as she turned to the amnesiac youth. You can stay here as long as you want. I don't know what to say. Don't worry about it. Rievelts gave him a friendly smile. Are you sure this is okay though? Colin asked Millie. I'll talk with my grandfather and he'll understand. The blonde began to explain. He may have to be enrolled as a student, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, if he's gonna attend the school, we're gonna have to give him a name. Shirley said. You said Rai when you tried to remember yours. I kinda like Rai. Lelich smirked a bit. In Japanese, the word Rai is translated to lightning. Oh, I really like that. Rievelts smirked. Colin suppressed her own smirk as the name did sound kinda catchy. Millie turned to the white-haired boy. So, what do you think? Millie asked. It's what people are gonna call you, and if you don't like it. I actually like it. He gave a weak smile. Yeah. Rai it is. Well then, Rai, welcome to Ashford Academy. Millie greeted proudly with both her hands on her hips. So, where's he going stay? Colin asked. He can stay at the clubhouse with my and Nunnally. Lelich said. I found him, it's only fair I give him a bed to sleep on. The truth is, he could also use that to keep an eye on him. If he came from the same place as Cece, he might be able to learn more about her, and incidentally more about his geese. Shinjuku. The sun had begun to set upon the ruined ghetto as Optimus, while maintaining the cover of his vehicular mode, slowly rode through before coming to a halt at a field of makeshift graves for all the people who died a few days ago. Several pipes were stuck into the ground as makeshift tombstones with flowers, toys, cookies, and other various items laid in front of them, and that was only for the bodies, or what remained of them, that could be found and buried. For those that had no remains left at all, pictures and names were placed upon a ruined wall with flowers laid across the ground. It pained Optimus a great deal to know just how many innocent lives were lost, all the people that he couldn't save, men, women, old, and young, even children. All of this, just because Clovis made a mistake and he tried to cover it up with something like this. The last of the Primes certainly knew how to keep his emotions in check, and also understood one of the most difficult things about war, that you can't always save everyone. It didn't ease him in the least. The most he could do now was pay his respects for those that he couldn't save and do what he can to help those that he could in the future. The Shinjuku ghetto, ruined again. Optimus heard a familiar voice as his optics located Suzaku and a certain pink-haired girl with him a bit ways away, also paying their respects. It was a surprise that Suzaku didn't notice him, probably because he hadn't seen his vehicle mode before. It was best that Optimus not interact with Suzaku at the moment, not when revealing himself could bring the Bretonian military back here. The residents were starting to return to. Yuffie's face was one of great sorrow. Those news reports said that terrorists used poison gas, but there never was any gas, was there? No, there wasn't. Suzaku confirmed. So, is it true? Yofi asked as Suzaku looked towards her. That CL. Prince Clovis just ordered all these people to die. I can't say for certain whether it was or not. Suzaku replied. But I'm not naive enough to think that it was just terrorists who were responsible for this. Yofi looked at the graves once more and noticed how many of them were for children. Clovis, why would you do something like this? Something so horrible. However, it was not just Optimus that noticed all this as well. At the top of a ruined building, Dreadwing and Soundwave were a relative distance away, though Optimus had not noticed them, and neither of them noticed the disguised Autobot leader either. Each of them had a different view on this situation. Soundwave paid all this destruction no mind. He didn't enjoy it, but he didn't mourn for these people either. This particular Decepticon was about as cold and emotionless as they came. If Megatron had ordered him to, he would have completely eradicated this entire ghetto and all its inhabitants without the slightest hint of regret. But at the moment, Soundwave's only priority was monitoring Suzaku, which he was. Dreadwing however had a different opinion. He felt a tad bit of sympathy for those whose lives were lost here, as well as this scene also reminded him of Cybertron, and the desolation that followed from all the constant fighting and warfare. Though he still watched Suzaku, he silently closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly out of respect for the people whose lives were lost. Man, they didn't use RGMs on the 11s, I figured they wouldn't. All 5 of the individuals noticed a group of young Brighton Neon students, from Ashford Academy, taking pictures in front of the ruins and graves, not really caring for those who died here. Hey look! Those are marks from Hummer rounds. Get a clear shot. He posed in front of his friend with a camera. Say cheese. He took the picture. Okay, me next. Each of the individuals had different opinions in regards to this. Soundwave didn't care, unsurprising. Dreadwing glared slightly at those who desecrated these graves. Optimus had similar feelings, though they were of sorrow for their ignorance, rather than anger. Suzaku and Yuffie each felt the same sort of thing as the disguised Autobot. Jeremiah piloted his Sutherland down the streets towards Shinjuku as fast as he could once he received the report. This is accurate? This information about Zero? Yes sir. Lord Kuehl contacted me. Are there any Autobots with him as well? Yes sir. The yellow one. The same one from before? He uttered to himself, the one that took him down twice in Shinjuku. Now it was time for some payback. Alright, set up a cordon around Shinjuku Ghetto Sector 4 at once. Cordon Sector 4, Roger. The communications officer replied before hanging up. He smirked to his associate. Okay, balls in your court now, Lord Kuehl. Suddenly a sword came in between the two of them, causing them to look up in shock as they turned around to see the blade's wielder. I wanted to be put through to Lord Jeremiah, but it appears you're too busy now. Valletta said with a hardened glare. Shinjuku. Get out of here, you Dembertitanian bastards. Tamaki exclaimed to the 2 students as he, and his 2 friends, all 3 of which were rebels who are now secretly working with the Autobots, were more than angry with them, Tamaki having slapped the camera down onto the ground. Optimus, Dreadwing, and Soundwave noticed this as well, as did Suzaku and Yuffie, the girl giving an audible gasp. Stay here. Suzaku told her as he ran towards the scene. How dare a lowly 11 speak like? Don't call me an 11. I'm Japanese. Tamaki yelled. Wrong. You seem to forget that your people lost. You're nothing more than a beaten dog. Tamaki growled. You racist pig. Stop. Please. No violence. Suzaku ran towards Tamaki. Stay out of this. Tamaki swung the back of his hand at him, knocking the sunglasses off and revealing his face, surprising everyone present. You're that. One of the rebels uttered in shock. Are you? Suzaku Kurugi. Tamaki asked, also in shock. Suzaku didn't answer and simply looked down. Hey, sorry, we didn't know it was you. One of the rebels said. Are you doing okay? Another rebel asked, surprising Suzaku. Yes, why wouldn't I? Well, didn't the purebloods frame you? And try to get you killed? The first rebel questioned. That That doesn't matter, Suzaku said as he faced the trio of rebels. What does matter is you attacking these two. Are you kidding me? Tamaki exclaimed. These guys are petty much pissing on people's graves. Are you seriously okay with that? No. I'm not alright with that, Suzaku quickly stated. But, there are other ways to handle this without resorting to violence. Tamaki scoffed. Well, alright then, Mr. Pacifist, why don't you handle this? He gestured towards the two Brighton Neon students. Suzaku sighed as he walked toward the pair who looked a bit nervous. I'm sorry for how you were just treated, but still, they're right. People died here for no reason at all. If you can't show some respect. The two students looked at Suzaku in disbelief. What do we care? They're just a bunch of dead 11s, it's not like they're important or anything. Tamaki growled. You see. This is what Brighton Neons always do. They keep kicking and don't stop even when they're dead. Who do you think you are talking to us like that? One of the students exclaimed. It's only because of us that you guys are even still around anyway. Yeah, you're only siding with these 11s cause you're one of them. Another student pointed at Suzaku. You should have sided with those Autobot freaks and that Zero, give the military a reason to kill all of you. Slap. The student's camera dropped as Suzaku, Tamaki, and the two rebels looked in shock as it was Yuffie who slapped the student across the face. I will not allow you to insult this man any further, you oaf, she exclaimed. And they're right. These people deserve to rest in peace. If you can't do that, then you need to leave. The Ark. Bumblebee had picked up Lelouch and returned him to the Ark where the rest of the Autobots were waiting for him, along with CC. Hey, how was school? Cliffjumper greeted in a joking tone. Uneventful, save for a random amnesiac boy stumbling onto school grounds and now staying with me and my sister. Lelouch answered as he began to climb up the ladder on the side to the platform where CC was as she put her straitjacket back on. Well, that's oddly specific, Ratchet noted. Lelouch looked around a bit and noticed one Autobot wasn't present. Where's Optimus? He went to Shinjuku, to pay his respects, Ironhide answered. Are you sure that's safe? Lelouch asked. Considering that pretty much the entire military in Area 11 is looking for him, and more than likely the Decepticons as well. You don't have to worry about that, Fixit said. We've developed signal dampeners to hide our energy signatures from enemy radar. So now we can go out for a drive without being shot on sight the second we pop out of a ground bridge, Bulkhead said. Well, that makes things convenient. Lelouch then looked towards CC. What do you know of a boy with white hair and blue eyes? CC looked in minor surprise at his question, not expecting that. Why do you ask? That amnesiac boy I just mentioned, he had the same outfit you're wearing. I doubt it's a coincidence, Lelouch said, causing many of the Autobots to look in surprise as well. The green-haired woman put her usual indifferent face back on. I don't know him, personally. Though I'd seen him once or twice. Is he like you? Arky asked her. I don't really think so, CC responded. Is he going to be a problem? If he came from the same place you did? Ratchet began. If he was going to threaten our unique partnership, I would have said something, CC said. So you're not gonna really tell us anything unless you really have to? Ironhide summed up. Yeah, that's reassuring. While we're on that sort of subject, did you learn anything more about my geese? Lelouch asked. I believe we have, yes, Ratchet responded as he walked toward one of the consoles on the bridge and typed a few commands before a holographic screen popped up to reveal the image of a human brain with a small red spot glowing in the back near the optic lobe and connecting toward the eyes via the nerves. This spot you see here. Ratchet pointed toward the red light. I believe that is the energy upon which your geese originates. It lies within your optic lobe and connects to your own eyes via the nerve endings. Right now it's dormant, probably because you aren't using it at the moment. Makes sense. Lelouch began. I have to make direct eye contact for it to work. Transparent objects like eyeglasses present no problem. The effective range is approximately 270 meters, and the subject appears to have no memory of the event before, during, or after the power has been used. I think this is due to damage caused by geese interfering with the brain of the subject. Also, if the signal is optical, I can reflect it. I see you've done some research of your own. Fixit noted. I need to know the specs of my weapon, don't I? Lelich said. No offense to any of you, but unless you happen to be experts at human biology, I had to do some testing myself. What do you mean you tested it? Bulkhead asked. I saw him use it on this girl back at his school, Bumblebee said. She's basically marking a cross on a wall and has been doing it the last few days. Testing to see how long it lasts. Archie questioned. So far it hasn't worn off. Lelich said. Perhaps it may also have to do with a specific command I give. If it's toward a specific event, it shouldn't have too much of an effect in that person's future, unless I say otherwise. Guess you better watch what you say. Cliffjumper noted. Your geese might not know if you're being sarcastic or not. I'll make a note. Lelich said. In the short time you've had it, you've learned quite a lot. CC observed. We also know it doesn't seem to work on Cybertronians. 'Cause he tried it on me. Bulkhead added. Apparently it doesn't work on inorganic matter. Lelich added as well. I don't think that may actually be the case. Fixit said, getting everyone's attention. We've also done some studying of our own. Your geese is a form of energy that is currently inhabiting your brain, and it affects other individuals because it interacts directly with the nerve endings. Endings, 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 endings. What Fixit is trying to say is, that your geese acts as a form of energy, but it's not because Cybertronians are immune to that sort of energy. Ratchet explained. It's because the energy radiating from our sparks is much more powerful. Your sparks? Lelich questioned. It's the life source of all Cybertronian life. You could say it's what powers us. Archie summed up. What? You thought we'd operate on cogs, gears, and stuff? Cliffjumper joked. We're not Nightmare Rays. Maybe this can help explain. Ratchet changed the visuals on the screen to a new image that showed a pulsating red line. This right here is the energy originating from your geese when active. And this. He typed in a few more commands to show a pulsating blue line above the red one, and it was much larger and more active than the red one. Is the average energy output of all Cybertronian sparks. As you can see, the difference is quite clear. I think I understand now. Lelich realized. The energy that powers you, your life force, it's stronger than a geese command. Exactly. Ratchet confirmed. Another drawback to add to your list, your geese won't work on Cybertronians. So you can forget using it on the cons when they show up. Ironhide said. Is that why you are all working together? CC asked. You have a common enemy. Yep. Bulkhead nodded. But still, I'd understand if you were an 11, Lelich, but you're a Brightonian, aren't you? CC asked him. That being said, I also must ask why sentient alien machines are getting involved in a conflict not of your world. I can understand you wanting to fight the Decepticons, but why should the matters of Earth concern you? You mean aside from the fact that Britannia are just puppets on Megatron's strings? Archie questioned. This may not be our planet, but we Autobots live by a code. Bumblebee began. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. For anyone who is oppressed and has that right stripped away, we'll stand with the weak and oppressed any day of the week. Who they are or where they come from doesn't matter. Even if the cons weren't involved, we'd still stand against Britannia. 'Cause it's the right thing to do. CC looked towards Bumblebee in minor surprise before turning away slightly. How idealistic. Excuse us. Ironhide questioned irritably. There are only 8 of you Autobots, and only 7 of you are capable of fighting. CC began. Britannia is an empire that controls 1/3 of this whole planet, and from your descriptions, the Decepticon forces are even stronger than that. Your conjoined enemy may be too strong to fight with only 8 of you and geese. Is it good to be strong? Lelich asked as he looked out the window towards the ocean where he could see a shark chasing after a school of fish. Everyone looked towards Lelich as he spoke in a tone that caught all his or her attention. Starvation, filth, decay, constant war, and terrorism, the strong constantly devouring the weak, like rats running in a wheel, they keep running and running but they always remain in the same spot. Never changing. And to have this utopia, what would do? CC asked him. It's simple. When somebody wins, the fighting will end. Lelich answered. Most of the Autobots looked at Lelich with surprised and serious expressions. When somebody wins? Archie questioned. As in, you don't care who wins, or how? I'll see to it that we win. Lelich confirmed. That much is certain. As this surprised most of the Autobots, Ironhide and Ratchet both shared concerned expressions with each other as they actually saw this sort of thing before. Someone who wanted to change the state of the world and would do whatever it takes to obtain that victory, that sounded very familiar. Shinjuku. After Tamaki and his group left, along with the two Brighton Neon students, Suzaku found himself looking at a broken statue with Euphemia as the still-disguised Optimus Prime as well as Dreadwing and Soundwave watched and listened to the youth as he spoke. Is it bad to be weak? Suzaku began. Back then when I was 10, the world seemed like such a terribly sad place, a world without any hope at all. Disease, racism, living in a never-ending cycle of hate. The cycle must be broken, somebody has to do it. Of course, it's doubtful that the one who does it will make all the bad things go away. No one should lose more of the people they love, at least a world without war. How would you do it? Yuffie asked. I don't know how you would do it. Suzaku replied honestly as he looked to his broken pocket watch keepsake. But if I stop trying, then my father's death will have been in vain. The Prime Minister's death? Yuffie questioned. My own father died, because he had to sacrifice his life in that war. Optimus had listened to every word that Suzaku spoke, and he couldn't help but sense the familiarity. He's exactly like how I used to be. However, while Optimus admired Suzaku's idealistic views, he also knew that not everyone wants peace, and it seems Suzaku has yet to understand that fact. Dreadwing also listened to it as well. I can see that young human has a strong sense of honor. He spoke to Soundwave. However, as idealistic as he is, he has yet to understand just how the universe truly works. Everyone's attention was suddenly caught by the sound of an explosion coming from a ruined baseball field at least 10 kilometers away from their current location. Jeremiah Sutherland was backed into a corner as 4 of his fellow purebloods had their Sutherlands pointing their lances at him. Jeremiah, you're going to pay for letting Prince Clovis murder go free. Kuel exclaimed. Kuel, you dirty coward. Jeremiah spat. That sighting of Zero and the Autobots was a lie, wasn't it? It was, but it wasn't their lie. A new voice spoke from above. Everyone looked upward to see 3 fighter jets, the middle one being silver, the one on the right being blue, and the one on the left being black and purple, shooting their missiles towards Jeremiah. The 4 Sutherlands moved out of the way and Jeremiah tried to do the same, but the resulting explosion knocked him down quite a bit. The 3 fighter jets hovered over the ground before they transformed and revealed themselves as Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp respectively. This caused Jeremiah, Kuel, and the other 3 purebloods to look in shock. Thank you for your help, Brighton Neon purebloods. We'll take it from here. Thundercracker said. You, what are you? Are you more of those Autobots? Kuel demanded. Oh please, don't lop us in with them. Skywarp brushed off as Jeremiah got his Sutherland back on its feet. Having a bad day, Orange. Starscream teased Jeremiah. You aren't Autobots. Who or what are you? I am your superior in every way, for you are powerless in the face of the mighty Starscream. Starscream! Dreadwing exclaimed. What is that fool doing? He turned to Soundwave. Contact Lord Megatron and inform him of this immediately. I shall try and quell the situation. Soundwave nodded before Dreadwing transformed into his fighter jet mode and shot towards the arena. Optimus drove away from Suzaku and towards the field as well, while the military truck being driven by Lloyd and Cecile drove past him, without even noticing the disguised Autobot, and pulled in front of Suzaku and Yuffie. Suzaku. Cecile opened the driver's door for him. Miss Cecile. It's dangerous here, get in. It seems the pure bloods are having a bit of a squabble, and it seems more of those transforming robots are there as well. Lloyd said causally. Suzaku and Yuffie looked in surprise. The Autobots? The Japanese youth questioned. Hard to say, really. Lloyd shrugged. Oh, and by the way, what a shame about your acquittal. Because now you'll have to work for me again. Wait, please. Isn't this an opportunity to gather battle data for the Lancelot? Suzaku asked seriously, causing Cecile to look in surprise while Lloyd looked intrigued. Suzaku? Yuffie asked as he turned to face her. I'm sorry, Yuffie, we have to say goodbye here. I need to do this. I think I can stop them with the Lancelot. I have to try. I must. Starscream brandished his claws as he batted away the gun from Jeremiah's Sutherland. He chuckled evilly as he went on the offensive, with Jeremiah using his Nightmare's Stuntonfa to try and block it. However, while he struggled on the offensive, Skywarp appeared behind him and opened fire with his Energon blasters towards the Sutherland's legs to cripple it. An attack from behind. Cowards! Jeremiah exclaimed as he tried to swing his Stuntonfa to get them to back away. Aren't you one to talk? Thundercracker said as he drew a long blade from his left arm to block the Stuntonfa before the same blade popped out of the Seeker's right arm, which he quickly used to sever the Sutherland's right arm completely. The crippled Sutherland stumbled back a bit as Jeremiah grunted in frustration. Damn! You're just toying with me. Aren't you? What gave it away? Skywarp teased. All the while, Kuehl and his comrades hadn't done anything other than simply watch. One of his soldiers contacted Kuehl via their communications so that the Decepticons couldn't hear them. Lord Kuehl, these might not be the same Autobots that we saw before on the bridge. It doesn't matter. Once we take care of Jeremiah, we'll eliminate them too. Kuehl said. Jeremiah desperately tried to fire his Slash-Harken, his only remaining weapon, but Starscream effortlessly caught it. You humans are so amusing. He began to taunt. Once you obtain a taste of power, you automatically believe that you can rule your whole planet with it. Only to receive a cold reminder of what true power really is. Starscream crushed the Slash-Harken in his grip, leaving Jeremiah completely defenseless. Wait. Kuehl spoke up. Jeremiah is our responsibility. We must be the ones to finish him. He exclaimed as he readied his Nightmare's lance, with all three pure-blood Sutherlands mimicking the action as they completely surrounded Jeremiah. Starscream looked more amused. Then by all means, have at it. He graciously bowed and gestured for them to deliver the finishing blow as he stepped back with his fellow Seekers. Once they're finished, destroy them. We leave no witnesses. Starscream whispered as both Thundercracker and Skywarp nodded. As they all prepared, Optimus had managed to drive in through a small broken opening in the stadium, though he remained in the shadows. He saw Starscream and couldn't help but glare through his optics at the Decepticon commander's cowardly tactics. Don't worry, Jeremiah, we'll say that you died in battle. Your family name won't be disgraced. Kuehl said. You're serious? You really intend to kill me? Kuehl. Silence, Orange. Kuehl exclaimed. We serve the Imperial family. Why else would we be here? All four Sutherlands revved up their wheels and prepared to charge as Starscream, Skywarp, and Thundercracker all aimed their missile wrists towards the center where all of them would meet. They would get them in one shot. Optimus was prepared to charge into the fray as well. Though Jeremiah was an enemy once before, he didn't deserve to die like this. All hail Britannia. However, before any sort of collision or explosion could occur, a single Slash-Harken shot in Kuehl's path, forcing him to jump back from his Sutherland. The other three stopped as well as all eyes set to the direction where the projectile came from. Stop it! You're all Britannian soldiers. Optimus, still in his vehicular mode, looked in surprise. That's the same Nightmare from before. And that voice, it's Suzaku. Jeremiah's eyes shook in surprise. That's him. It's that honorary Britannian. The advanced weapon, Lancelot. Starscream's look of surprise faded into one of rage. Suzaku Kurugi. So you are aligned with the Autobots? No, he is not, Starscream. Everyone saw this new voice coming from an incoming plane that transformed and landed in front of Jeremiah's down Sutherland, revealing the one previously overlooking Suzaku. "Dreadwing!" Thundercracker exclaimed. "What the scrap are you doing here?" Skywarp questioned. "Following orders, which is more than I can say for the three of you," Dreadwing replied as the Lancelot jumped down from its point to land right next to Dreadwing and face the 3 Decepticon Seekers and 4 Sutherlands. "Leave this place at once. Interlopers will die," Kuel exclaimed. "You are no position to make such a statement," Dreadwing told Kuel. "Attacking your own comrade out of a rumor. It would seem the pure bloods have no honor." Suzaku however found himself gazing upon the Cybertronians and saw that all 4 of them had a certain mark on their chests. "That emblem, it's different from the one Optimus Prime and the other Autobots had. A different faction maybe." His eyes widened in realization before they narrowed. "Tell me, are you Decepticons? How dare you address me as such, you lowly human? I am Commander Starscream, and I order you and Dreadwing to stand down now. Do that and maybe I'll forget your insolence." "That is an order I cannot follow," Dreadwing stated, as he stood firm before turning toward the Lancelot. "Suzaku Kururugi, I understand that you have a great deal many questions to ask. I promise to answer them later, but for now, these insubordinates must be dealt with." Suzaku's eyes narrowed as he realized that this Decepticon was right. "Everything else can wait. I won't leave either." His Lancelot reached back to draw a pair of dual swords, which began to glow red as he crossed them with Dreadwing standing by his side. "My God!" Kuel uttered. "They've perfected the MVSs." Starscream looked a bit nervous as well. "Do you not see that you are vastly outnumbered?" He gestured to himself, his fellow Seekers and the 4 pure-blood Sutherlands. "Yes, but I can't stand by and ignore this senseless battle," Suzaku announced, earning something of an impressed smile from Dreadwing. Starscream growled. "Destroy them!" he exclaimed as Thundercracker and Skywarp opened fire with their Energon blasters and the pure-blood Sutherlands shot forward. Suzaku shot his Lancelot forward as he used his Nightmare Rays MVS blades to deflect the red Energon blasts shot by Thundercracker and Skywarp as he soared to them, forcing them and Starscream to scatter. Thundercracker drew both his blades and charged at the Lancelot before locking blades. Suzaku held the controls firm. Despite the blades being activated, they didn't seem to be able to cut through Cybertronian metal, but that wouldn't deter him as the Lancelot jumped back before charging forward and delivering a roundhouse kick to knock Thundercracker down. He swerved the Lancelot out of the way to avoid the shots of Skywarp as he circled around on his Nightmare's treads and shot both his Harkins at the Decepticon. Though he caught them both in his hands, it left him open as Suzaku shot the Lancelot forward and rammed Skywarp, who couldn't react in time, and it sent him flying and crashing into the bleachers of the abandoned stadium. One pure-blood soldier shot his Nightmare forward with his lance to try and pierce Dreadwing. But in a surprising turn of events, Dreadwing actually grabbed the lance and used the Sutherland's momentum to flip it over himself and send it crashing onto the ground behind him. Though the Nightmare was heavily damaged, the pilot was still alive. Dreadwing took his newly acquired lance as he spun it around like a master before facing the 2 remaining Sutherlands. Both Sutherlands charged at him at the same time, but Dreadwing shot his lance toward the Sutherland on the right to shatter its head and stop its advance, and swerving out of the way to the second Sutherland simultaneously before grabbing it by the shoulder and using his own strength to lift it up before slamming it hard onto the ground and impaling the lance into its shoulder, narrowly avoiding the pilot inside. "Stay down if you value your life," Dreadwing warned. "We can at least kill Orange." Kuel tried to get the finishing blow on Jeremiah, but Valletta suddenly arrived in her own Sutherland and crossed her tonfas to block the lance attack before shoving Kuel off. "Lord Jeremiah." "Valletta, thanks." He breathed in relief. However, his relief was still overlapped by his surprise. Aside from the fact he has now seen several more Transformers, different from the ones he's seen before, he was beyond shocked to find Suzaku Kururugi being one of the ones to save his life, despite the fact he tried to frame him for his own purposes. Starscream growled. "Incompetent fools." He aimed his right arm and twitched 2 of his fingers to fire a missile directly toward Jeremiah, but the Lancelot shot one of its Harkins to destroy it before it made contact. When the dust cleared, Suzaku's Lancelot, Valletta's Sutherland, and Dreadwing all stood in front of the downed Jeremiah, with Starscream and Kuel being the only ones still standing. "Still want to fight?" Suzaku challenged. "I would highly suggest all of you to surrender," Dreadwing advised. Optimus continued to remain hidden, as he had seen the entire battle. A part of him was glad to see Dreadwing here, as he, along with his late twin brother, were among the few Decepticons that he respected. He also recognized the Lancelot's moves, and there was no doubt in his mind. Suzaku was the pilot of the Nightmare in Shinjuku before the trial when they first met and worked with Lelouch. The three other Sutherlands were down for the count as Skywarp and Thundercracker attempted to stand while Starscream growled in frustration. "Men, stand down," Kuel ordered. "What?" Starscream questioned. "Kuel," Valletta uttered. "You understand then?" Dreadwing's eyes narrowed. "No, he's up to something." A small compartment opened on Kuel's Sutherland. "I'm using a Chaos Mine." This caused Suzaku to gasp and Dreadwing's eyes to narrow even further. Right as he threw it over. "No. Stop it now." Dreadwing, Suzaku, and Optimus all looked in surprise as Yuffie had ran onto the scene right as the Chaos Mine activated. Acting on instinct, Dreadwing covered Yuffie with both his hands and shielded her with the back of his body just as Suzaku activated the Lancelot's shields to deflect the multiple projectiles that shot all around the area. The Lancelot's shields protected a majority of the group, though Dreadwing was nicked a bit along his back. Yuffie remained unharmed even after the weapon ceased its function, allowing everyone to stand up. Valletta looked in shock. That honorary Brightonian and that other Transformer. Did they just... "Everyone, lower your weapons at once." Yuffie walked forward and spoke in authoritarian tone of voice. "In my name, I command you." Kuel looked in shock. "It can't be." "Who is?" Starscream questioned. "I am Euphemia Lee Britannia of the Empire. And the third princess of the royal family." Everyone present had his or her look of surprise and shock. Clearly no one saw this coming. "Yuffie," Suzaku said in an audible gasp, realizing the girl he'd spent the entire day with was a Brightonian princess. "The Brightonian princess?" Thundercracker exclaimed. "Euphemia Lee Britannia. Lelouch's sister." Optimus questioned in thought. "I'm assuming command here. Now fall back." Yuffie ordered. "It is her." Jeremiah recognized her. "It's the princess." Cecile and Lloyd also saw this from a smaller entrance, the former holding a shield to protect from the gunfire. "Did you know it was her, Lloyd?" Cecile asked. Lloyd looked about as casual as usual. "Uh-huh. But she's been a student up until now and hasn't made her public debut yet." Kuel's eyes shook in surprise as the other purebloods got out of their disabled Nightmare rays. We're truly sorry, Your Highness." He kneeled his Sutherland as his three comrades kneeled as well. Jeremiah did the same as he got out of his heavily damaged Sutherland, with Valletta kneeling in hers. However, a laugh cut everyone off as Starscream walked forward, the recovering Thundercracker and Skywarp right behind him. "I hate to break this to you, Princess. But while you may hold authority over all of them, you do not order me." He pointed his Energon blaster right at her, causing her to look in fright as everyone was more than shocked and would have reacted if it weren't for Starscream. "Stand down at once." Starscream's look faded into one of terror as he recognized the booming voice, as well as the other Cybertronians. Even Optimus knew who it was from his hiding spot. Megatron. All eyes were set upon a massive, silver, alien-like jet with a Reaper drone right by its side as they both flew and came to a stop at the stadium before they transformed to reveal the Lord of the Decepticons with Soundwave right by his side. Lord Megatron. Starscream uttered in fear. "Master." Dreadwing bowed in respect as all the humans' eyes set upon the massive hulking transformer that easily dwarfed any Sutherland present. He was almost twice as tall as the Lancelot even. Everyone, including hardened soldiers like Jeremiah, Valletta, and Kuel, as well as Lloyd, Cecile, even Suzaku, and especially Yuffie looked in awe and even fear at the giant that now stood before them. "Lord Megatron." Thundercracker quickly said as he, Starscream, and Skywarp all bowed on their hands and knees. We live to serve you. All hail Lord Megatron, supreme leader of all Decepticons. He's their leader, Suzaku uttered in surprise. Decepticons, Cecile uttered before her eyes widened. Lloyd, that's what? Yes, that's what Zero said beforehand, along with that orange as well. It would seem the Autobots aren't the only Transformers out there, Lloyd said, as he couldn't take his eyes off Megatron. Though this sort of thing would have him beyond excited, there was something about Megatron that actually made him feel fear. Starscream. Megatron spoke as the coward trembled underneath his leader's shadow. I believe I told you not to act brashly. It was all Starscream's idea, Skywarp quickly said as he pointed to Starscream. What? The Seeker yelled. He was obsessed with discovering this orange and he ordered us to follow him. Thundercracker quickly added as well. You traitors! Starscream uttered. Silence! Megatron ordered, causing them all to shut up. I will deal with the three of you later. He walked past them as they remained on their hands and knees. Dreadwing. Dreadwing walked towards his leader and bowed. Lord Megatron. I am aware that you told me not to reveal myself, but given the situation I had to act. I humbly apologize for defying your orders. You acted wisely, given the circumstances, Dreadwing. Megatron told him. I will be sure to reward you for your efforts later. I am humbled, Master. Dreadwing bowed his head. Megatron then approached Euphemia as she instinctively backed away in fear, with Suzaku, having stepped out of the Lancelot, quickly moving toward her side. Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia, Private Suzaku Kurugi. I apologize for the actions of my subordinates and that you had to be dragged into such a conflict. Megatron told them in false sincerity. Rest assured, my soldiers will be duly punished, and I will deter the punishment of your soldiers, to your sister Cornelia. Euphemia looked in surprise. You know of my sister? Princess Cornelia and I made contact some time beforehand. Megatron explained. We share a common enemy, the Autobots, and this mysterious Zero who has aligned with them. Though I know not of Zero's identity, the Autobots are fugitives and war criminals from our home planet of Cybertron. Your sister can spare you the details later, but I assure you that we of the Decepticons mean no harm to humanity, we merely desire a place to call home. Should your Britannia choose to accept us, we will not only aid you in ridding this world of the Autobots who threaten it, but also work with your father, Charles Z.I. Britannia, in bringing peace and order to this chaotic and broken world. Peace. Euphemia found that difficult to believe, given how she just saw Starscream act. That is what you desire, is it not? Megatron continued. Forgive me for prying, but you recently lost your brother, Princess Euphemia, as Suzaku Kurugi has lost his father. I am no stranger to loss myself and can understand your plight. So tell me, Princess Euphemia, what is it that you hope to desire? Euphemia looked towards Suzaku and her expression became firm as she addressed Megatron directly. To help create a future where no one else has to suffer the loss of a loved one on the battlefield. Suzaku's eyes widened as he realized those were the words he said to her before. Words of a wise leader. Megatron told her with a false sincere smile. Together, Princess Euphemia, I believe we can make that dream a reality. Despite the words spoken, Euphemia looked into Megatron's eyes and they told a different story. There was something about those red eyes that frightened her a great deal. The same went for Suzaku, something about Megatron's presence just didn't feel right as he remembered the warning Optimus gave him beforehand. Now that we have made our appearance, the Decepticons will more than likely make one as well. I implore you, do not trust them. One thing was certain, Suzaku was going to be keeping a very close eye on this situation. At the same time, Megatron noticed out of the corner of his eye someone else watching them. Only Megatron noticed as he saw the disguised Optimus watching them from the shadows. He gave his nemesis an evil smile, as Optimus would have glared back if he could. He quietly backed away and made his way from the stadium and back to the Ark. He was going to tell his team and Lelich what he saw here, Suzaku piloting the Lancelot, and Megatron's appearance. Later that night, Euphemia faced her older sister Cornelia as she stepped out of the plane with several of her knights, Guilford and Darlton included, standing dutifully by her side. I heard what you did, Euphemia. You shouldn't be so reckless. Cornelia gave her a light yet carrying scolding. I know, sister, forgive me. But, Euphemia replied, you will address me as Viceroy here, Sub-Viceroy Euphemia. Cornelia told her. Because we are sisters, we need to follow a stricter protocol. Yes, I understand. Euphemia nodded. But Viceroy, you have made contact with Megatron and these Decepticons. I did. Cornelia confirmed. And perhaps I should have informed you beforehand, that was my mistake. So, they will be our allies? Euphemia asked. They will be. I promise to give you the full story later, but seeing as how they know more of these Autobots than we do, it only makes sense that we work together. Cornelia explained. I enjoy a challenging fight as much as the next soldier, but I prefer to have some knowledge of my enemies before charging in blindly. That being said, however, I ask that you not speak to Megatron or any other high-ranking Decepticons unless told otherwise. Do you understand, Yuffie? I understand, Cornelia. Yuffie nodded again, inwardly breathing a huge sigh of relief. One encounter with Megatron was more than enough for her. Cornelia then turned to an officer near her. Now then, give me your report. Yes, my lady. The officer who previously served Clovis saluted. The first order of business is a welcome party we've arranged for. He was interrupted, however, as Cornelia pointed her weapon, something of a mix between a sword and a gun, right at him, causing Yuffie to gasp slightly. Sloppy, senile, corrupt. She shook her head disapprovingly. Where is Zero? I want the enemy of the Empire caught. Get Zero. Chapter 7, Stolen Mask. Suzaku was the pilot. Lelich exclaimed in shock and surprise as he heard what Optimus just said, for the leader of the Autobots had just returned to the Ark after having witnessed Suzaku and Dreadwing defend Jeremiah from a surprise attack by the rest of the Purebloods as well as Starscream and his fellow Seekers. He also informed them of Princess Euphemia, as well as Megatron's appearance and his claim to be a protector of Britannia. Indeed he was. Optimus Prime confirmed. This nightmare, the Lancelot, moved and reacted the same way it did earlier in Shinjuku. It is without a doubt that Suzaku was the pilot. Well, what do you know? Cliffjumper said. Did not see that coming. Hard to believe a kid could give us all that trouble. Bulkhead noted. The way he moved though when I fought him, it felt like he was piloting that Lancelot thing for years. He's quite the fighter, I'll give him that. Bumblebee admitted, considering he fought the Lancelot. The Lancelot itself is quite the dangerous weapon as well. Fixit said as he accessed the Ark's systems and found the data on the aforementioned nightmare. From our own knowledge of Earth-built nightmare rays as well as our observations, this Lancelot can move at speeds that surpass any other Brightonian nightmare, as well as built-in shields and 4 sets of Harkins. From an scientific standpoint, this nightmare is a work of Sneezes, Breezes, genius. I'm actually a bit surprised Britannia let a so-called 11 pilot an advanced nightmare like that. Arky commented. I think it's more they're using him to test pilot it because he is an 11. Ironhide said. I agree. Ratchet said. This is clearly an advanced weapon, though due to human biology being physically weak, there is only so much pressure the human body can take. So if the guinea pig dies from the test, it's no skin of their bones, because the pilot wasn't a true Brightonian soldier. Bulkhead surmised, his face containing disgusted features. Optimus and everyone else, even CC, who remained silent during the exchange, looked towards Lelich as he looked down, his face being one of anger and confusion as he clenched his fists. Suzaku, one of the few people he could consider a true friend, the person who saved him and Nunnally 7 years ago from being killed, was now an enemy. Damn Britannia straight to hell for doing this to him. Hey Lelich, are you okay? Bumblebee asked in concern as he kneeled down in front of him. My friend is now my enemy, how do you think I feel? Lelich questioned in obvious sarcasm. Most of the Autobots grimaced a bit as they glanced towards Optimus, who looked sympathetically towards the former prince, as he knew exactly how that felt. However, this situation was very different than his own. Lelich, I do not believe that Suzaku has to be an enemy. The last of the primes began. We both know his intent on changing Britannia from within. Good luck with that. Cliffjumper commented, only to be silenced as Ironhide glared slightly in his direction. Despite how unlikely that outcome is, we are both aware that his intentions are good. Optimus continued. Though he may fight in the Britannian military once more in the future, I do not believe he is naive enough to fully trust Megatron or most of the Decepticons as they have now made their appearance. Protectors of Britannia, my mudflap! Bulkhead exclaimed. The cons are only here because we are. We already knew that would happen going in, and since Megatron is Britannia's true master, I'm not surprised he's playing that card. Archie said. Regardless, the fact remains that Suzaku, despite his current alignment, seeks to bring peace to this planet. Optimus continued. Which could make him a possible ally in the future. Lelich looked towards Optimus. I don't know how that'd be possible. Besides the fact he's as stubborn as a rock, he can't just openly join our side without the military using his position to crack down further on 11s. You could use your geese on him. CC suggested. Wouldn't be too difficult. I won't do that. Not to him. Lelich said immediately. Most of the Autobots looked in surprise. Did he really value Suzaku's friendship so much that he wouldn't use his geese and force him to work for him? Optimus however was not surprised, as he knew this from when he and Zero rescued Suzaku from his court-martial and went back of his own free will. We can figure that out later. Ironhide said. What do we do about Megatron? We do now have a general idea of who he has with him. Ratchet RESP1. Starscream and his band of Seekers are with him, not to mention Soundwave, but that's no surprise, though it would seem that even Dreadwing is at his command as well. Could you explain to me who these Decepticons are? Lelich requested. I'd like to know what my enemy is capable of. Fixit then accessed the systems from his own smaller console as he and Ratchet began to show images of certain Decepticons on the front screen of the Ark. Starscream is Megatron's second in command. Fixit explained. He used to be air commander of a neutral group of Seekers during the war. Seekers were considered to be the best flyers on Cybertron. He defected to Megatron's side once he took over his personal station. Alongside him are his commanders Thundercracker and Skywarp. Thundercracker is a scientist. Ratchet began. He's among the least reckless of the Decepticons, but he's also a capable fighter in the field. Skywarp, though small and remarkably unintelligent, always rushes in and is also capable of handling his own. Starscream himself however is a coward, always relying on sneak attacks and backstabbing. He's not above groveling either. Ironhide added. Then we have Dreadwing, a former captain of Seeker Armada back on Cybertron during the war. Fixit explained as Lelich continued to look through the images. He's among the strongest of the Seekers and is a master at both long-ranged and short-ranged weapons. His most preferred are remotely detonated bombs. He is also fiercely loyal to the Decepticon cause. Optimus added. Although I will say that he values loyalty and honor. Though he will not hesitate to terminate an enemy, he will do it on even ground and in battle, not through deception or manipulation. From the way you talk, it sounds like you actually respect him. Lelich observed. He did aid Suzaku in defending Jeremiah from Starscream and the Purebloods. Optimus said. I'm not surprised. Ironhide said. Most of the cons are pretty rotten, but at least this guy has his own sense of honor. Doesn't change the fact he's still a Decepticon. Archie said with a scowl. He took down a few of my friends during the war, so I'm not hanging my hopes on him. Bulkhead commented. I feel we're getting off track. Lelich said. Right, then we have Soundwave. Ratchet continued. Who is arguably the most dangerous of all the Decepticons next to Megatron himself. He is the eyes and ears of their cause, a technical and tactical genius. His skills as a fighter are pretty top-notch too. Ironhide added. He almost killed me more than once. He's that good, huh? Lelich raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you have no idea. Cliffjumper commented. Especially considering he's got a small army on him. Pardon. Soundwave carries an assortment of mini-cons with him. Fixit began to explain. There is Laserbeak, his own surveillance drone, Frenzy, who uses speed, Rumble, who can create minor shockwaves, and his most dangerous one, Ravage, who is fast, strong, and can attack from both short and long distance. The screen displayed the images of all 4 minicons, Laserbeak resembling a bird-like drone, Frenzy being a small red minicon, Rumble being a blue minicon of similar build with large pounders for arms, and Ravage which resembled a large jungle cat with razor-sharp teeth. Lelich hated to admit it, but he was impressed. This Decepticon seemed like a truly intelligent one and had disposable drones that each served a functional purpose to cover nearly every possible outcome. In a weird way, it reminded him of himself, and even his older brother Schneeisel, and it made him a bit uncomfortable. Soundwave's appearance didn't help all that much either. Is there anyone else? Lelich asked. Those are the only Decepticons I saw earlier today, besides Megatron himself. Optimus answered. It doesn't mean they're his only troops. Bulkhead said. For all we know, he could have a whole army. Not much we can do about that. Cliff Jumper said. But we can figure something out from the Brighton Neon side. So Prince Lelich, who we're gonna go up against now. Though he could tell Cliff Jumper was joking, Lelich didn't like it one bit. First of all, don't call me that again. Second, I wouldn't worry about Euphemia. She's no fighter and not much of a strategist either. From what I observed from her, it would seem she shares the same beliefs as Suzaku. Optimus added. She too wishes to bring peace to Earth. So she's not one of those fanatics who'd start a massacre? Archie questioned somewhat skeptically. Euphemia never once held a weapon in her life. Lelich commented. She may be a Brighton Neon princess, but I can see she's no killer. Her records seem to confirm that. Fixit added as he pulled up her data. There are no battle records, nothing to indicate that she participated in any form of combat or even politics. In fact, up until now, she has only been a student. So why send someone who's virtually useless here to where Clovis was killed? Ironhide questioned. I doubt it's to make peace. She's probably here because of Cornelia, who is the real threat from Britannia. Lelich replied. Cornelia Lee Britannia, the elder sister of Euphemia Lee Britannia, and second Royal Brighton Neon Princess. Fixit read her records. Also known as the Goddess of Victory, she is the Chief General of the Imperial Army piloting a custom-made Gloucester Nightmare. She also leads her own personal squad known as the Glaston Knights who also pilot Gloucesters. Goddess of Victory, huh? I'm guessing you don't get called that for losing. Cliff Jumper said. Her records indicate she has not lost a single battle, ever. Fixit said in a surprised tone. Yeah, well she's never gone up against us. Bulkhead said eagerly. Let's not jump the gun just yet. Ironhide said. We also have to keep an eye on Megatron. In addition to taking care not to endanger the civilian population of Japan. Optimus added. If I know Cornelia, she's going to want to sweep up the entire country looking for us. Lelich said. She'll start taking out other terrorist groups and resistance cells one by one till she finds us. So, Optimus, how should we proceed? Ratchet asked their leader. Lelich, you should return to Ashford for now. Optimus began. Bumblebee will accompany you, while the rest of us will work to contact Ogai's group on how we can proceed, until we know our enemy's intention. You're really going to be relying on them? Lelich questioned. They're the only resistance group we are currently acquainted with. Optimus informed. You even admitted that we alone cannot defeat Britannia and the Decepticons. I know what I said. Lelich stated. But from what I've seen from them, they're not exactly disciplined. What do you expect? They're not trained soldiers, not yet. Ironhide said. I'm not disapproving the idea, I'm only saying that when we do build our army, we have to be sure to set a proper example so that we become a force to be reckoned with. Lelich argued. Okay, that does make sense. Bulkhead nodded. Nonetheless, we cannot afford to take risks at the moment, the best thing we can do is wait. Optimus said. All right, then contact me when you're ready to proceed. Lelich said as he turned towards Bumblebee. Let's go. Got it. Bumblebee nodded before transforming. Lelich got into the driver's seat but looked in surprise to see CC getting into the passenger seat. "What are you doing?" "I'm going with you," CC answered. "Obviously." "No, you're supposed to stay here," Lelich told her. "It's too boring here," the green-haired immortal said. "Boring?" Lelich questioned. "This is an alien spacecraft being operated by giant sentient robots and you think it's boring?" "I'm over it," CC commented. "Plus there's nothing to eat here. Considering you were shot in the forehead, I don't think you need to worry about starving to death." Lelich lowered his eyelids. "I'd still like to eat something," she replied. "Lelich, come on, it's not like the whole world is out looking for her," Bumblebee bleeped through his radio. The young revolutionary sighed. "Fine." He sunk into the seat as Bumblebee drove off toward the ground bridge station on board the downed ship. It was nighttime by the time Bumblebee pulled up to the Ashford Academy clubhouse where Lelich and CC stepped out. "All right, one last time. Do you know anything about a boy named Rye?" Lelich asked CC. "That young man with white hair, blue eyes, and amnesia?" CC responded. "No, I don't. If you're going to stay here, then I think it's best he not see you, since he's taken up residence with Nunnally and myself," Lelich advised her. "Since he has amnesia, I doubt he'd recognize me from anywhere," CC commented. "I think he's more worried about word of a green-haired crazy girl getting out, which can lead to the military coming here and causing a whole bunch of problems," Bumblebee pointed out. "Exactly," Lelich confirmed. "Well, I suppose that makes sense." CC nodded. "I'll just wait inside Bumblebee till around midnight when everyone's asleep, then climb into your room." "Why my room?" Lelich asked. "Because," CC answered with a shrug. Lelich rolled his eyes. "Fine." He walked towards the clubhouse as CC got back inside Bumblebee. The black-haired youth entered the dining room to find Nunnally and Rye sitting at the table. "Hey, I'm sorry I'm late coming home," Lelich said. "Welcome home, Lelich," Nunnally greeted. "Hey, look who's back," Rye greeted as well. "Nunnally, what are you doing up so late?" her brother asked. "It's past 10 and we have school tomorrow." "It was my fault actually," Rye told him. "She was just telling me about, well, you and her being royalty and all." Lelich did not expect that response as his eyes widened and he gave an audible gasp of shock. "You told him?" Lelich questioned. "Since he's going to be living with us, I felt it was best to get that out in the open," Nunnally explained. "But you don't have to worry, we can trust him. You only just met him today," Lelich said in a tone that indicated he disapproved of her action. "Hey, it's okay, I won't say anything. It's the least I can do for taking me in," Rye assured. "I promise I'll keep your secret." Lelich looked serious for a moment before walking up. "Nunnally, would it be alright if I spoke with Rye in private?" "I promise I won't do anything, I just need to talk to him." Nunnally looked a bit unsure, but she was certain her brother wouldn't hurt Rye or anything. "Okay." Rye sighed as he stood up and followed Lelich into the kitchen. "Lelich, I get why you probably don't trust me with this. But I want answers," Lelich stated as he activated his geese and made eye contact. The red sigil flew from his eyes and into Rye's, his brainwave patterns shifted before a pair of red rings formed in his eyes. "All right, what do you need to know?" Rye answered automatically, now under the affects of Lelich's geese. "What do you know about a girl with green hair named C.C.?" Lelich asked. "I don't know anything," Rye responded. "This is the first time I've heard of that name." "You're certain?" Lelich persisted. "I am." Rye nodded. "What do you remember prior to arriving at Ashford?" Lelich asked. "Nothing past me waking up in the nurse's office and meeting you," Rye answered. "So my geese can't retrieve lost memories from amnesia." Lelich made a mental note before cutting off his geese. The rings faded from Rye's eyes as he gave a slight gasp. "Is everything all right?" he asked Lelich, having no memory of being under the geese. "It's fine, don't worry," Lelich told him. "But, I know you already said it, but I need you to promise me you won't say anything about me and Nunnally to anyone. I promise, I won't say a word about you and your sister, or about your asshole of a father. Rai responded, though that last comment caught him by surprise. I may have amnesia, but I'm not stupid enough to know that so-called emperor is a pathetic excuse for a human being. And about your mother I really am sorry. Nunnally told you about that? Lelich asked as Rai nodded. What else did she tell you? Only that Millie and Sayoko are the ones who know about you, and an old friend of yours named Suzaku. I see. Well, if Nunnally trusts you, that's all I need. Lelich assured. All right. Rai said with a smile as he and Lelich walked back into the dining room to talk with Nunnally a bit. Though Lelich wasn't exactly thrilled with Nunnally that she revealed their identities to a complete stranger, but Rai seemed like a pretty decent person, despite knowing so little about him. But now Lelich had to think of a plan for him and the Autobots for when they would face Britannia and the Decepticons. So long as there weren't any more surprises in store, things should be fine. The next day, Lelich couldn't contain yet another surprise as he saw someone standing at the front of the classroom greeting everyone. I'll be joining the student body here at Ashford Academy beginning today. My name is Suzaku Kururugi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pretty much every student in the class was shocked to say the least. Not only was he pretty much the first honorary Brightonian to end up at the school, but he was the very same that was previously accused of murdering Clovis, only to be revealed as a framed victim by the purebloods. On one hand, Lelich was glad to see him again. On the other, he was still angered a bit because now he knew him as the pilot of this Lancelot nightmare, which could present a problem for him in the future. The last thing he wanted was for his friend to become his enemy. But that can wait. The first thing he needed to do was talk to him after class, and at least make him feel a bit more welcomed and comfortable. It was the least they could do for trying to save him when they met and found CC back in Shinjuku. The rest of the class period proceeded pretty normally. It wasn't till after class was dismissed that Lelich overheard what people were really thinking and saying as Suzaku began to put his stuff away. What's an 11 doing here? He was a suspect in Prince Clovis' murder. But didn't the purebloods frame him? Seriously, that was cold. You don't really think he's a terrorist, do you? Working with that Zero guy and those Autobot things. One student asked worriedly as Colin glanced in Suzaku's direction. Of course he isn't, the school board would know something like that. An 11 here at school? Nina questioned in a somewhat frightened tone. He is an honorary Brightonian. Rivalts said. That fact didn't make Nina any less nervous. I know, but still all the same. Well, I think it's actually kind of exciting. Shirley said with a smile. I mean, he was face to face with transforming robots. How cool is that? We should. She was about to walk up and give him a friendly greeting, but Rivalts stopped her. The guy just got here, give him some space. Rivalts didn't mind the idea of Suzaku being here, but being the new guy was always a bit nerve-wracking, so he figured he let Suzaku settle in before saying hi. Lelich stood up from his seat and began to walk toward the door past Suzaku, who noticed Lelich the first time he entered the classroom, but hadn't said anything to him since then. Lelich walked into the doorway, before pulling up on his collar, surprising Suzaku, as he walked outside. Suzaku walked onto the roof of the building to see Lelich leaning against a railing before walking toward him. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. It had been 7 years since he'd last seen him, aside from Shinjuku, who knows how much Lelich has changed. But then again, he changed quite a lot himself in that time. Lelich turned to him with a friendly smile. 7 years since we used this signal, long time, huh? He greeted as he demonstrated said signal again. Meeting on the roof like the old days. Suzaku greeted back with a friendly smile as well. I'm glad you're okay, I've been worried. Alive and kicking thanks to you. You almost died, trying to protect me. I was just returning the favor, from 7 years ago. Suzaku said as Lelich's smile faded as that wasn't the most pleasant of memories. Suzaku then remembered. What about that girl, you know, from the capsule? I don't really know, we got separated during the fray. Lelich lied. But you would know more about her than I do, right? Suzaku looked down. No, the only ones who knew anything were the inner circle of the Royal Guard. I see. Lelich had a feeling that be the case, and most of the Royal Guard, including Clovis, were now dead, so not much he could do about that now. And your name, do I still call you Lelich? The records count my old identity among the dead. I go by the name Lelich Lamperouge now. Oh. What about you? I mean, you were face to face with actual living robots. That must have been nerve-wracking. Lelich said. Oh, you have no idea. Suzaku replied. I mean, we've both seen some pretty intense stuff, but something like that, alien robots, that's certainly something new. Alien? Lelich asked, trying to maintain a cover of ignorance. Oh yeah. I actually found out they are from another planet. Pretty amazing, huh? Suzaku said with an impressed smile. Yeah, and the way they just took out all those night Marrays at your court-martial. Lelich said. You saw that? Suzaku asked in surprise. Pretty sure the whole world saw it. Lelich stated. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But the way they just took down almost a dozen Brightonian night Marrays like that, especially considering those people framed you for something you clearly did not do. Lelich couldn't contain his own grin. I couldn't help but feel a tad bit of satisfaction for it. Suzaku understood why Lelich felt that way. He was well aware how much his friend hated his own country. Though he was grateful for Optimus and Zero's help, as well as them letting him go, he wished the situation would have been resolved without resorting to violence. But then again, the pure bloods were the ones who shot first, so he couldn't hold them solely responsible. Plus he had a feeling that Optimus was telling the truth about these Decepticons, as he had only met Megatron the previous night and he could tell right away that this particular being did not want peace as he claimed. But, how exactly did you end up from there to here? Lelich asked Suzaku, changing the subject. I'm surprised as you are. Suzaku replied. What are the odds we'd end up at the same school? Truth is, someone arranged for me to receive a proper investigation, and that person said a 17-year-old should be in school. Princess Euphemia, the same person who arranged for Suzaku's investigation, was looking at several paintings done by her late brother. Her eyes fell on one in particular, showing a much younger Lelich and Nunnally sitting by their late mother Mary Ann VI Britannia. Were all of these painted by Clovis? She asked. Yes. A butler responded. Yuffie brushed her hand along the surface of the one depicting her siblings that she missed so very much. Such gentle colors. Her eyes wavered a bit as she remembered the smiling faces of her brother and sister. Lelich. Nunnally. We've successfully identified the guerrillas. A staff officer on board Cornelia's mobile base reported as the data was illustrated on a radar screen at the front. That's good, now all we need is their hideout. Get that intel to the Viceroy. Darlton ordered. Yes, my lord. Several large motor cannons were lined along the side of a large mountain as they opened fire on multiple Brightonian tanks on the ground, who returned fire immediately. The rebel forces were able to keep the Brightonian military at bay, however this proved to be only a distraction as Cornelia's Gloucester came in from behind. What the? Is that Cornelia? The rebels tried to turn their turrets around to fire on the fast-moving Nightmare. Relics of a forgotten age. Cornelia spat as she maneuvered her Gloucester around the motor shots before leaping up into the air. While airborne, her Gloucester pulled out its rifle and opened fire, destroying a couple motors before she shot one of her Harkins to destroy one, and shooting another to take out a separate motor. Using the cords of the Harkins, Cornelia was able to maneuver around the motors shot at her even while airborne. She landed her Gloucester on the ruins of one destroyed motor turret before contacting her knight. Darlton, in here, correct? She asked, referring to the tunnel behind her. Yes, my lady. Shall we accompany you? Not for this level of resistance. She replied as she turned around and drove her personal Nightmare into the tunnel and into the mountain where the rebels were hiding. Understood. Cornelia entered the enemy base where she spotted the rebels. Surrender at once, you feeble-minded 11s. Down with Britannia. They all exclaimed as they opened fire with rifles, but they barely did any damage to the Nightmare as Cornelia looked around. Doesn't seem that Zero is here, no sign of any Autobots either. No point in going after them one at a time, I suppose. Vermin. Rot like the filth that you are. She opened fire with her Nightmare's rifle to mow down the rebels. Meanwhile, as Darlton and Guilford mopped up the remaining rebels outside the mountain, Dreadwing had maintained a fair distance away from the fight to observe. He wanted to see what Cornelia could do firsthand. She used her forces as a distraction before ambushing her enemy from behind. A simple and old tactic, but an effective one. She may not be much of a strategist, but her skills as a warrior are indeed impressive. Had she been born on Cybertron, she would have made an excellent gladiator in the pits of Kaon. He thought as he contacted the Nemesis. Dreadwing to Lord Megatron. The operation was a success. Viceroy Cornelia Lee Britannia has wiped out the group known as the Blood of the Samurai. We have yet however to seen the Autobots or this Zero. I'm not surprised. Megatron replied. I don't expect Optimus to be able to aid every resistance cell in Area 11. Maintain your position and aid the young Viceroy however you can. Should you locate Optimus, contact me immediately. Understood, my liege. Dreadwing said before he cut off the comms. Dreadwing was impressed with Cornelia's tenacity, though when facing the likes of the Autobots, he was rather uncertain. But then again, that is why he and the Decepticons were here, to better prepare Britannia in facing the Autobots, and he would be certain that Earth would be their final resting place. The Nemesis. Young Cornelia had only just now arrived in Area 11 and is already making her way through all the resistance cells in this country. She certainly doesn't waste any time. Megatron said as he stood on the bridge of his ship with Soundwave by his side. In the meantime, Soundwave, have you managed to locate Kurugi? Soundwave nodded. Excellent. I want you to keep an eye on him. Megatron instructed. Though I am certain he is not aligned with the Autobots, he seems like the individual who Optimus would take an interest in. Should you find anything related to the Autobots in any way, inform me at once. The silent Decepticon nodded once more before entering a set of coordinates in his visor. A ground bridge portal opened in front of him before walking inside and leaving the evil smirking alien warlord. Ashford Academy Clubhouse, evening. Hi Lelich, we're home. Nunnally greeted as she and Rai came in, with Sayoko pushing Nunnally's wheelchair. Hi there, welcome back. Rai, Sayoko. Lelich greeted before turning to his disabled sister. I've got a special present for you today. Really? What could it be? Nunnally asked, as she sounded excited. Lelich smiled before looking to Rai and Sayoko, bringing a finger over his mouth for the two to be quiet as he waved his hand toward the right. Suzaku then stepped out, causing Sayoko and Rai to look in surprise, but still kept quiet. The second Suzaku's eyes set upon Nunnally, he stiffened with nervousness. He quietly and slowly walked towards her before turning to Lelich, who nodded for him to proceed. He slowly kneeled down to her level and took her hand. Nunnally was surprised at first, but she gave a gasp as she recognized the feeling. This hand. Suzaku smiled, as did Nunnally as tears of joy fell down her face. Thank heaven. I knew it. I just knew you'd be all right. She held his hand close to her face. It's been a long time, Nunnally. After that reunion, Lelich and Nunnally told Rai about their history with Suzaku, about his father being the late Prime Minister of Japan before Britannia invaded. Of course they also had to explain to Suzaku about Rai's situation, about him having amnesia and him living with Lelich and Nunnally till he can regain some of his memories, and Nunnally telling him about her and Lelich's previous royalty status. Suzaku was a bit surprised but also happy to hear about Lelich opening up to some people, albeit reluctantly. So tell me, you will stay the night, won't you? Nunnally hopped as she, Suzaku, Lelich, and Rai all sat down for dinner. Suzaku's enrolled as a student at Ashford Academy now, so you can see him anytime you want to. Lelich told his younger sister. Is that true? Nunnally asked in a surprisingly excited tone. It would be nice to have some visitors here. Rai said as well. Well, I still have military duties, so I can't be here every day. Suzaku replied. Hold on, you were in the military. Rai voiced in surprise as Nunnally looked worried. Yeah, but don't worry, I've been assigned to the engineering corps. It's a lot less dangerous. Suzaku replied. Oh cool. Engineering, huh? Lelich of course knew Suzaku was lying, but chose not to say anything as to not upset Nunnally. He stood up to refill the teapot. "Oh, let me help you." Suzaku tried to stand up, but Lelich smiled in response. "You just sit down. Unlike 7 years ago, we get to be your hosts now," Lelich told him. Suzaku looked in surprise before smiling back. "It's funny, you're a lot more mellow than you used to be. And you're a bit more rough," Suzaku joked. "I suppose," Lelich said in a half-laugh before walking back into the kitchen. "So Rai, you really don't remember anything at all?" Suzaku asked the white-haired young man. "No, nothing prior to waking up here yesterday," Rai confirmed as his smile dropped. "No parents, no home, nothing?" Suzaku asked. "Nothing at all?" Rai said, causing Suzaku and Nunnally to offer sympathetic expressions. "I'm really sorry," Suzaku said in total honesty. "Thanks, but it's not all bad." "You know what the best part of having amnesia is?" Rai asked with a half-smile. No. "What is it?" Suzaku asked in confusion. Rai shrugged. "You tell me, I don't remember," he joked, causing Suzaku to laugh while shaking his head. Even Nunnally giggled a bit. Yeah, I know. Pretty corny huh?" Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Lelich shook his head with a smile at Rai's bad joke as he refilled the teapot. But his smile faded once he saw CC enter the room. "I told you to stay in my room. That boy out there, he's the Brighton Neon soldier from Shinjuku as well as the pilot of that Lancelot nightmare, isn't he? Are you sure this is wise?" she asked. "Don't worry, it's fine. He's an old friend from the past," Lelich said. "You're getting out, Jeremiah," Guilford said as the glass cell door opened to reveal Jeremiah bound in a straitjacket and looking at the Brighton Neon Knight with a hopeful expression. "Lord Guilford. You see I'm innocent, don't you?" However, Guilford did not share the same feelings. "Well, it seems in the eyes of the court you are, Orange Boy," he spat in disgust, much to Jeremiah's shock. "One thing is certain. You used Prince Clovis' death to further your own agenda, and allowed his true killer to escape, but not without suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of these Autobots. If it were up to me, I'd see that you rot away in this cell for the rest of your life. As of this moment, the Pure Blood's connections to the homeland have all been severed, and you've been demoted 3 ranks for failure." Jeremiah's face was one of complete horror. He had just now lost everything. And it was all because of Zero and those Autobots. "You have 2 options to choose from, starting over as a pilot, or cultivating an orange farm. Ashford Academy Clubhouse. You should come by again, Nunnally would enjoy it," Lelich told Suzaku as he was about to leave. "Sure, but Suzaku looked a bit uncertain. "Lelich, I don't think we should be seen together at school." "What do you mean?" Lelich asked in surprise. "Think, how would you explain it?" Suzaku began. "Being friends with an honorary Brighton Neon? We have to guard your secret. I know that Rai has promised not to say anything, but still, that doesn't change the dangers that could come if the wrong people find out. I don't want to cause you or Nunnally any trouble." "Doing it again, huh?" Lelich questioned in anger. "Everyone's needs but your own." "Again?" Suzaku questioned in surprise. "Forget it," Lelich grumbled. Despite this, the Japanese youth still gave a friendly smile. "Thanks for having me." He turned around and was ready to leave. "I'll see you." He noticed something out of the corner of his eye and looked in shock, so much so that his eyes widened like dinner plates. Lelich noticed where he was looking and looked in surprise. He noticed Bumblebee. It was no surprise that Suzaku would recognize the vehicle mode of the Autobot Scout considering he fought him in Shinjuku with the Lancelot, despite the change in license plate number as well as the subtle change in the paint job to make it look a bit rusty while on school ground. Scrap. He saw me. Bumblebee thought but kept as quiet and still as possible. "Hail Lelich, that car." Suzaku began, but the former prince interrupted him. "That's my car actually." "Yours?" Suzaku looked at him in surprise. "I kinda used to gamble, and I used the money I got to buy that. Lelich lied. Suzaku still looked at the yellow and black car in surprise. But, it looks just like that one Autobot from the news. Lelich finished. I assure you, it's not. It was in the parking lot when I saw the whole thing, and considering I've been driving it, I'd think I'd know if it was an alien robot. Suzaku seemed convinced. All right, I guess you got a good point. So, anyway, I'll see you later. Yeah. Lelich nodded reluctantly as he saw Suzaku walk away, before breathing a sigh of relief and walking towards Bumblebee. That was close, Bumblebee said once Suzaku was far enough away. So, Suzaku is at your school now. Looks that way. Lelich confirmed, in a tone that suggested he wasn't too thrilled. Not with Suzaku being there, but with that he knew his friend was right about them not being seen together at school. We should tell Optimus about this, he'd want to know, Bumblebee told him. Tomorrow after class. Lelich stated. Right now, I'm just not in the mood. Because he's still with the Brighton Neon military and we're probably going to fight him again in the future? Or that he's your friend and you can barely speak with him to hide your own identity? Both. Lelich confirmed, neither noticing CC looking at them from the window of Lelich's bedroom. The next day. Class seemed to be going pretty well the next day, that is until Suzaku walked in before class started and all the other students stopped talking and most looked towards him with surprise. A few of them looked with disgust at how an 11 attended their school. He sat down in the room, across from where Rai was sitting. Rai had been told by Lelich about Suzaku's request, and he didn't like it one bit. So what if the guy was from Japan? What did that matter? He was still human just like everyone else. Being from a different nation shouldn't be a crime. As he looked at some of the disgusted looks some of the students gave him, Rai's own fists clenched in anger. The Ark. The blood of the samurai. Ratchet questioned as Team Prime had contacted both Ogai and Zero on different lines, Ogai talking from a phone in his own small base hidden in a ghetto, and Lelich being at Ashford on his own cell phone. Yes, it hasn't made the news yet, but they were completely wiped out by Cornelia. Ogai informed. They were the largest resistance group in central Japan. I see, they're going after every large resistance group, likely searching for us, while also wiping out any enemy forces in the country that pose the biggest threat. Optimus said, it was actually a decent strategy. Yeah, it may only be a matter of time before she comes for us. Ogai stated. Unfortunately, Ogai, it's not just Cornelia we need to worry about. Zero told him. Huh. That's right, we have confirmation that Megatron is here. He and the Decepticons are getting ready to mobilize as we speak. Ironhide stated. What? They're here in Japan. Ogai practically screamed. Don't sound so surprised. Ratchet said. We knew they'd arrive sooner or later. I know, I just hoped that it would be later rather than sooner. Ogai admitted. Keep your head cool, Ogai, panicking will do no good. Zero said. Zero is correct. Optimus agreed. The best thing we can do now is to wait for our moment. Until we know what Megatron and Cornelia have planned, we'd only be charging in blindly, which is something we cannot afford. Okay, I understand. Ogai said with a sigh, having appeared to calm down. Sit tight, Ogai, we'll contact you soon on our next step. Zero told him. I understand. We'll wait for you. Ogai then hung up, leaving Lelich's line the only one on the Ark's frequency. Lelich, Bumblebee has told us that Suzaku is now a student at your school. Optimus said. Yes, I met with him yesterday. Is this going to be a problem? Ratchet asked. I don't think so. Lelich replied. He doesn't know I'm Zero, and he wouldn't do anything that would put Nunnally in danger. Here, he's no threat to anyone. Well, it would be easier for us to keep an eye on the kid then. Ironhide commented. Lelich, as we have told Ogai, it is best that you remain at Ashford for the time being. Should we need you, we will contact you. Alright, and I don't think this needs to be said, but I feel it's best the rebels don't learn about Suzaku piloting that Lancelot, it could cause some trouble. Lelich stated. Understood. Optimus nodded. Contact me as soon as you can, once you're ready to proceed. Lelich hung up. Lelich hung up his phone as stood in the middle stairwell where nobody else was, having something of a contemplated look on his face. Why does it feel like I'm taking orders from them? I'm nobody's subordinate. His thoughts were cut off as he glanced out the window. He was nearby and noticed Suzaku washing his white shirt which had red writing on it that said, "Go back to your ghetto, 11. That caused Lelich's eyes to widen in shock. Meanwhile, in a separate part of the school, Nina was typing furiously on a computer, solely focused on the data she was working on when the door opened. Nina. She gave a slight gasp as she was startled, but calmed down when she saw it was Nunnally who came in via her electric wheelchair. I'm sorry, am I too loud? Not at all, why are you here? Nunnally asked. What about class? Nina shivered slightly. Oh. Something wrong. Well, I don't know, a little scary. Nina held her arms with fear. Scary? Nunnally questioned. We have a transfer student at our class now. Nina said. It's that boy who was accused of murdering Prince Clovis. The same one with those giant scary robots. He's an 11. Nunnally gasped, as she knew she was talking about Suzaku. Nina was afraid of him, which caused the younger girl to look sad. The Ark. Cornelia and Megatron, huh? Well, so much for it being easy. Cliff Jumper commented. When is it ever easy for us? Bulkhead questioned. Optimus, with all due respect, I can see where Lelich and his geese can help us. Arky began. But I can't help get this feeling that he only sees us as tools to bring down Britannia. Do you believe he may betray us? Optimus asked. Why would Lelich do that? Fixit asked. His reasons for fighting Britannia are sound, and seeing how the Decepticons are now allied with them, I see no reason why he would side with them. Well, he does know that he needs us if he stands any chance of taking down Megatron too. Bulkhead pointed out. I'm not saying Lelich would go over to their side, I sincerely doubt he would. Arky pointed out. But I don't think that he's on our side, or anyone's side but his own. We already figured he had trust issues, Arky. Cliff Jumper said. Given what happened to him and his sister, I'm not really surprised. You all heard how he spoke yesterday, however. Ratchet said. His goal is indeed to bring down Britannia, and maybe he does have the right reasoning to do so, but his methods and his ideology. Not to mention his friendship with Suzaku. Ironhide added. Two good friends wanting to change their world, while one doesn't believe in violence as a means of achieving justice, the other wants to overthrow the old regime through force. This all sounds far too familiar for comfort. Optimus had a serious expression as he spoke. You believe the situation involving Lelich and Suzaku parallels that of my former friendship with Megatron before the war. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't more than concerned about history repeating itself. Ratchet admitted. I am more than aware of the similarities between these situations. Optimus said. As well as the characteristics between Suzaku and my younger self, as well as that with Lelich and Megatron. However, I have noticed a fair amount of differences as well with both of them. I can respect Suzaku's beliefs, on his goal of changing the Britannian Empire from within through peaceful methods, and perhaps there are those who will try to aid him, such as Princess Euphemia. However, Suzaku has yet to understand that there are those with power who will do whatever it takes to maintain that power, those who refuse to change for the better. A lesson that I learned myself when it was already too late. All the Autobots were listening to Optimus and gave him sympathetic expressions as they, Ironhide and Ratchet in particular as they knew him the longest, that he did try to bridge peace between Autobots and Decepticons and tried to reason with Megatron several times, only to learn the hard way that Megatron and many of his followers do not want peace, but power. The same goes for Lelich. Optimus continued. I am aware that his goals may be extreme, and may parallel Megatron's, however at his core, Lelich is good, despite both his upbringing and his experiences. Bumblebee has told me of what he learned of the relationship between Lelich and his sister Nunnally, and we have seen that he values his friendship with Suzaku, even refusing to use his geese on him to get what he wants. That is the difference that separates Lelich from Megatron. He is young and he has much to learn, but he is capable of both compassion and love, driven by a desire to create a world not for himself but for those he cares for. Megatron's only desire has been to obtain power solely for himself and no one else. And you believe you can help guide Lelouch down a more peaceful path? Ratchet questioned. One of justice, not revenge. Yes. Optimus confirmed with a nod. Britannia must be stopped, but we must also do what we can to avoid becoming just like them. Megatron will do everything in his power to obtain what he wants. He will drive this Earth to the breaking point. No matter what, we cannot allow this world, or humanity, to pay for our mistakes. We're with you, Optimus, all the way. Archie swore as she clenched her fist. Got that right. Bulkhead nodded. You know I'll always stand by your side, Optimus. Ratchet confirmed. So will I. Ironhide swore. And if it also means smacking some sense into Lelouch, then so be it. It's time to show the Khans and Britannia that they aren't the only superpower here. Cliffjumper said. I may not be a fighter, but I am an Autobot. Fixit stated. And I will do everything I can to stop the Decepticons. Optimus nodded as he gave a slight smile. It has been an honor serving with you all. A deliverer man from Pizza Hut had pulled up to the Ashford clubhouse with a large pizza and was about to ring the doorbell when CC already opened it. Oh, thanks for all the repeat business. Although the name on the account we debit has a guy's name on it. Is that okay? However, neither of them noticed a stray black cat, the very same one Suzaku and Euphemia had met when they first met and bandaged up, walk into the clubhouse underneath C.C's feet. Lelouch worked on creating a secondary compartment on his personal bag for him to store his Zero mask in, with said mask being in front of him. If he ever needed to don his identity as Zero, it would be best to have the mask on him at all times as to assume his role as a revolutionary as soon as possible. CC walked in with her personal pizza, with the cat right behind her, and saw what he was doing. Trying to hide your mask, huh? Unlike my geese, the mask is a physical piece of evidence. Lelouch responded as he put the mask in his bag when Nunnally came in. All right, Lelouch, the tea is ready when you are. His sister told him before sniffing something. That smell. Hey, did you order pizza again? I'm racking up reward points. I'll be right down, okay. Lelouch got up and left his open bag on the table. Lelouch, maybe you should cut down on the pizza. Nunnally advised lightheartedly. You wouldn't want a blubbery belly. Just don't touch or rub it, okay? Lelouch joked as he walked past CC. Oh, scary. Nunnally laughed as they both left the room. As CC looked in the direction where they left, she failed to notice the cat digging its way through Lelouch's bag until the bag fell down on top of the cat, where it gave a loud meow in distress. She looked in the direction where it happened as the cat slipped past her with something on its head. What the heck? Lelouch sighed. Yeah, Rai told me he saw some of that going on. They're just being cruel to Suzaku. Nunnally said as she held her tea. It was no secret that several of the students were openly displaying racism towards the so-called 11. No, it's just. These things take time, people will come around. Lelouch tried to assure his sister. Isn't there anything you can do, though? Nunnally asked. I mean, he is your friend. Lelouch didn't really have an answer for that. There were just a lot of complicated feelings about Suzaku right now. However, Lelouch's thoughts were interrupted when he saw the stray cat enter the room and meow, which just so happened to have his Zero mask on its head. This caused Lelouch to stand up and practically scream in shock, causing Nunnally to look in surprise. The cat hissed as Lelouch tried to chase after it. Hey! Give that back. Lelouch. Nunnally titled her head. The cat gave multiple annoyed and distressed meows as it tried to shake the mask off its head while also being chased out the window by Lelouch. A cat. A stupid little cat. He climbed out the window and chased it outside. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way I'm getting exposed by a lousy feline. CC ate a slice of pizza when she saw Lelouch chasing the cat from the window in Lelouch's room. That wasn't my fault, was it? I didn't touch anything. Thanks to help from Sayoko, Nunnally had called Rai, Volts, Millie, and Nina to see if they could help. A cat? Rai asked in surprise. Yeah, that's right. Nunnally confirmed. I think a cat ran off with something pretty important to him. Important? Millie questioned. I'm not sure what exactly, but I'm positive it was something of value to him. Nunnally said. Because, I've never heard my brother sound like that. He was completely hysterical. That's weird, what could be so important to the guy? Rivalts wondered. Maybe the keys to his car. Rai suggested. A love letter. Nina wondered. An embarrassing photo. Millie guessed. Poetry he wrote. Rivalts guessed as well. Poetry. Nunnally questioned, her brother wasn't a poet so it probably wasn't that. Well, whatever it is, we're gonna help him find it, right? Rai asked as he saw Millie and Rivalts sharing mischievous smirks. Leave it us. Millie assured. We'll get our hands on this thing before Lelich has a chance to blink. Just you wait. She gave Nunnally a thumbs up, despite the younger girl not being able to see it. Rai didn't know why, but he did not like the look in Millie's eyes. Lelich had chased the cat to the main school building as he followed it the garden and apparently lost it for a second. If I had the Autobots with me, we could encircle the enemy, no. If they found out about this, I'd never hear the end of it. He spotted the cat running along the roof and began to follow it along the ground, but he wasn't watching where he was going and ended up tripping over a bush. The cat jumped down onto the ground and ran past Lelich as he got up. Get it together. Lelich said to himself as he resumed the chase with the cat making it inside the building. It passed by a few students in the hall, but none of them appeared to have noticed it, save for two girls as it stopped near them to try and shake the mask off. What's up with that cat? Is that the mask Zero wears, or am I crazy? The other one asked as they saw the cat run off. No way, why would it be here? Lelich had just stopped in front of them. You two saw it. He quickly activated his geese. Forget everything you've just seen. Immediately, red rings formed in both their eyes. Sure, no problem at all. They both said at the same time. Good. He continued to chase the cat throughout the hallways till he heard the school chime. This is Millie Ashford, your student council president. Cat hunt everybody. The announcement reached all across campus, including the room where Suzaka was studying, and even where Bumblebee was parked outside as CC sat on his hood while eating a slice of pizza. Cat hunt? Bumblebee questioned out loud. Millie was in the announcement room along with Nina, Rai, and Nunnally as she spoke through the intercom. There's a cat loose that needs to be rounded up. Put everything on hold, people. Participating clubs will get budget priority. Is all this really necessary? Rai thought as he looked in a mixture of surprise and nervousness. It even reached the pool room where the swim club was at, with Shirley prepared to take a dive off the top diving board. And whoever manages to catch our feline friend will get an extra special prize. A big old kiss from one of the members of the council. Wait. What? Rai practically shouted over the intercom in near horror. That announcement caused Shirley to lose her balance as she screamed and comically fell off the diving board to belly flop into the pool. Members of the Wait Like Me? Colin questioned in shock. Exactly. At least 24 boys from the Film and Science Club popped out of the bushes, much to Colin's surprise. You've been hanging around the student council, haven't ya? I wouldn't mind a taste of those lips. It's not like gonna be a lame peck on the cheek though, is it? A kiss on the cheek would be fine with me. Wait, we can choose where she lands it. Oh, yeah. The perverted guys all moaned while Colin had a look of comic horror, getting a whole bunch of stalker and rape vibes from this. All right. All the guys shouted as they ran off to search for the cat. There's no way that's how I'm gonna get my first kiss. Colin exclaimed with her face being more red than Cliff Jumper's paint job as she ran for her life to catch the cat before some random pervert did. What from a member of the council? Does that include Lelich? A female student asked as she and several other girls squealed in delight. Actually, I prefer Millie. One girl said shyly, much to the other girl's surprise. Could you get back in the closet please? A horribly insensitive girl stated. Hut. 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 The football team was already on the run for the cat. We have the advantage in mobility. The equestrian club was on horseback. Hurry, look for catnip. Science will prevail. The science club tried to dig into the ground. And when you do catch that cat, bring whatever it's carrying to me. To me. To me. Millie exclaimed joyously before coughing furiously over the intercoms. Scrap. This is the last thing I need. Lelich cursed as he tried to find the cat after losing it in the hallways. Colin ran through the halls as well. Offering people up as prizes, that's why I hate Brightonians. She stopped however as she passed by a few other students in order to maintain her sickly facade, but resumed running once they were gone. Damn it. Why do I have to pretend that I'm sick and feeble? Colin however bumped into someone around the corner. Geez, I'm sorry about that. She however looked in surprise to see who she bumped into. Shirley, why are you dressed like that? Colin questioned on account Shirley was still in her bathing suit. I didn't have time to change, they're gonna make us kiss somebody. Shirley stated as she looked like she was about to have a panic attack. We gotta hurry. I'm with you. Well, this could be a problem. Cece said as she stood up from Bumblebee's hood. What could be? Bumblebee asked. That thing the cat is carrying, happens to be Lelich's Zero mask. Wait, what? The Autobot scout exclaimed through bleeps. How the heck did that happen? You got me. Cece shrugged as she got into the driver's seat. But we better find it. How are we supposed to do that? Bumblebee questioned. I can't just transform and look for a cat. And I can't drive without someone in the driver's seat. That's why I'm sitting here. Cece said. All you have to do is drive and find the cat, I'll grab it and the mask. Well, sure, but do you want Lelich's cover to be blown? Cece questioned. Then you better find that cat. If he could, Bumblebee would have an exhausted look on his face. Oh Primus, help me. Fine, let's go. But don't expect me to kiss anyone. He drove off toward campus to try and find the cat and mask any way he could. Rai, where are you going? Nunnally asked, as Rai was about to run out of the room. To find that cat. Rai exclaimed. I don't know if I was kissed or not before, and I don't want my first kiss to be with some random stranger. He ran out of the room as Millie drank a glass of water to clear her throat. Nunnally, is there anything about this cat that's special? Nina asked as Nunnally began to think. Millie brought the intercom towards her mouth so that everyone else could hear her description. I think that its leg must be hurt, because its footsteps sounded off to me. And oh, I almost forgot, it meowed like this. Meow. Nunnally's attempt at a meow echoed well past campus, with all the other students cheering and meowing at the same time. It was even heard by Soundwave as he stood on the roof of a building 3 blocks away. Though he honestly couldn't care what the students were doing, all this activity would make it difficult for him to get any closer without drawing attention to himself, and he needed to be discreet to fulfill his master's mission. Should you find anything related to the Autobots in any way, inform me at once. Soundwave repeated Megatron's orders through his recordings before deploying Laserbeak from his chest. The drone that set off for Ashford Academy. "'Kay, let's go." Millie hopped into the sidecar of Rivalt's motorcycle. "What happens if a member of the student council catches the cat?" Rivalt's asked. "We don't get a prize, do we? Do we get a kiss?" "But of course." Millie answered. "That's so." Rivalt's was now all the more motivated to catch the cat, if it meant getting a kiss from Millie. "Well, what are we waiting around for then? This is my day to shine." He drove off in hot pursuit. "Hey! No speeding on campus!" a random teacher called out. Colin and Shirley had actually managed to corner the cat underneath a table as it hissed defensively at them. Fortunately, they did not see the mask that was still stuck on its head. Colin had also provided her jacket to Shirley to give her some decency as she was beyond embarrassed for running around campus in her swimsuit. "Okay, we do this right and our lips will be safe. Shirley, you cover the rear." Colin was about to approach the cat. "Wait a sec." Shirley stopped Colin. "What's the matter?" the redhead asked. "Who would you want to get a kiss from? Is there anyone in particular?" Shirley asked, surprising Colin. It wouldn't be Lulu, would it? Colin did not expect that sort of question. Just what would make you think that? Shirley stuttered as her cheeks turned pink. Oh well, I guess, it's just. As she stuttered, the cat used this opportunity to slip past the two girls, neither of them noticing the zero mask that it was still wearing. The cat was running along the roof toward the clock tower. Suzaku happened to spot it, but didn't get a good look at what it had on its head. Hey, that's... He ran towards the bottom of the clock tower, where he ran into both Rai and Lelich. Suzaku. Lelich and Rai both questioned in shock. Lelich. Rai? You guys are looking for the cat too? Suzaku asked. Well, it's kinda my fault. Rai rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Nunnally told me the cat had something of yours, Lelich. I told Millie. Lelich looked at Rai in surprise. And I thought she'd try to help, but I had no idea she'd bring the whole freaking school in on it. Ordinarily Lelich would have been angry, but there were other things to be worried about right now. You clearly don't know Ashford's resident she-devil. She-devil? Suzaku questioned in surprise when the trio heard a loud meow from the cat echoing at the top of the clock tower. Up there. Suzaku. Rai. Wait. Lelich tried to chase after them as fast as he could, though he was in far less shape than they were, with Suzaku at the lead and Rain the middle as they ran up the stairs. Don't go up there. But the student council president said to catch it. Suzaku exclaimed as they continued to climb the stairs. Well, it's my fault, so I should catch it. Rai tried to argue. Plus I don't wanna be kissed by some random stranger. Then I'll catch the cat. Lelich argued back as he fell a bit behind. Don't worry about it. I was always more agile than you. Suzaku told him. Remember when that little bird got loose? A bird? Rai questioned. Quit talking ancient history. Lelich exclaimed. It was only 7 years ago. Suzaku stated as he got a major lead, with Rai falling behind to help Lelich. You okay, Lelich? Rai tried to help him up. He tried to catch his breath. He always was an exercise nut. Bumblebee had driven towards the back of the clock tower to avoid being seen. His optics spotted the cat as it climbed out of the window and toward the bell at the top. Okay, I see the cat. Now you go and get it. He told Cece, who was still in the driver's seat. Not a good idea. Cece said. There's already a huge crowd. More than a dozen students were at the front of the tower. None of them noticed Bumblebee in his vehicle mode on the other side as everyone kept their eyes on the top. This included Shirley, Colin, Nina, and Nunnally, even Rivalts and Millie as the blue-haired teen pulled up in his motorcycle. So someone's got it cornered, huh? So who's the lucky winner? Millie asked. Up there. Shirley pointed to the top of the roof where Suzaku was climbing closer to the cat. Suzaku. Easy now, you don't have to be scared. Suzaku tried to ease the cat as Rai climbed out the window after him. You got it? Rai asked. Suzaku. Rai. Come back. Lelich called to them as he stuck out the window. It's all right, leave this to me. Suzaku insisted with Rai being close behind him. Lelich scowled. He never went with the crowd like this. It's no wonder the military is having him pilot the Lancelot. He had to think of something and fast. Lelich then pretended to lose his grip and was actually about to slide off the roof. All the students on the ground looked in shock and terror at this sight. Even Bumblebee could see it and he looked like he was about to make a move, but Cece put her foot on his brakes to stop him. Suzaku looked back and gasped. Lelich. Crap. Rai exclaimed as he and Suzaku both slid down the roof to try and grab him. Lelich was about to completely slide off the roof. Fortunately Rai caught his left hand and used his feet to steady himself on the gutter while Suzaku caught Lelich's right arm and caught the window with his other hand. Lelich, are you okay? Suzaku asked him. Yeah. He responded as he was practically dangling off the roof while all the students below looked in surprise. Suzaku and Rai tried to pull him back up, while Lelich looked past them to see the cat slide underneath the bell, allowing the zero mask to slide off. He saw it bounce off the roof a bit before catching on a window pike on the other side, where no one else could see it, causing Lelich to inwardly breathe a huge sigh of relief. Suzaku and Rai pulled Lelich back up and to safety. You okay? Rai asked him. Yeah, thanks. Lelich nodded. Pretty calm for someone on the verge of death. Suzaku tried to joke to lighten the mood. Yeah right, I was just limp with fear. Millie couldn't hear them, but she could tell there was some interaction between the three of them. Hey, what's going on? Nunnally asked. Ryan, that new transfer student, just saved Lelich from a really close call. Millie answered, causing Nunnally to look in surprise before smiling. Suzaku had managed to grab the cat from the bell tower and pull it inside, with the cat biting down onto his arm as Lelich and Rai looked at it. Suzaku recognized it from the first time he met Euphemia, but chose not to say anything. So this is the little troublemaker. Lelich wanted to wring its neck for nearly exposing him like that. He doesn't have a collar, probably a stray. Rai said. Kinda like me. He joked a bit, causing Suzaku to chuckle slightly, and even Lelich gave a half smile. Wonder what it was carrying though, the president said it had something. Suzaku wondered. Those were my car keys. Lelich said. Your car keys? Rai and Suzaku questioned at the same time. You risked your life for some car keys? Suzaku questioned in comical disbelief. Well, I wouldn't some random guy getting them and stealing my car. Lelich stated. Guess you got a point there. Rai said. And hey, Lelich, I'm sorry for this whole mess, I didn't mean. Don't worry about. Lelich assured. Just be sure to watch your back around Millie. She's a good person, but she can be a real demon when she wants to be. Rai chuckled nervously. Yeah, I think I noticed. You guys go on ahead, I just gotta get my keys real quick. Sure thing. Suzaku nodded. Lelich had exited out the back door of the bell tower with his Zero Mask safe in his hands when he looked in surprise to see both Bumblebee and CC inside the driver's seat. You got it, nobody saw it. Bumblebee asked as Lelich quickly came to the car. Yeah, right here. He handed CC the mask, which she took into her hands. You really should be more careful with this sort of thing. CC advised. Shut up. He glared at the immortal girl before speaking to Bumblebee. We will never speak a word of this to anyone again. My lips are sealed. Bumblebee assured, no doubt Ironhide and Ratchet, and even Archie, would grill both him and Lelich hard for something like this. Well, they would be if I had any. He then drove off away from the students down a path that no one would see with CC and the Zero Mask safe inside. However, neither of them noticed something passing over them. Lelich would have probably dismissed it as a regular bird if he saw it, but it wasn't a bird. It was Laserbeak, who flew over and flew back in the direction it came from. Suzaku and Rai had both walked outside to where the other students were waiting for them, with the cat still biting down on Suzaku's arm. The situation felt really awkward as everyone was staring at Suzaku, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. However, Shirley smiled before running up to them. You saved him. Thank you so much, Suzaku. You to Rai. Yeah, way to go there, guys. Rivals gave them both a friendly smile and a thumbs up. That cat was carrying something, wasn't it? Millie asked excitedly. Yeah, it was Lelich's car keys. Suzaku answered. His car keys. Millie, Shirley, and Rivals all exclaimed at the same time. That's exactly what we said. Rai said with a nervous laugh. You're kidding me? Millie exclaimed. I started this whole cat hunt only to find out Lelich just lost his keys. What did you think it was? My baby pictures or something? Lelich questioned irritably as he walked outside to join everyone. Millie comically pouted. Ah. After all this time I thought I finally had some dirt on you. Yeah, he almost lost his cool for once. Shirley said in a disapproving tone towards Millie. Rai and Suzaku shared humorous smiles as they glanced toward Lelich. So do you two know each other then? Colin asked in regards to Lelich and Suzaku, causing them and Rai to look in surprise. Yeah, but he's an 11. Nina said nervously, causing Nunnally to look in worry. So what? What the hell does that matter? Rai exclaimed, surprising everyone. So what if he's from Japan? That doesn't mean he's any less human. He eats, talks, bleeds, and breathes the way all we do. I don't care where he's from, he just saved Lelich's life, the life of one of my friends. As far I'm concerned, he's my friend too. Rai stated as he put a firm hand on Suzaku's shoulder. Pretty much everyone was surprised with what Rai said. Though Suzaku was grateful for his support, it made him a bit nervous about the slander he could receive for standing for an 11, but that didn't deter the white-haired boy, nor the raven-haired former prince. Well said, Rai. Lelich nodded, surprising Suzaku. He's my friend too. He looked towards Millie. Madam President, would you permit both him and Rai as members of the student council? This request surprised everyone even further. The rules are clear, all students are required to join a club, although it would be nice for Lelich to have them close as he did consider both of them his friends, it would also give him a better opportunity to keep an eye on them and see if Rai can remember anything about his past, to see if he's connected to CC, and maybe see about Suzaku in regards to him being the pilot of the Lancelot. But since Millie was the president, she had final say. Everyone else looked to Millie as she came to a decision. Well, you are the vice president, so I suppose I can't refuse. Her choice caused Rivalds, Shirley, and even Colin to smile. She was one of the few people who knew Lelich and Nunnally's true identities. That being said, she also knew of the time when they were under the Kurugi household before Japan was invaded, so she could tell they had a history with Suzaku, plus she'd like to keep an eye on Rai to help him remember anything on his past. Well then, I'd say that's the end of that. Nunnally said as she rolled close to them. Now come here you three, lend me an ear. Lelich, Rai, and Suzaku each looked in surprise but leaned in close to Nunnally before she kissed all three of them in the cheek, causing them to look in further surprise. Nunnally. Suzaku uttered in surprise. There you go, the reward Millie promised. Nunnally told them. Rai, you said you didn't want to be kissed by a stranger. Well, I'm not a stranger, and I'm an honorary student council member, so I'd say this still counts. Rai chuckled nervously. Thanks Nunnally, but I think it's best we just stay friends. Though it was entirely meant as a joke, as several others did manage to laugh. Yeah, that is for the best. Lelich told him, though his face was smiling, his eyes gave Rai a warning saying, try anything and you're dead. Alright then. Let's celebrate the catching of the cat. Rivalds exclaimed. Everything's on the new guys naturally. Oh, back off. Shirley scolded him before smiling at Suzaku. Hi there, I'm Shirley. Pleasure to meet you. Oh right, I'm Rivalds. Millie Ashford, student council president. Though he was surprised, Suzaku couldn't help but smile as other students began to smile and introduce himself or herself to him. Thank you, the pleasure's all mine. As all the other students began to interact with Suzaku, the only one who didn't seem thrilled about this was Nina as her eyes shook nervously. Laserbeak flew away from Ashford Academy and made his way back to Soundwave. The surveillance drone attached itself back to Soundwave's chest before its data downloaded into Soundwave's drives. His faceplate shifted to a record view of Lelich handing Bumblebee his mask. You got it, nobody saw it. Yeah, right here. You really should be more careful with this sort of thing. Shut up. We will never speak a word of this to anyone again. My lips are sealed. His visor zoomed in on the object in Lelich's hands, which he identified as the Mask of Zero, and ran Lelich's voice through his data and found that it matched Zero's 100%. With the data needed, Soundwave transformed into his vehicle mode and flew off. Every single student and faculty member of Ashford Academy had gathered in the main auditorium for a mandatory announcement. A massive television screen flickered on before it projected the image of a massive gathering at Pendragon with the words, Prince Clovis State Funeral. But it wasn't just Ashford Academy watching. Meanwhile at the Ark, all of Team Prime, save for Bumblebee, who still remained at Ashford Academy, gathered in front of the massive holographic screen projecting the same image. At Pendragon, hundreds of people including nearly every noble had been gathered together, as well as countless soldiers in the homeland as other members of the royal family, both prince and princess as well as the other consorts all sat in the back as a single man began to step up. And now, His Royal Majesty, the 98th Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. At Ashford, Lelich shot the man a hateful glare, while at the Ark, Optimus gave a serious expression at the sight of the man. All living beings are not created equal. Charles Z.I. Britannia began. Some are born with more power. Some are born swifter afoot. Some with greater beauty. Some with greater strength. Some born into poverty. Some are born possessing abilities that others do not. And others, born sick and feeble. Both in birth and in upbringing. In sheer scope of ability, every living being is inheritedly different. At Ashford everyone was paying attention, though many had different expressions. Shirley looked serious as her eyes shook with fear while Nina had a similar expression. Millie also looked in seriousness, Rivals crossed his arms and had a half smirk. Colin tried her best to hide her hate as her eyes shook. Rye looked at the man and clenched his fists. Was this man really Lelich and Nunnally's father? The same one who banished and exiled them just for their mother's death and Nunnally's condition. The more he thought about it, the more he hated this man, and he wanted nothing more than to punch his face and knock out a few teeth. Yes, that is why people discriminate against one another. Which is why there is struggle, competition, and the unfaltering march of progress. At the Ark, Archie, Ironhide, and Bulkhead shot looks of hate towards the image of Charles. Fixit was greatly intimated, the expression on his face being one of fear. Ratchet and Cliffjumper had hardened expressions while Optimus had a serious look on his face. He could easily tell why Lelich despised his own father and didn't blame him for it. This man was the flesh and blood incarnation of Megatron and everything the Decepticons stood for. Inequality is not wrong, equality is. Though most people at the TV studio were listening to Charles's speech, Diet Hard Ride was focusing solely on the recorded footage of Zero's debut with the Autobots. What of the EU, which made equality a right? Rabble, politics, by a popularity contest. The Chinese Federation with its equal distribution of wealth. A nation of lazy dullards. But not our beloved Britannia. Ogai and the rest of his comrades in the Kojaki resistance cell watched the TV, and most could either glare or look in fear. Ogai was among the former. The Britannian military across Area 11 watched and listened as well, including the now demoted purebloods along with Jeremiah and Valletta, even Lloyd and Cecile in the Special Corps. Though Lloyd honestly couldn't care less. We fight, we compete, evolution is continuous. Evolution, such a pretty little word. Lloyd mused amusingly. Several of the countless Viacan troopers throughout the Nemesis found themselves listening to Charles' speech as well. Among them were Starscream, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Dreadwing. Though Dreadwing and Thundercracker looked with serious expressions, Skywarp looked bored out of his mind while Starscream merely smirked. Britannia alone moves forward, steadying alone into the future. Spoken like a true puppet. Starscream said with a chuckle. Even the death of my son Clovis demonstrates Britannia's unswerving commitment to progress. Both Euphemia and Cornelia stood together and watched. Cornelia maintained an ironclad position, while Euphy tired to stand straight, but one look in her eyes said that she was crying hard on the inside. And now, I have a special message I'd like to give to a certain group of individuals. To this Zero and these beings called the Autobots who claim to fight for the ridiculous and false concepts of justice and freedom. Charles continued. You have made a grave mistake in challenging Britannia. All other foes who would dare challenge us have all fallen, and you shall suffer the same fate. You may be strong, but you misuse your power in defending the weak. That alone makes you weak, not in physical strength but in will. Do you hear me, Optimus Prime? No matter how you may challenge us, we will fight on. We shall struggle, compete, plunder, and dominate. And in the end, the future shall be ours. All hail Britannia! 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 Bumblebee heard all of this from his own radio as CC sat in the driver's seat while holding the helmet of Zero. So, this is your enemy? Yep. Bumblebee confirmed. Just from this speech alone, Bumblebee had begun to hate Charles with every fiber in his body, almost as much as Megatron. He was looking forward to knocking Britannia down a peg. Bring it on, you wannabe Megatron! Bulkhead exclaimed. Bring it on. Who else votes for ground bridging to Pendragon and making him eat his own words? Cliffjumper proposed. I wouldn't mind. Archie commented, her hate-filled eyes not shifting from the screen. "Remember, we have to proceed carefully," Ratchet reminded the team. "Yes, like Lelich previous said, we don't want to plunge the Earth into chaos," Fixit stated. "Yeah, we know," Ironhide stated. "But that doesn't make me hate this man any less." "Indeed," Optimus agreed. "Even without Megatron's influence, this world has produced its own Decepticons in human skin." As Suzaku looked at the image, he couldn't help but recall the one question Optimus asked him that he couldn't forget no matter how hard he tried. What if you go down this path, and you're wrong? The more he thought about it, especially after hearing Charles's speech, the more it seemed to make sense. No. Suzaku clenched his fists. He can't be wrong. He just can't be. Because if he was, and Britannia can't change, what hope is there for this world? Lelich glared at the image of his father. He swore, even if it was the last thing he did, he would obliterate his father's empire. He would burn him and everything he stands for to the ground. No matter what. Megatron stood alone on the bridge of the Nemesis as he saw and listened to the whole speech. He couldn't help but give a smirk of pride. "I expect nothing less from my pupil." He heard the door opened behind him and saw his most trusted soldier walk in. "Soundwave. I trust you found something very interesting." Soundwave nodded as he produced a set of tentacles from his body and they attached to the main console on the bridge before a screen on the front appeared as he showed the recorded footage Laserbeak caught. "You got it, nobody saw it?" Bumblebee asked as Lelich quickly came to the car. "Yeah, right here." He handed CC the mask, which she took into her hands. "You really should be more careful with this sort of thing," CC advised. "Shut up." Lelich glared before speaking to Bumblebee. "We will never speak a word of this to anyone again. My lips are sealed." "The Autobot scout?" Megatron questioned as he recognized Bumblebee. "So, he is stationed at this place." Soundwave however paused the image and zoomed in on what the human boy was handing to the girl inside before the image focused and the item in question was shown in clear quality. "Zero's mask," Megatron stated. Soundwave then began to shift the image as the screen split in two, one showed the image of Lelich, the other of Zero in his debut. "Yeah, right here. I am Zero." The vibrating lines represent the voices of each of them came together and were a 100% match. Megatron couldn't help but look in a mixture of surprise and amusement. "So, the mysterious Zero is a youth of Britannia?" Megatron wondered. "I would have thought he'd be someone of Area 11, or from somewhere else that fell to Britannia's onslaught. This is certainly." However, Megatron noticed that Soundwave wasn't done yet. He saw the image of Lelich change as Soundwave remotely hacked into the files of Ashford Academy, something very simple for the eyes and ears of the Decepticons, and found his student ID both a name and photo, Lelich Lamperouge, age 17. But he wasn't done yet. Soundwave ran Lelich's face through the records on board the Nemesis, which also kept records of Charles Z.I. Britannia and his royal family. He found a match, Lelich 6 Britannia. Charles' youngest son. Megatron observed. "Lelich 6 Britannia." The evil alien warlord then began to chuckle before it erupted into full-blown laughter. Such irony. Charles' own son aims to topple his empire. But, now that I think about it, the more it makes sense. Wasn't young Lelich exiled to Japan with his youngest sister following his mother's death? Soundwave nodded in confirmation. And the official records count him and his sister among the dead. Megatron continue. Obviously with Lelich those claims are exaggerated, but does his sister live as well? How do they live? Did Optimus save them upon Japan's invasion? No, he wasn't even there, for if he were, he surely would have done more than that. Which suggests that perhaps Optimus has met Lelich rather recently. And given how his own father left him and his sister for dead, it's no secret that he hates his own empire. So his identity as Zero is merely a child's game of revenge, yet Optimus clearly sees something within him, something that he views as worthy to make him fight alongside him. If Optimus sees value in Lelich, then perhaps there is something more to him. Megatron turned to his most trusted servant. Soundwave, let us keep this information to ourselves, not even our own soldiers most know of it. Knowing Starscream, he would likely do something rather reckless, such as attacking the place of Lelich's current residence. He may destroy Zero, but I doubt Optimus has all his Autobot forces stationed there. And if in the event he and any other Decepticon were captured, it would run the risk of the Autobots learning what we know of this, and perhaps Lelich could be useful, very useful. Soundwave nodded in acknowledgement. He would keep this information a secret. Megatron looked at the paused image of Zero's debut as he stood on the shoulder of his greatest enemy. Now then, Optimus, Lelich, shall we play a game? He questioned aloud with a sinister smile and an evil glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 8, Duel of Steel. The blood of the samurai, the Shadow Clan, Shinaboy's steel, these are all the resistance cells that Cornelia has completely wiped out in just a few days. Ratchet pointed to the rest of Team Prime, including Lelich, as they stood in the ARC's control room, with a holographic map of the area presented on the main screen with red dots representing each of the locations Cornelia has hit. I'll give her credit, she doesn't waste any time. Ironhide commented. Of course she doesn't. Lelich said. She's not exactly a master strategist, but she is a warrior. Whenever a problem is presented, she always cuts it out immediately. Cornelia's track record prior to Japan is nothing to scoff at either. Fixit added as he looked at some of the data on his personal station. Including the recent defeat of the Middle Eastern Federation, she has never once suffered a defeat. And all her battles come to an end in record time. So what, she's just wiping out every single rebel group she comes across? Archie questioned. Like some kind of purge? I don't think so, she's probably looking for me. Well, for Zero anyway. Lelich pointed out. Yeah, you're pretty much all over the news since that mess with the purebloods. Bulkhead commented. That and I openly challenged Brighton Neon rule by killing a prince, so of course they'd respond with something like this. Lelich said with a smirk. Why do you sound so happy about that? Ironhide questioned with a raised eyebrow. The fact that Britannia is going to such lengths as to sick the goddess of victory on me is proof that I've got them scared. Lelich continued to smirk. I think you mean on us. Archie stated. We're just as involved in this as you are. I know, you're a vital part of all this. Lelich said. The way he's talking, it's like we're just cogs in a machine to him. Bumblebee noted silently as Ironhide, Ratchet, Archie, and even Bulkhead looked toward Lelich suspiciously. So what exactly are we gonna do? Fixit asked. Cornelia is eradicating virtually everything in sight and there doesn't seem to be a pattern to her method. I wouldn't exactly say that. Cliffjumper spoke up. What do you mean? Bumblebee asked. Look at all those locations again. Cliffjumper pointed to the map of Cornelia's recent battles. Now connect the dots, and I mean literally connect the dots, as in draw a line. Ratchet put in a few commands before a red line. That's when the Autobots and Lelich noticed that there was indeed a pattern, literally connected the dots. It was a near-perfect circle that encompassed the area that represented the Tokyo settlement. Whoa, no way! Bulkhead exclaimed. Exactly, these attacks aren't random. Cliffjumper said. Every single one of them is circling the perimeter of the settlement. Since she's looking for us, she's hitting each possible hiding place we'd be at since our big debut. And it's completely encircled the entire area. Ratchet added. So now that Cornelia's looked all over the perimeter, Archie began. She's going to now focus more on inward territory as it appears she has cut off our escape routes. Lelich finished. Completely unaware that we're not even in Japan right now. So then, it would stand to reason that Cornelia will likely target a major resistance group with the belief that either we are hiding there, or an attempt to draw us out. Optimus theorized. Well, which is the biggest resistance group in that area? Bulkhead asked. Given the intel Ogai provided, he said the biggest group, beside the blood of the samurai, is the Yamato Alliance stationed in the Saitama Ghetto. Ironhide answered as he typed in some of the data on another console on the bridge. But, the Saitama Ghetto is one of the most overpopulated area near the Tokyo settlement. Fixit quickly added. Not just resistance fighters, but all sorts of people live there. If Cornelia were to attack, countless people will get caught in the crossfire. She doesn't care about that sort of thing. Lelich pointed out, his face contorting with disgust. No one in Britannia truly does. To them, the people in that ghetto are just lambs for the slaughter, trash to be thrown away. Nothing more. Those damn wannabe cons. Ironhide growled. Speaking of which, don't you think it's weird that we haven't seen any real appearances from the Decepticons? Bulkhead growled. I mean, there isn't even a real news report of them yet. If I had to guess, I would say that Megatron is more than likely using Cornelia and the Brightonian forces in Area 11 as a test, to see what we are capable of before finding an appropriate response. Optimus assumed. So he's using Britannia to measure our strength. Lelich surmised before something of a smirk formed on his face. My father's empire is nothing more than a tool for the Decepticons. That's a bad thing, Lelich. Archie told him. It means the entire empire's resources are at his disposal while we have next to nothing. That's not entirely true. Bumblebee pointed out. We have Ogai and his group with us, not to mention Collins, a force to be reckoned with herself. A couple of soldiers on our side isn't enough to wage a full-scale war, Bumblebee. Ironhide told him. How about instead of focusing on what we don't have, let's focus on what we do have and what we can do with it? Cliffjumper suggested. Cliffjumper is correct. Optimus stated. If our theory is true, and Cornelia will attack the Saitama Ghetto, then we must evacuate it immediately. That took most of the crew by surprise. Evacuate the ghetto? Bulkhead questioned. Optimus, the entire Saitama Ghetto is filled with over 2,000 people. Fixit told him. Organizing an evacuation like that could take days. And even then, don't you think outside parties would notice countless people leaving the area? Ratchet questioned. It would suggest that we are aware of the enemy's plan and it could provoke them into attacking the evacuating civilians. Not if we do it carefully. Lelich got everyone's attention. What are you getting at, Lelich? Cliffjumper asked the former prince. We'll use the ground bridge. He said, surprising most of the group. We'll use the ruined sewers or anything else that's underground to mask ourselves. We can use the ground bridge to send multiple people to Shinjuku all at once, while at the same time, preparing the ghetto itself to be used to our advantage. Why Shinjuku? Archie asked. Considering I was recently there, Cornelia wouldn't think I'd be so foolish to return to a place that can be so easily attacked. It's the last place she'd look. Lelich explained. Well, that actually does make sense. Bumblebee pointed out. All right, so, what do you think, Optimus? Bulkhead asked their leader. It is a sound strategy. Optimus said. I will not allow more innocent civilians to be caught in the crossfire of our battles. Contact Ogai immediately and see if he is able to get in contact with the Yamato Alliance in Saitama. We need to evacuate everyone as soon as possible. Understood. Ratchet began to type on the communications control to try and get in touch with their only human ally at the moment. In the meantime, Bumblebee, escort Lelich back to Ashford. Lelich, we'll contact you once we know whether or not our suspicions are proven true. Optimus told the young exiled prince and his current guardian. Got it. Lelich said as Bumblebee nodded. He stepped down a ladder onto the ground where Bumblebee transformed into his vehicle mode, allowing Lelich to step in before driving off. Ironhide sighed. I said it before, Optimus, I'll say it again. I don't trust Lelich right now. And it's not just because of his motives, it's his ego. I'm with Ironhide on this. Archie agreed. He's getting too cocky and full of himself. I'll admit, Lelich is a strategic genius, and he has every reason to hate Britannia, but he's letting a few victories get to his head. I will have to agree, Optimus. Ratchet added as well. All the power and strategy amounts to nothing if you allow your pride to get the better of you. That being said, it's only a matter of time till he slips up and makes a big mistake, and we have to bail him out. Ironhide finished. Deep down, Optimus knew they were right. Though Lelich was good at his core, he was allowing his pride to get the better of him, and maybe right now, he may see the Autobots as a means to an end, but if they can help guide him and get through to him, he may end up becoming this world's greatest, if not only, hope. Believe me, I am aware of Lelich's flaws. Optimus acknowledged. However, given both his geese as well as his knowledge of Britannia, not to mention his strategic intellect as you mentioned, he is also a valuable ally. So the kid's got some issues, nobody's perfect. Cliffjumper said as he stood with Bulkhead. I'm a little surprised you guys are so alright with him. Archie commented. Look, we'll admit, he's a morally complex guy. Bulkhead said. But, Bees also told us what he's like at home. He does care about his sister. Not to mention he cares about Suzaku, despite the guy being on the wrong side. Cliffjumper added. So you guys can't really say he's all bad. No, he isn't all bad. Ironhide admitted. But he does have the potential to become a second Megatron. That's why we're here. Bulkhead said. If he's with us, then we can show him how to work the right way. Archie, Ratchet, and Ironhide exchanged glances. Though they were aware of the concerns regarding of Lelich, they weren't ignorant of the more positive aspects of his character as well. So they were willing to at least listen and maybe give him a chance. But still, the way he's acting right now, it's only a matter of time till he makes a mistake, a pretty big one that could end up costing lives. Archie commented. You don't think Lelich would kill any of us, do you? Fixit asked with worry. No, I don't think that. Archie assured. But I do think that if he doesn't think clearly, he may make a mistake that he will end up regretting. Optimus finished. Exactly. Archie confirmed. Though the bots each had different opinions regarding Lelich, they also agreed on a number of things, and Optimus was aware of the positive and negative aspects. So, for the time being, he will be keeping an eye on Lelich, while at the same time, giving him enough space as to not have him think he's a tool for them to use. However, he will also see to it that Lelich is aware that they aren't tools for him either. Just after night had fallen, Optimus had come into contact with Ogai and informed him and his group about the possibility of Saitama being attacked, so he in turn contacted the group known as the Yamato Alliance. However, this group appeared to be a bit more stubborn than expected, and due to Ogai's more passive nature, it was difficult for him to talk to them. That all changed however when Optimus and the rest of the Autobots themselves arrived. Upon the sight of the sentient giants that took down the purebloods on national television, all doubts from the leaders of the Yamato Alliance came to a halt and the conjoined group immediately began to evacuate all the citizens. They had to be extra careful, despite it being nighttime, the citizens were all moved to the sewers and any other form of underground passageways that would conceal them. Due to the large population, they all were moved in several smaller groups to different locations throughout the ghetto before a ground bridge portal opened up that sent all the civilians to Shinjuku, the last place where anyone would think to look. It took most of the night, but with the help of the Autobots working with both the Yamato Alliance and Kaujiki Resistance Group, the ghetto had been completely evacuated. Now all they had to do was wait for when they believed Cornelia Lee Britannia, the infamous goddess of victory, would attack. The next day, Tokyo Settlement Royal Palace. It's a 7th-generation nightmare frame, making its abilities far greater than normal. Lloyd explained to Princess Cornelia his most prized invention, hoping this would allow him to use it in battle far more often. I understand the Lancelot's pilot is an 11. Cornelia said. That's correct, an honorary Brightonian. However, I am promoting this man from private to warrant officer. Cornelia said immediately. That should satisfy him. I'm trying to win without relying too much on the numbers. To win, you say? Lloyd questioned with an amused smile. Do you really think you can actually win against those Autobots? Cornelia narrowed her eyes. Are you doubting my abilities, Aspund? Lloyd didn't lose his odd smile. No, of course not. I'm only saying it's best not to underestimate them. After all, they made the purebloods look like novice pilots, not to mention one of them was actually able to go on PAR with the Lancelot. My forces and I are not the purebloods. Cornelia stated firmly. I can promise that neither they nor Zero have ever faced anything like me before. Well, good luck, Your Majesty. Lloyd gave a mocking bow, much to Cornelia's annoyance. She found his indifference to be grating, but she couldn't deny his technical genius. Oh, while we're on the subject, you by any chance wouldn't happen to know a way for me to get in touch with those Decepticons? I would love to see what makes these Transformers tick. You'll have to take it up with them, she told him as she began to walk away. Megatron. I don't know the full story, but your assistance will be completely unnecessary. You may provide us with valuable intel on our new enemies, but I will be the one who destroys them. I don't need your help. Meanwhile, Cornelia's younger sister, Euphemia Lee Britannia, sat in her own personal office with a gloom look on her face. Those who risk their lives on the battlefield are the ones who deserve to rule. I understand the theory, sister. But still. This was among the many things she actually disliked the current regime of Britannia. It is that sort of belief that cost her 3 of her own beloved siblings, one of whom actually resorted to starting a massacre. What could any gain from all this violence and bloodshed? Upon thinking that, she immediately recalled something Megatron himself said. Should your Britannia choose to accept us, we will not only aid you in righting this world of the Autobots who threaten it, but also work with your father, Charles Z.I. Britannia, in bringing peace and order to this chaotic and broken world. Those were the words Megatron told her upon their first meeting. However, something in Megatron's eyes told her otherwise. Britannia preached the same sort of thing, and yet they sought to bring order through violence and killing. It would seem there was another person she feared as much as her father, perhaps even more so. Special Corps Headquarters. Suzaku was working on some schoolwork on an elevated platform by the Lancelot with Cecile by his side. Sorry you have to sit here, watching me do my homework. Suzaku apologized sincerely. Oh, don't worry about it, Cecile said. You never attended a regular school before, so it can't be avoided. The guys on the student council are helping me too, but it's still hard, Suzaku said as he read a textbook. Cecile gave a slight giggle. To be perfectly honest with you, I've been a little bit worried. It's supposed to be a liberal school, but I was afraid you weren't fitting in well. Me too, I was expecting that, Suzaku explained. But I happened to run into an old friend there and he smoothed everything out for me. Be sure you never take that friend for granted, Cecile told him. If your friendship continues, your reunion won't have been mere coincidence, it will have been predestined. Okay, Suzaku said with a smile before it faded slightly. Hey, Miss Cecile? If it's all right for me to ask, what exactly do you think of all this? All these transforming alien robots? The Autobots and Decepticons. Cecile looked in seriousness. Well, if I'm being honest, a part of me is actually quite amazed. Honestly, transforming metal aliens, how can that not be exciting? Yeah. I felt the same sort of way when I first saw them, Suzaku said in honesty, though he had mixed feelings about them fighting Britannia. He understood their reasoning, but surely there had to be a better way without resorting to violence. But again, that's just a part of my opinion, Cecile continued as her smile faded. The rest of me feels rather terrified. Suzaku looked in surprised as she continued. Not just for their size and power, but that Megatron character specifically. Just looking at him, let's just say I'd much rather avoid talking with him again in the future. Suzaku understood why. Even he felt intimidated just from being around the leader of the Decepticons. But, maybe if Britannia can change, perhaps there was hope for the Decepticons as well. He wasn't going to judge them right away without first seeing them in action, but at the same time, he wasn't naive enough to accept them with open arms. He would just have to tread carefully. Seeing how somber the mood became, Cecile tried to lighten things up. Anyway, would you like to try one? She offered him a tray of rice balls. Thank you. I will. He was a little surprised but took a bite of one anyway, though his eyes widened in surprise. The rice ball wasn't bad, but the flavoring was unexpected. There's jam in here? Yes, I just happened to get some lovely blueberries. All right everyone. Lloyd walked in and began to announce to everyone in the room. Pack it up. Pack it up. We're done for today. Don't do any more. Hip, hip hooray. That's all folks. Suzaku looked a bit in surprise but Cecile gave him an apologetic smile. She'd felt bad now that he'd have to put up with Lloyd's antics. Go to school. Classes may be over for the day, but it's still important to meet your friends and have a social life too. Ashford Academy, Student Council Room. Colin and Shirley were putting together a cat tree for the stray cat that the student council took in after that whole mess a few days ago. They even named the cat Arthur. Shirley was setting up the tree itself while Colin was getting some supplies out of a box. Say, can I ask you something important? Shirley asked her. Sure, what is it? Colin responded. Colin, are you hiding something from us? Shirley questioned, surprising Colin. If it's something too personal. No, what are you talking about? Colin questioned, trying to keep up her sickly facade. You can tell me, I promise I won't be upset or anything. Shirley said. Are you going out with Lulu? Colin's face was completely applaud as she shot to her feet in surprise. What? What would make you think that? Well, I've seen you two together and you were trying so hard to catch the cat before. Because I didn't want to be kissed by some random pervert. Colin exclaimed. Principal's office. But an arranged marriage is so. Millie talked over the phone with her grandfather, the principal, sitting at the desk. I understand how much you want to re-establish the Ashford family, but mother, it's just that. The Saitama ghetto is completely surrounded. Darlton informed Cornelia as the two of them, Guilford, and several other officers and soldiers were stationed in her personal mobile base while all of Cornelia's forces, including multiple Sutherlands, tanks, foot soldiers, and aircraft, had completely encircled the perimeter of said ghetto, as per her orders. The Yamato Alliance's hideout is located somewhere in here. Half the people in this neighborhood are cooperating with them. So if we proceed now, what'll be the effect on production? Cornelia asked. Primary sector output should decrease by 0.2%. Darlton answered. Within expectations you mean? All right. She turned her gaze to a trio of officers as they bowed. All of you here participated in the Shinjuku disaster, is that correct? Yes, and we're indebted to you, Princess Cornelia, for your mercy. One officer said. That's not what I'm asking. Cornelia raised her voice. Do you think the conditions are similar? A small smile curved on her face. To those in Shinjuku. Outside Cornelia's mobile base, Dreadwing stood with a pair of Viekan troopers as well. So, when are we going in? One Viekan asked. We will not, unless Princess Cornelia says otherwise. Dreadwing informed him. But Lieutenant Dreadwing, sir. The second Viekan protested. We serve Megatron, not some stuck-up human. And Lord Megatron informed us to only observe and intervene only should Princess Cornelia tell us. Dreadwing insisted. But that is final. Dreadwing raised his voice to silence any further protests. Military authorities report that they have surrounded the Saitama ghetto, a known hiding place for terrorists. An emergency news report broadcasted throughout the Tokyo settlement. Viceroy Cornelia is also on the scene, and entry to that area is restricted. This reached every television and radio, including the one built into Bumblebee's vehicle mode, as he remained parked outside the clubhouse at Ashford Academy. Immediately he contacted Optimus, Lelich, and even Ratchet on board the Ark. Hey, if any of you are near a TV or radio right now, it looks like our little theory is right. Inside Lelich's personal room, Cece laid on Lelich's bed as she looked at some of the coupons and reward points for Pizza Hut as she saw him walk into the room with the phone to his ear. Of course, all these years and Cornelia is still achingly predictable. Lelich said over the phone as he recalled all the years he trounced her in chess during his childhood. So, is everything all set? Yes, the Saitama ghetto has been completely evacuated. Optimus informed. Both Ogai's group and the Yamato Alliance are on standby with what Nightmare rays we've recovered. All of which are Sutherlands. And Colin? Is she there? Lelich asked. It made sense. Colin was pretty much the best pilot in the whole group, possibly out of all the resistance fighters in Japan. Even if she was in a rundown Glasgow, she was still a force to be reckoned with. Ogai is already making contact with her. Archie will pick her up from the academy and will arrive via ground bridge. Her Glasgow is already prepared and waiting. Optimus replied. Don't you think it's rather odd that Cornelia is announcing her attack on Saitama over the news? Fixit asked from the Ark. She is certainly losing the element of prize, reprise, surprise. More likely she's trying to provoke us. Ratchet assumed. Too bad for her, we already guessed what she was up to, Bumblebee noted. Alright, Bumblebee and I will be there soon. Lelouch said. Sit tight and remain out of sight till then. Understood. Optimus said before everyone hung up. It appears that a full-scale assault will be launched in 2 hours. Consequently, the news continued to report as it was seen from the main screen on board the Nemesis with Megatron, Soundwave, and Seeker Trio observing. They're announcing when they're about to attack. Skywarp questioned. Wow, looks like Cornelia's the dumbest of the royal family. Which says a lot coming from you. Thundercracker mumbled toward him. It is not a matter of lack of intelligence, Skywarp. Megatron told him. But rather they are trying to provoke the Autobots as well as Zero into showing their faces. Starscream smirked. Those fools always fight for the weak, that is what makes them so pathetically predictable. I shall prepare a strike team immediately. No. Megatron told him. We will not be taking part in this battle. Naturally the Seeker Trio looked in surprise. Lord Megatron, do you believe that to be wise? I know Dreadwing is down there, but just him. Thundercracker questioned before his leader interrupted him. The objective of this exercise is not to eliminate Optimus, but to see what he is capable of. Megatron explained. I want to know if he still posses the same fight he had in our last encounter, if he has grown stronger or not. That, and I wish to see what Zero is capable of myself. That earned a scoff from Starscream. Master, I can understand wanting to take caution from Optimus, but why Zero? After all, he is only a human. A human whom Optimus has taken quite the interest in. Otherwise, why would he allow this Zero character to stand beside him as an equal? Megatron continued to explain. Perhaps this exercise will show us. Or we could just use the Nemesis and blow the whole place to bits. Skywarp said. And risk losing sight of our greatest foes amidst the chaos. Megatron shouted. No. We need precision, not a blunt instrument. I will reference your blunder with the Pure Bloods as a prime example. But Master. Starscream tried to protest. That is final. I will not hear another word of this. Megatron exclaimed, causing all three of them to falter back. Am I clear? Yes, Lord Megatron. Thundercracker was the first to bow. Crystal clear. Skywarp bowed as well. Starscream gave a low growl as he reluctantly bowed. Your wishes are command. Good. Megatron then turned toward the main screen as Soundwave plugged in his tentacles into the main console that projected an image of the Saitama Ghetto, being broadcasted live by Laserbeak whom Soundwave previously deployed. Zero is a criminal with a flair for the theatrics, and it would seem that for some reason, that these Autobots apparently value the lives of the weak, such as the numbers. Cornelia began to explain to her soldiers and officers, including Dreadwing who is listening via the comms. I've recreated the same conditions that existed in Shinjuku in order to draw them all out. If they really are the overconfident type, I predict that they'll come here to try and kill me. Viceroy Cornelia, forgive my impertinence, but if you are truly trying to replicate those conditions, then why is it Warrant Officer Kuragi here with the Lancelot? Dreadwing asked via the communications. I will have no need for that Miseli 11. Cornelia answered. And you, Dreadwing, are here merely to observe. If you have any intelligence to provide for the Autobots I will listen to what you have to say, but that is all. You will not interfere in this fight, do you understand? You wish to capture Zero in order to avenge your brother. I understand that feeling all too well, so I will let you handle this. That being said, I will also stand by should you need my assistance. Dreadwing told her. At the same time, Dreadwing looked toward the ghetto that lay before him. He understood Cornelia's motivation, both her personal goal to avenge her brother as well as her loyalty to Britannia. Dreadwing himself understood both those feelings as he was steadfast loyal to Megatron and had a desire to avenge Skyquake as well. Yet, he couldn't help but shake this feeling. All these sentient beings in the ghetto are going to be slaughtered. True, many of which were enemies likely aiding the Autobots, but some were just bystanders who had nothing to do with him. That was something that didn't quite sit well with him. Really? Already? Colin asked subtly on her cell phone, not to try and let Shirley hear what she and Ogai were talking about. Okay, I'm on my way. She hung up. I gotta go. Was that Lulu on the phone? Shirley asked nervously as she held Arthur. Colin growled. She was going to get the point across. No. Look, for the last time, there is nothing going on between Lelich and I. She was about to leave when the door opened to reveal the surprised faces of both Suzaku and Rai. Excuse me. She walked past them and out in the hallway. Both the nervous teens walked in to see Shirley looking a bit upset. What was all that about? Rai asked. It's none of your damn business. Shirley exclaimed, her cheeks being red with tears ready to fall, much to the duo's surprise and confusion. Colin walked outside the clubhouse to see the vehicle form of Archie, complete with a holographic driver, waiting for her by the parking lot. Sure took your sweet time. Archie commented as Colin got on. Just some high school crap, forget about it. She said as Archie revved up and drove off campus before a ground bridge portal opened up in front of them and they entered. Lelich was packing a suitcase with the soldier uniform he stole from Shinjuku as he prepared to leave. You're not falling for the enemy's provocation, are you? CC asked him. Everybody's waiting for me though. Lelich said. Besides, there's something I'd like to ask Cornelia personally. Destroying Britannia, fighting the Decepticons, or discovering who murdered your mother? Which is more important to you? CC asked. All three are of equal importance. Lelich replied. The royal family members are competing with each other to see who will become the next ruler. Or rather, they're being forced to fight, by that man, who in turn, is a pawn himself. But the very thing you hate, is the same thing that makes Britannia strong. CC said. And if the Decepticons are the ones who made Britannia what it is now, then it seems they too embody that same philosophy. The one most fit to rule, is the one left standing. Exactly. Lelich said as his voice lowered to a growl. The weak ones are cast aside, while the strong thrive. Britannia is that kind of nation, and so are the Decepticons it would seem. Survival of the fittest is the most basic rule of all. CC said. If that's true, then what happens to Nunnally? Lelich exclaimed as he slammed his suitcase closed. Should I simply give up on my sister just because she's frail? I refused to accept that. Britannia, Decepticons, the Emperor, Megatron, I don't give a damn. I'll wipe out whoever promotes that sort of world myself. No matter what it takes. Lelich was about to leave but looked in surprise to see CC blocking his way with a pistol pointed at him. You can't go, Lelich. CC insisted sternly. You need to fulfill your part of our bargain, so I won't have you dying before that. Notice that what you're saying and what you're doing are contradictory. Lelich told her, considering she was pointing a gun at him. Oh, I won't kill you. I'm merely going to shoot you in the leg to quiet you down. CC told him. Lelich smirked. Now I get it, you're unable to use geese yourself, aren't you? That comment caused C.C's eyes to shake slightly. But it's not just that, is it? You're unable to form contracts with any of the Autobots, are you? Probably for the same reason my geese won't work on Cybertronians. Honestly, I've never tried the latter, so I can't say whether that's true or not. CC said. But there's still a chance that it's impossible. Lelich continued to smirk. You need me alive, that being said. Lelich pulled out a pistol of his own. CC wasn't impressed. Do you honestly think you can threaten me with a gun? Lelich's smirk hadn't vanished. Yes, I do. He didn't point it at CC, but rather pointed it at his own head, causing C.C's own look to fade into one of uncertainty. Until I met you and the Autobots, I was dead, an impotent corpse existing behind a false guise of life, a life in which I did nothing real. Day to day, I merely went through the motions of living, as though I were a zombie, and I always had the feeling I was gradually dying. If I am condemned to go back to that, then I'd rather. He was ready to pull the trigger. "Stop it!" CC exclaimed as she lowered her pistol, causing Lelich to lower his as well as he smirked in victory. "I see now, it's a life without meaning, and a life like that." Lelich began to walk past her. "I have no intention of getting caught or dying. I doubt the Autobots would so easily abandon their only real partner," he said as he walked out of the room. "Yeah, provided you don't let your ego get to you and do something stupid." Several Brighton Neon foot soldiers and a few tanks continued to march through the empty Saitama ghetto. They continued to march as they looked around the area for any sign of a terrorist group, but after 20 minutes, all they found were just a few stray dogs and cats, nothing more. It was as if the entire ghetto was a ghost town with the soldiers being the only humans in there. Sector 2 is completely clear, no sign of the enemy. Sector 4 reporting in, it's all empty. No terrorists or civilians of any kind. Those were among the many reports Cornelia received in her mobile base since the operation started, her face lined with slight disappointment as Darlton looked in curiosity. "This is odd." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, you would have think we would have seen something by now." Guilford agreed. "But how is this possible? An entire ghetto population just can't vanish overnight," one of the Shinjuku officers exclaimed. Before Cornelia could speak, Dreadwing made contact with her. "Princess Cornelia, if I may." "Go ahead, Dreadwing." Cornelia acknowledged. "I believe that it may have been possible that the enemy has learned of your operation," Dreadwing informed. "That's impossible," Guilford stated. "All personnel here have been sworn to secrecy. This plan wasn't leaked to the media till recently." "That may be true," Dreadwing began to explain. "However, I have noticed a pattern to your method. You eliminated all the resistance groups surrounding the settlement, not just to stomp out terrorism, but to eliminate any possible sanctuary for the Autobots or Zero. Once you have discovered they had not gone there, you closed in on the largest resistance group within the settlement, knowing that the enemy was still hiding nearby. You figured that out all by yourself?" Cornelia asked with a raised eyebrow. "I did, and I could figure it out, then it is more than likely Optimus Prime has learned of it as well," Dreadwing answered. "He is both a cunning warrior and a brilliant strategist. That, and as you previously said, the Autobots do appear to care for those one would consider weak, so if Optimus could theorize what your plan was, it is more than possible that he arranged for the ghetto to be evacuated and spare its populace of the slaughter to come. If that's the case, then we may have underestimated this, Optimus Prime," Darlton said with a low growl as he gave a slight begrudging respect to Optimus for anticipating Cornelia's plan. "Should we fall back then, Your Majesty?" he asked his princess. "No," Cornelia insisted. "I could honestly care less about some measly 11s. But if Zero and the Autobots went to all this effort, then I can only assume that they are simply waiting for me somewhere inside the ghetto. What do you think, Dreadwing?" "It is possible, Viceroy," Dreadwing said. "I cannot speak for Zero, but I doubt Prime would make such a grand entrance beforehand and choose to go back into hiding so soon. He is many things, but Optimus Prime is no coward." Cornelia smirked. She may still have her victory yet. "Send in the Nightmare Rays. Flush them out." "As you wish." Darlton then began to order all their soldiers. "Attention all forces. Commence eradication of the Saitama ghetto." With that one order, all Nightmare Rays were deployed from the mobile base as they and all surrounding Nightmare Rays and soldiers from around the perimeter began to invade the ghetto. They opened fire and began to destroy multiple buildings in an attempt to flush out the enemy. However, there was one group, besides Dreadwing and his Viacons, that did not advance. Behind Cornelia's mobile base was what remained of the purebloods, including Jeremiah, Valletta, and Kuel. "I don't understand. Why doesn't Princess Cornelia order us to attack as well?" Jeremiah questioned. "She won't because Orange is here." Kuel spoke in disgust towards Jeremiah. "Just be thankful you haven't been disposed of. You're to blame for this, it's due to you our careers are over." "You're wrong," Jeremiah exclaimed as his eyes shook with fury and frustration. "Zero's the one who did it. You have no one but yourselves to blame for your current positions. Dreadwing stated as he marched towards the purebloods. They all backed slightly at the sight of him. Not only was he physically imposing, but he proved strong enough to eliminate them as he disabled the rogue soldiers Kuehl enlisted to try and assassinate Jeremiah beforehand. You framed an innocent man for a crime he did not commit simply because of his position as the son of Japan's previous ruler. Dreadwing continued. You used the death of a member of the royal family, whom you have sworn your allegiance toward, to pursue your own personal agenda. You have betrayed your own empire. How dare you? Kuehl exclaimed. You dare to doubt our loyalty. You know nothing of loyalty or honor. Dreadwing stated as he glared at them. Not even to yourselves. You turned on each other like a pack of beasts simply for that orange rumor. You. Jeremiah growled, as he couldn't muster a response while Dreadwing leaned in close. We're up to me, I would end each of you here and now. Most of the purebloods backed away in fear, but it was for nothing as Dreadwing eased himself. But that is not my call to make. Just be assured, that I will be watching you very closely. Any further sign of a betrayal and you will answer to me. Dreadwing walked away as several of the purebloods glared at him considering he had just destroyed whatever little pride they had left with mere words. Jeremiah looked as though he was about to have an aneurysm as Dreadwing had told him that he had no honor or loyalty whatsoever. That had him think of the late imperial consort Mary Ann VI Britannia as well as her children, whom he failed to protect. However, Valletta had other thoughts going through her mind. Though she dispused Dreadwing's accusation, she remembered something back in Shinjuku. She remembered seeing a young boy with black hair standing alongside a certain yellow and black car, which she was certain was one of the Autobots. If that student was with it, could he be working with them? Bumblebee drove underneath a ruined building out of sight as the disguised Lelich got out. Despite being well hidden, the two could see the destruction being unleashed. Wow. Good thing we got everyone out beforehand. Bumblebee commented. It still makes me sick how far Britannia is willing to go. It's always the same. Lelich said. Cornelia replaces Clovis, yet Britannia never changes. I doubt it ever will. So you think Suzaka was wrong? Bumblebee asked. With someone like my father in power, changing Britannia for the better is all but impossible. Lelich said as he began to climb his way towards the upper level. I'll contact you and Optimus when I'm ready. For now, just stay here. Got it. Bumblebee remained in his vehicle mode as he watched Lelich leave his sight. The young exiled prince walked on an upper level of a ruined building to where he was visible, just as he wanted. In less than a few seconds, a Sutherland shot its /Harkin to pull itself up on the same level as him. What unit are you from? Your unit name and ID, soldier. The pilot demanded, falling for Lelich's disguise. I'm Rodario Torres, sir, with 3rd Reconnaissance Company. Lelich lied as he pulled out a random data disk he got from his room. I obtained this item from one of the terrorists. Could I please ask you to transmit to headquarters for me, sir? The pilot opened his nightmares hatched and stood up. A disk, huh? Well, I still need to verify your ID first. Lelich smirked. Right, understood. He activated his geese. But before we do that, sir, I'd like to borrow your Sutherland, so hand it over. The sigil flew into the pilot's eyes and rewrote his brainwave patterns as a pair of familiar red rings formed and he was under Lelich's control. Sure, no problem. Just take good care of it. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Lelich said as the entranced pilot stepped out, allowing Lelich to step in. Once he did, he accessed his own comlink he set up with the Autobots. This is Zero, Optimus, do you read me? He asked as he drove his newly acquired Sutherland down the building, close to where Bumblebee was hiding. I read you, Zero. Optimus informed. Everyone is prepared. Right. All groups report in. Zero ordered. This is Alpha Team, reporting from Sector 1. Archie reported in, as she was ready with both Cliffjumper and even Colin in her Glasgow, all three hiding underneath a building. Ready to get this whole thing rolling. Cliffjumper commented. Beta Team ready to rock and roll. Bulkhead reported in as he was with Tamaki and a few other rebels, all of which had their own group of hijacked Sutherlands. Delta Team in position. Ironhide called in as Hita was hiding with his own squad in the ruined sewers of the ghetto. Communications team is on standby. Ratchet reported from the Ark as he and Fixit maintained the communications frequency as well as providing an emergency escape route should the need arise. The ground bridge is also ready should we need to evacuate. Fixit added. We are ready to proceed on your mark, Zero. Optimus said as he stood in a large space within a ruined building with Ogai inside a Sutherland right beside him. Stand by. Zero instructed. Wait for my signal. As they waited, Ogai couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, something the leader of the Autobots noticed. Ogai, is something wrong? Well, it's just, we're about to go up against Cornelia. I mean, I've heard all she's done, but, is there a chance we can get out of this? There is. Optimus assured him. We were able to drive back Clovis forces in Shinjuku, and I have no intention of backing down no. What about the Decepticons? Are they gonna show up? Ogai asked. If Megatron wanted to become involved in this, he would have already eradicated the entire ghetto by now. Optimus said, surprising Ogai. The fact that he, nor any other Decepticons, are partaking in this suggests that at the moment he is only watching to see what his enemy is capable of. That didn't really make Ogai feel any better. Do you really think we stand a chance against him? I mean, from everything you said, it sounds like this Megatron guy is even worse than Britannia. And if he's taking it easy right now. Ogai. Optimus began. Let me ask you, why did you choose to fight against Britannia before? Ogai looked in surprise as Optimus continued. It is no secret you are afraid, as are much of your comrades. You could have easily chosen to become honorary Brightonians and avoided all this fighting, yet you choose to take a stand. Why? The leader of the Kaujiki resistance sighed with a sad smile. Yeah well, the truth is, I'm kinda following a friend of mine. Naoto, Colin's older brother, was the leader of this group before I was. Though he really wasn't a fighter, all we did at first was just steal food and supplies and give to them to the people who lived in ghettos like these. I guess you could say we were like Robin Hood. He even insisted that we didn't carry any guns, no one got hurt. But, we got caught and, well, Naoto bought time for me and everyone else to escape. 3 days later, he was executed publicly. Optimus' optics widened in shock. You should have seen Colin's face. Ogai continued. She loved her brother more than anything, and Naoto was my best friend since childhood. He didn't hurt anyone, in fact, all he did was help people. But Britannia killed him just for helping the numbers. What kind of world is like that where you're punished just for helping people? He clenched his fists in anger. I get some people are afraid and don't want to fight, so they become honorary Brightonians to save themselves. I get it, I don't blame them. But I can't do that. I can't be part of a world like that. So that's why I'm fighting. Why Colin, Tamaki, and all the others are fighting. We can't let Britannia get away with all this. I'm scared, hell I'd even say I'm terrified, but I stand my ground, because that's what Naoto would do. Optimus looked at Ogai with a serious expression on his face. He and Colin had lost just as much as Lelich had, they too had just as much reason to stand against Britannia. Optimus knew Ogai was afraid, even Ogai himself knew that, but he stood his ground anyway despite the odds. That is real bravery. Ogai, you have just now proven how strong you are. Optimus told him, causing Ogai to look at him in surprise. You are aware of how much the odds are against you, yet still choose to make a stand anyway and avoid taking the easy way out, because you know Britannia is wrong. You choose to fight, not out of hate, but for what your friend believed in. And that is why we have chosen to fight with you, because we fight for the same thing, to create a better world. So let us create that world together. Ogai looked at Optimus, not believing what he had just heard. Anyone else would have probably called out Ogai for being scared, but Optimus just told him he was strong and would stand beside him all the way, to fight for what his own friend believed in, despite not even knowing him. Did Zero feel this way? Is that why he's working with the Autobots too? Despite that, Ogai couldn't help but smile. Optimus, thank you. Ogai said with a smile as the leader of the Autobots gave a returning smile. Just then, Zero chimed in. This is it. All units move in now. With that order, and the speech Optimus just gave, Ogai gave an eager smile. Well, shall we get started? Yes, we shall. Optimus said as his faceplate activated. Two Sutherlands drove through the ruined street, as they had encountered zero resistance. No response at all? One pilot said. These Autobot guys might just turn out to be a no-show. Probably went off to whatever world they came from. The second pilot commented. Excuse me? The two Sutherlands turned around as the pilots looked in surprise to Cliffjumper casually walking toward them. I got separated from the tour group. Does anyone know where I can find Princess Cornelia's base? We got an Autobot. One pilot exclaimed as they both pointed their nightmare rifles at them. Stop right there, robotic freak. Cliffjumper maintained his smile as he raised his hands. Whoa, don't worry boys. I'm not gonna fight ya. They are. He pointed behind himself as he ducked, just as Arky in vehicle mode jumped over him. She transformed and pulled out her arm blades as she slashed in midair to decapitate one Sutherland. Before the second one could react, it was torn apart by a pair of slash Harkins from Colin's red Glasgow as she sped onto the scene. Cliffjumper gave an impressed whistle. You know, you ladies make quite the team. Lelich smirked inside his Sutherland as it stood at the top of one building. He observed the radar on his screen. Now, shall I drag Cornelia out or make an opening? He asked himself before accessing communications. Beta team, move in now. Take M down. Tamaki shouted as he shot with his Sutherland's rifle along with several other friendly Sutherlands, blasting away 3 of them as the remaining 4 in the group tried to shoot back. However, Tamaki's attack created an opening for Bulkhead to drive up in vehicle mode, and once he was close enough, he transformed into his robot mode and spread his arms out to knock the Sutherlands back. I couldn't go all out on you guys back in Shinjuku. Bulkhead said. But now that our cover isn't necessary anymore. Both his hands turned into wrecking balls. It's time to kick some tailpipe. Bulkhead smashed his right wrecking ball onto a downed Sutherland, crushing it just as the other 3 stood up and attempted to open fire. But Bulkhead charged and with his large size, he was able to swipe his arms to knock down 2 of them before smashing them into the ground. The last one tried to back away, but Bulkhead already turned his right arm into a large energon cannon, which he shot and blew off the Sutherland's head, taking it out of commission. Hell yeah! Now that's what I'm talking about. Tamaki cheered. Delta Team, enemy unit 30 meters ahead. Zero ordered over the comms as Ironhide ran out from his cover with a flank of rebel Sutherlands on his left and right. They all opened fire with nightmare rifles and energon cannons respectively and tore apart the enemy unit, leaving only 2 left as Ironhide came in and delivered an uppercut that knocked it into the air, before grabbing the Sutherland by the foot and using it as a makeshift weapon to bash down the second remaining Sutherland. Piece of tin. Ironhide commented as he held the torn leg of the Sutherland he just took out of commission. Alpha Team, advance forward. Keep in mind of enemy aircraft. Zero instructed. Colin shot her Glasgows/Harkins from behind cover to take down an enemy helicopter as Arky drove along a rooftop before jumping over a second aircraft. While in midair, she transformed and shot from above it to destroy it before opening fire with her energon blasters on 3 Sutherlands below her. She was able to take out the one in the middle, which she also landed on before pulling out her arm blades to cut down the one her right before flipping over the strike of the one on the left and landing behind to deliver a sweep of her feet to knock it down before slicing at its throat area to disable it. Cliffjumper also ran out of some cover on a group of 4 Sutherlands, opening fire with his energon blasters. He easily tore through the one up front before grabbing the one behind and using it as a shield to block the /Harkin strike of the 3rd Sutherland. Cliffjumper was able to discard the shield before charging forward and grabbing the Sutherland by the shoulder and flipping it over his own shoulder before smashing its head into the ground. The last one tried to roll in and strike him with a tonfa, but he was able to catch the weapon as he ripped off the last Sutherland's arm and delivered a punch to knock its head off, disabling it. Colin watched in awe at their display of power. Amazing, they make those Sutherlands look like wind-up tin soldiers. She voiced aloud. Optimus, you have a large unit heading in your direction. Zero informed him. A large group of tanks and Sutherlands opened fire on Optimus as he drove towards them in his vehicle mode, but their line was broken on both sides of their flank. From the right flank, Ogai and a group of Sutherlands from the Yamato Alliance shot through a wall of a ruined building to take out two enemy Sutherlands on the sides, while Bumblebee drove down on the left flank and rammed a Sutherland's side before transforming and opening fire with his Energon gun, destroying a tank and a Sutherland in the process. With the enemy line broken, Optimus transformed and ran forward. Using the momentum gathered from his vehicle mode's speed, he delivered a punch to a Sutherland that sent it flying at least 100 yards before crashing hard. He then ran forward and picked up a tank with one hand, before shooting with his Energon blaster into its belly to disable it before flipping it over. His other hand converted into another Energon blaster as he shot forward and tore through the last three Sutherlands as though they were tissue paper. Beta Team, take out the bridge. Zero ordered. Bulkhead drove underwater and used his Energon blasters emerging into his vehicle mode's sides and was able to destroy one of the support beams, causing the entire bridge to collapse as the whole Brighton Neon unit fell into the water and got crushed by the debris. Dreadwing could see explosions from his location right by Cornelia's mobile base. It didn't take a genius to know that Optimus and his team were likely here, more than likely making the Brighton Neon forces look like amateurs. Though he commended them on their bravery, he knew the Autobots outclassed them significantly, and while he wanted to provide his aid, he had strict orders to only observe and intervene only when instructed. He wondered if Cornelia had a plan, and it was possible that she had, considering she planned this attack with the sole purpose of drawing out her enemy, namely Zero. Since it was clear that he and the Autobots were here, it was only a matter of time till she put her plan into motion. Squad 5. Contact lost. Enemy sighted in Sector G47. We have confirmation. It is the Autobots. Not just the Autobots. The terrorists they are helping also appear to be using Sutherlands captured from our own forces. Exactly the same as Shinjuku. One of Clovis' old officers uttered in fear. Is there any sign of Zero yet? No official sighting, but with the Autobots here, there is little doubt. That's enough. Cornelia broke her silence. Order all troops to fall back. Further damage and casualties serve no point. Fall back. One of Clovis' former officers questioned. With all due respect, we can still fight. Another officer exclaimed. We can't fight them like this. Cornelia stated. All forces, fall back behind ghetto perimeter at once. Darlton ordered. Formation doesn't matter. Fall back behind ghetto perimeter at once. Lelich heard the order from his stolen Sutherland and smirked triumphantly. What? No stomach for it? If I blend in with the retreating units, that'll put me right next to Cornelia. Have I cleared the task at hand already? He contacted the rest of his forces. All teams stand by, the enemy is falling back. Await further orders. Did you guys hear that? Cornelia's falling back. One rebel exclaimed victoriously through the comms. Yeah, take that you Brighton Neon bitch. Tamaki exclaimed. Guess all that Goddess of Victory stuff doesn't amount to much. Cliffjumper voiced. However, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Ogai looked in concern. That's it. Ogai questioned. She's retreating? She's not coming out here herself. Before either Autobot could respond, Ironhide made contact. Optimus, this doesn't sound like something Cornelia would do. On top of that, we've never once seen her own nightmare here, not even one of her Glaston nights. Yeah, at all those other spots she's hit here in Japan, Cornelia's always led the charge. But now, she didn't. Bumblebee voiced with concern. What did he say? Ogai asked, as he couldn't understand Bumblebee's bleeps. He said this doesn't feel right. Optimus translated. And I agree, something is not right here. Ashford Academy Clubhouse, Lelich's room. CC casually lay on Lelich's bed. No, I don't know where the Autobot base is. Guess you'll have to find out for yourself. She then chuckled. You can't fight your own blood, can you? But regardless, that type of person is dangerous, I wonder which path he'll take. She sat up off the bed with an impatient look on her face. I understand, just who do you think I am anyway? Student council room. I see, so Lulu lived here before this became Area 11. Was he a Neobor? Shirley asked Suzaku as he tried to get Arthur to play with a toy, but the cat paid Suzaku no mind. Well, you could say that. Suzaku answered, not revealing any important details. What about you, Shirley? Rai asked as he sat down near her. How long have you known Lulu? Well. Shirley tried to find an answer. I met him here during our freshman year, but honestly I didn't really like him at first. He had this indifferent impression and the only thing he worked hard at was avoiding hard work. But early in our first year, I happened to see him come upon a traffic accident. Traffic accident? Rai asked as he and Suzaku listened to her. A driver rear-ended another car and was clearly at fault, but he tried to blame it on the elderly owners of the other car. Nobody tried to help them, and then Lelich got up and walked over to a nearby tow truck waiting at the red light and attached its tow cable to angry driver's car. Once the light turned green, the tow truck drove off with the angry driver's car and dragged it along the road, breaking it down even further. Suzaku looked in surprise while Rai just laughed. Seriously? He continued to laugh. Wow, I wish I could have seen that. Shirley had a slight smile as she actually found it pretty funny too. Lulu didn't do it so he could boast to his buddies or laugh about it later, he did it with the same bored expression he always wears. And that's when I wondered what's up with this guy? What goes on in his mind? What does he want to do? I really wanted to know, and in the process of finding out. Suzaku smiled. You fell in love with him. Shirley blushed. You think that's what this is? Maybe you're right. Well, I mean, it's kinda obvious, I had a feeling that was the case. Rai said, surprising Shirley. I mean, you even call him Lulu, that's kind of a dead giveaway. He chuckled slightly, causing Shirley's face to turn red. From outside the council room, Millie happened to hear the whole exchange and smiled a bit for Shirley. How dreamy it is to be in love. Her smile faded. Oh, how I wish. Saitama. Lelich used his stolen Sutherland to slip into a retreating unit as they proceeded towards Cornelia's mobile base. He thought he had this in the bag as he smirked victoriously. Cornelia, you're no match. You'll lose. Cornelia smirked from her throne. Zero and those foolish Autobots are no match for me, I'll win. Most of Clovis' former officers looked in surprise, while Darlton remained unsurprised. Of course, that's why they call Princess Cornelia the goddess of victory. Said goddess turned her gaze towards her youngest knight. Shall we go then, Guilford my knight? He bowed. It is my pleasure to serve and obey you, my lady. Lelich appeared to be close to his victory as his Sutherland was with all the others literally right under Cornelia's nose, just a few feet away from her personal transport. Even with my geese, the normal security leaves it too risky for me to simply stroll in. I guess I'll need to create an opening like I did with Clovis. He then felt his cell phone vibrate and looked in minor surprise at the caller ID. Student council room. But I thought the Cat Festival meeting was scheduled for tomorrow. Ashford Academy, student council room. Suzaku was on the phone trying to get into contact with Lelich while Rai and Shirley both sat down with Arthur sleeping on the cat tree. I know Colin said I had it all wrong, but it seemed like she was getting upset in order to fool me. Shirley said. I don't think Colin is that shallow. Rai tried to tell her. I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding. Which is why in this case it's best to simply ask Lelich directly. Suzaku said as he held the phone. On your behalf, I can ask him how he feels about you. Rai looked in surprise while Shirley's face turned red. What? You'd really do that? Suzaku. I don't really think we should pry. Rai didn't like the idea either as it seemed a bit too personal. Just relax, it'll be fine. But Shirley quickly came up and snatched the phone from him. Are you nuts? No way. She shouted as she dramatically hung up the phone. Lelich saw the call ended before he could answer and paid it no mind. Oh, whatever. Suzaku tried to pick up the phone again as he tried to smile. Oh, come on, let me handle this for you. I'll be discreet. I don't want your help. Okay. Shirley shouted with her face being redder than Cliff Jumper's paint job. Rai tried to come in between them. Suzaku, if she doesn't want your help, then she doesn't want it. Let's just. As he tried to separate them, his foot tripped on the phone's wire, causing him to trip and stumble onto both Shirley and Suzaku, the scuffle knocking down the cat tree and upsetting Arthur a great deal. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't. Rai then realized that he was actually on top of Shirley on the ground, their faces less than an inch apart as her eyes shook. But they were quickly pulled out of it as they heard Suzaku grunting in pain and turned to see Arthur biting down on his hand. Oh. Does that hurt much? Shirley asked him. Greatly. Sayatama. Lelich saw Guilford in his Gloucester and a few other Glaston knights depart from the mobile base as he smirked. You're desperate, Cornelia, using your royal guard in such a manner. He opened his communications again. Beta team, re-engage their IFF signal, operate as a Brighton Neon unit. Got it, Tamaki responded. As my decoy. Lelich thought to himself. Meanwhile, Optimus, Ogai, and Bumblebee laid hidden in their spot as Optimus heard Zero's order, and yet he couldn't shake this feeling. Cornelia is choosing to send her royal guard yet doesn't enter the battle herself. Why would? His optics widened in realization. It was a trap. He quickly accessed his comms again. Tamaki, leave your Sutherland active, but exit the nightmare immediately. What? Are you serious? Ratchet, lock onto all the team's coordinates and prepare for multiple ground bridge extract ions. All units, be prepared to fall back immediately. Bumblebee and Cliffjumper looked at Optimus in surprise as he heard several questions and protests over the communicatons. Fall back. One rebel questioned. We can still fight. Colin exclaimed. What's going on, Optimus? Ironhide questioned. We're calling it quits. Cliffjumper also questioned. I believe this may be a trap. Optimus instructed everyone. I will not take any chances without knowing what Cornelia has planned. Ratchet, be prepared to evacuate our forces immediately and send them to Shinjuku. Bulkhead, wait with Tamaki and your team. If it is a trap, then fall back immediately. Though unsure, Bulkhead knew better than to question his leader. Sure, got it. Optimus, are you sure it's a trap? Ogai asked him. It is possible, and I won't risk your lives any more on the chance that is. Optimus told him. Bumblebee nodded in understanding while Ogai had a serious expression on his face. Cornelia's base. Darlton and the other officers saw the signal being transmitted by the active but abandoned nightmare, though they didn't know it was empty at the moment. One nightmare left transmitting an IFF signal within the city area. Darlton reported. Can't you contact it? One officer asked. Scramble a rescue team. No, destroy it. Cornelia ordered, much to the surprise of a few of the officers, but not Darlton. You can't. He might be a captive of the enemy. I ordered all troops to fall back. Cornelia instructed. I have no use for soldiers who can't follow my orders. You heard the princess. Darlton agreed. Do your duty. Even if it costs your life, Cornelia pressed. My subordinates follow that code without question. Bulkhead laid hidden in some rubble in his vehicle mode with Tamaki in the driver's seat as they saw the Sutherland, still transmitting its signal, but empty of all pilots. Hey, you sure about this? Tamaki questioned. Maybe the big guy's just paranoid. No, Optimus is never paranoid. Bulkhead insisted. If he thinks it's a trap, he's usually right. In less than a second, they spotted Guilford leading his Glaston Knight squad as they gunned for the empty Sutherland. They didn't even try contacting the supposed pilot as they pierced their spears into it from all sides, reducing the Sutherland to a pile of scrap metal in less than a second. Whoa, what the hell was that? They'd kill their own guy. Tamaki questioned. Just like a Khan would. Bulkhead said in a low growl as he turned around and drove away from the scene. Doc, Optimus, it was a trap. We're definitely gonna need those ground bridges. The Ark. Understood. Ratchet and Fixit saw the map of the area as well as the signals of all the Nightmare rays, enemy and friendly, including their fellow Autobots. All teams, prepare for immediate extraction. I am uploading coordinates in each of your Nightmare rays. Fix-It inputted the data in his console at the same time. Don't try and fight them, retreat immediately. We're really retreating. Colin questioned as she rolled her Glasgow down a road with Archie and Cliffjumper in their respective vehicle modes right beside her. Can't you just fight these guys? Better to fall back now and come up with a plan for later than going in blindly. Archie argued. Archie's right, we got no idea what Cornelia has up her sleeve, best to live to fight another day. Cliffjumper agreed. Colin grumbled but saw their logic as a ground bridge portal opened in front of them and they left the ghetto. Lelich's smirk vanished and his face was evident with shock as he heard Optimus command over the comms. What is going on out there? Zero, we're retreating. Ratchet exclaimed. This whole thing was a trap, we're falling back immediately. What? Lelich questioned in absolute shock. I can't fall back. I'm right in front of Cornelia. We can still fight. No, we're falling back. This not up for question. Ratchet hung up. Ratchet? Ratchet. Fix-It cut off Lelich's communications. Ratchet ordered the Minicon, much to his surprise. What? We're abandoning Lelich. No, we're abandoning him. Ratchet stated. But we can't have two separate orders creating chaos, allowing Cornelia's forces to take advantage. We'll come back for him later, cut him off. Fix-It, with a great deal of reluctance, cut off Lelich's communications from everyone else just as they heard a familiar voice over the comms. So, he ended up doing something stupid after all. C.C. How did you get this frequency? Ratchet questioned. Bumblebee gave it to me just in case I needed to be rescued. CC replied. Once you've cleaned up the mess Lelich made, I'd like to request a ground bridge to the Ark. Something tells me Zero may need a body double. She hung up, much to the surprise of the medic bot and Minicon. Well, she is rather odd. Fix-It commented. Odd doesn't even begin to describe it. Ratchet said with a sigh. Ironhide drove in his vehicle mode with several friendly Sutherlands down a ruined street with Guilford close behind them. They tried to shoot their Harkins, but a ground bride portal opened up in front of Ironhide's group. Gun it. Don't turn around. Just go. Ironhide ordered as they entered the portal and it closed just before Guilford could get to them. Damn it. He cursed before contacting his princess. Your Majesty, I believe I made contact with one of the Autobots with a group of terrorists, but he escaped through some form of portal, the same kind Zero used when he and the Autobots first made their appearance. Also, that Sutherland that was transmitting the IFF signal turned out to be empty. It was a decoy. Cornelia's eyes narrowed slightly as she heard Dreadwing contacting her. So this was your plan? The Decepticon questioned. Send out weaker soldiers to soften up the enemy before sending in your Royal Guard to act as a scalpel and cut them out one at a time. That's part of my plan, Dreadwing. Cornelia responded. If a few of those messily little Autobots choose to run away, that's fine. Turns out they were cowards all along, but my real target might just be underneath my nose. Optimus and Bumblebee drove towards the coordinates provided along with Ogai and his Sutherland. Though the Autobot leader stopped shy of the ground bridge portal just as it activated, causing Bumblebee and Ogai to stop. Hey, something wrong, Optimus? Ogai asked in concern. Bumblebee, Ogai, return to base. I will stay here. What? But you just said it was a trap. Ogai protested. It's Lelich, isn't it? Bumblebee asked in bleeps, so Ogai couldn't hear Zero's real name. Indeed. Optimus confirmed. Though this was a trap laid by Cornelia, I will see to it that she understands the consequences of her actions, in endangering innocent lives. Wait, what are you going to do? Ogai asked. You will see. Optimus turned around and drove away from the portal. Ogai honestly didn't know what to make of this. Hey, you know what he's doing? He asked Bumblebee. Don't worry, you can trust him. He always knows what to do. Bumblebee assured him. Ogai sighed a bit. You know, I really need to get some kind of translator for you. Bumblebee would have rolled his own optics as this lack of communication was getting a bit annoyed. But, you guys have helped us before, and you've always kept your word. So, whatever he's doing, I'll trust him. Bumblebee would have smiled at that as he and Ogai drove into the ground bridge portal. Ratchet, Archie, Cliffjumper. Lelouch tried to contact the Autobots through his communications, but got no response. Fix-It, Bulkhead, Ironhide, Bumblebee. Anyone please respond. Still no response. What, did they abandon me? Mission complete. A citywide announcement broadcasted from Cornelia's mobile base. All forces that take formation number 4. Lelouch saw that he was completely surrounded. He had only just now realized that he just walked right into the lion's den. Damn it. Beaten so easily. Optimus. Bumblebee, have you really abandoned me? This isn't how the game is supposed to go. Cornelia smirked in victory. This didn't work out the way it did in Shinjuku, Zero. I may not have gotten any Autobots, but perhaps their retreat is only a distraction, so that you may sneak in disguised as one of us as we lower our guard. Sorry, that may have worked on Clovis, but I'm not so easily fooled. She then began to announce her next order over her mobile base's speaker. Attention all Nightmare pilots. Open your hatches and reveal your faces. I repeat, all pilots open your hatches and show me your faces. Dreadwing looked in mild surprise while the two Viacons beside him were quite stunned. So she learned from her idiot brother's failure and used it to her advantage. One Viacon commented. I hate to admit it, but that's actually a pretty clever strategy. The second Viacon said. Dreadwing said nothing as he looked around at some of the Sutherlands as they opened their hatches. This plan is far more blunt than I would have preferred myself, but still, rather clever. So she knows when and when not to engage in battle. Still, that arrogant attitude of hers could use some work. But what if Zero isn't here? One Viacon asked. What if he retreated with the Autobots? Then we will simply wait for the next battle. Dreadwing told them as they continued to watch more pilots reveal their faces. Little do they know, Zero was in fact here. And it looked like that he was about to have a panic attack as he tried desperately to think of a strategy. What do I do? If she gets me in a lineup, without my mask, my identity will be exposed. That mustn't happen. Use my geese? No, impossible. It won't work unless I look directly at them, and there are Decepticons here, it won't work on them at all. How do I turn this around? Maybe I can start shooting and break my way out of here. Impossible, to those Decepticons, this Sutherland might as well be tinfoil. Without the Autobots, no wonder they broke off contact. If a ground bridge portal opened here, they'd invaded the Ark and learn its location. Open your hatch, soldier. He looked in surprise to see it was none other than Dreadwing addressing him. He may have been up close and personal with the Autobots, but being this close to a Decepticon, especially a high-ranking one, it really made his blood freeze. What are you waiting for? Open your hatch. I'm sorry. I can't. Lelouch desperately tried. My hatch was damaged in battle. Very well, then I will open it for you. Dreadwing said. Lelouch's face paled. This is it. I'm done for. He closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable end. Nunnally. However, before Dreadwing could even make a move there was a loud sound that caught everyone's attention. It was the honking of certain red and blue semi-auto truck. Said truck honked once more, as it broke right through the lineup, knocking down several Sutherlands as it drove towards Cornelia's mobile base. Due to the sudden surprise, as well as most of the pilots being out of their Nightmare rays, the truck drove and swerved to knock down most of the Nightmare rays before it came to a halt right in front of Cornelia's transport. What? Cornelia shot up from her chair in surprise as she, Darlton, and all the officers on board did not see this coming. What is this? Guilford and several Glaston knights quickly surrounded the truck in their Gloucesters, as all the infantrymen pointed their guns at it. Even the Viacons pointed their own energon blasters at the truck, as Dreadwing drew a large energon cannon from his back and aimed it at the vehicle. You. Identify yourself at once. Guilford demanded. However, no driver stepped out of the truck. Rather instead it transformed to reveal the largest and most powerful Cybertronian present. Cornelia Lee Britannia. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots, and I challenge you to a duel. Lelich couldn't contain his surprise. Optimus Prime! Dreadwing exclaimed as he and his Viacons readied their weapons. The Autobot leader Guilford also exclaimed. Prepare to open fire. Hold your fire. With that command from Cornelia, no one made a move or sound to attack. Though all the Brightonian forces kept their weapons trained on Optimus as he glared in the direction of the mobile base. Meanwhile, behind the mobile base, the remnants of the Purebloods looked in honest shock and surprise, especially Jeremiah. It's him. It's that damn Autobot. The one with Zero. Jeremiah exclaimed. I will destroy him for. Did you not hear Princess Cornelia? Kuel exclaimed to him. She said, hold your fire. So unless you want to be charged with even more treason, I suggest you keep it cool, Orange. Jeremiah was about to protest when he turned to see Valletta shaking her head at him. She too wanted revenge on the Autobots for what they did to them, but if they openly defied an order from a member of the royal family, especially since they were already on thin ice as it is, the consequences could be very severe. So with great reluctance, Jeremiah did not proceed forward. However, Dreadwing contacted his one true master, Lord Megatron. Optimus Prime has just now revealed himself, and it seems he is openly challenging Cornelia. Should we engage? No, Dreadwing. Megatron told him. His challenge was to Cornelia, not to me. Let this play out. As you wish. Dreadwing looked to the two Viacons near him as they didn't advance but still kept their weapons on standby. So that's the leader of the Autobots. Darlton said as he and everyone else on board saw the imposing figure of Optimus Prime. I have to admit, he certainly looks intimidating. Cornelia, however, didn't seem the least bit intimidated as she walked forward slightly and spoke over the speaker. Optimus Prime, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I just heard you challenging me to a duel. You heard correctly. Optimus confirmed. I am challenging you to a one-on-one battle between I and yourself. Lelich's eyes shook with surprise as this was something he did not expect. Just a minute ago, it felt as though the Autobots had abandoned him, but now their own leader had just walked right into the enemy's lines and challenged their leader to a one-on-one battle. Optimus, why are you? If Optimus could see Cornelia's face right now, it would be one of arrogance. Well, Optimus Prime, it would seem your guts are made of steel like the rest of your body. But, I question your intelligence. You are completely surrounded by my entire royal guard, all of whom are ready to fight and die for Britannia without hesitation. And while you might be able to take out a few of them, there is no way for you to fend them all off. So tell me why I would give you the luxury of a duel when I can simply order your execution right here and now. Are you or are you not the goddess of victory? Optimus questioned. If I recall, in nearly every one of your battles, you've always led the charge in your own personal nightmare. That is, until now. Why change tactics? Do you fear my comrades and myself? While one could make the argument that this was a wise decision, another could make the accusation that you are simply a coward. What? Cornelia said in a low growl. You endangered countless innocent civilians, all to simply draw us out. Optimus continued. Clovis attempted the same thing, hiding behind his own soldiers while he ordered the deaths of countless men, women, and children in Shinjuku, all to cover a mistake he made. If that doesn't count as cowardice, then I don't know what does. Cornelia narrowed her eyes as she practically gritted her teeth. Viceroy, he is only trying to provoke you. Darlton advised her. However, if you truly do wish to uphold yourself as a warrior, then you will accept my challenge. Optimus continued. And if you desire a reason to accept, then I propose a wager. What sort of wager? Cornelia questioned. If I am victorious, then you will vow as a member of the royal family that you will not endanger innocent civilians again. Be they Japanese, Brightonian, or any other nationality. Optimus told her. Brightonian? Darlton questioned in a low tone. Does he seriously believe we'd attack our own people? How dare this abomination insult Princess Cornelia? One officer exclaimed. He should be executed at once. Their ranting however was cut off as Cornelia shot her arm towards them to silence them as she addressed Optimus once more. And if I win, what do I gain? Knowledge that you may find valuable, regarding a certain sibling of yours. Optimus' wager caught Lelich by an even greater surprise than before. Was he offering to expose his identity to Cornelia? Before he could question any further, he felt a vibration on his phone and answered it. Before you do anything stupid again, let Optimus keep going. He knows what he's doing. Once the coast is clear, get out of that Sutherland and get into the building right behind you. I'll be there. Bumblebee instructed before hanging up. Lelich couldn't get his thoughts together, so the Autobots didn't abandon him. However, he wasn't sure if he was supposed to be angry or relieved. But he knew Bumblebee was right, this was his chance to escape without Cornelia seeing him. So he put his soldier's helmet back on to hide his face and would wait for the right moment to leave. Optimus' wager was something that Cornelia did not expect. Her sibling? Was he referring to Clovis? Did Zero know something about him? Whatever it was, it certainly caught her attention. What do you mean by that? She questioned. Does this information have anything to do with the identity of Zero? Accept my terms, and you will find out. The Autobot leader told her. Before Cornelia could answer, Darlton tried to speak. Your Majesty, this could simply be an act to lure you into an ambush. I would not accept this challenge. It could be a trap, Your Highness. Guilford agreed over the communications as he was still in his own Gloucester outside. We can destroy him right here and now. I disagree. Dreadwing spoke up. Optimus Prime, while he may be my enemy, he is neither a coward nor a deceiver. If he claims to have knowledge that is important to you, it must be true. I am not saying you should accept his challenge, I am simply telling you that he never lies. Cornelia heard all their advice and smirked. All forces stand down. She ordered before addressing the Autobot directly. Very well, Prime. I accept your challenge. All the Night Marrays lowered their weapons, as did Dreadwing and his Vehicons. Optimus gazed up at the mobile base once more. We will meet 50 kilometers west of here. I will be waiting for you. Optimus turned around to walk away before transforming and driving off. As he retreated, no one noticed the empty Sutherland that the disguised Lelich left as he slipped into a ruined building not far from the area. After climbing over some debris, he spotted not only the vehicle mode of Bumblebee but CC wearing his own Zero outfit as well, complete with his mask. Why did you do that? You're welcome. Bumblebee said, though his tone couldn't be identified with his bleeps, it was obvious he was less than pleased. I told you he wouldn't say thanks. CC said to the disguised Autobots. You cut off communications with me and leave me out to dry, then just waltz right in and challenging Cornelia without even telling me. Lelich was about to yell, but Bumblebee cut him off. Now's not the time for that. Don't worry, we will be talking about this later. But for right now, just get in. Bumblebee opened his doors as CC got in the driver's seat while Lelich got at the passenger seat. Bumblebee closed his doors and drove off. Where's everyone else? Lelich asked. The rest of the bots are at the Ark right now. Colin and Ogai's group, as well as the Yamato Alliance, are all at Shinjuku, getting ready for the show. What show? Lelich raised an eyebrow. Oh, you'll see. CC said as a ghost of a smirk appeared on her face. 10 minutes later. Bumblebee pulled up right behind Optimus, who stood in his full glory, though Bumblebee remained in his vehicle mode as Lelich observed the surroundings. They were in the very center of the Saitama Ghetto. The arena had a diameter of 50 meters all around. There was no ruins or buildings anywhere, an open arena without any form of cover. The perfect spot for an open duel. CC, still dressed as Zero, left the vehicle. You're gonna want to stay inside, Bumblebee told Lelich. It didn't take a genius to know what they were doing. CC was going to act as Zero to make it look as though everyone in her lineup before was a Brighton Neon soldier and that this whole thing wasn't just a big distraction. Optimus stood as he saw a large group of Night Marrays roll onto the area before coming to a halt 100 meters away from Optimus at the very edge of the arena. These included multiple Sutherlands, including the Pure Bloods being held in the very back of the pack, and many Gloucesters as well, including both Guilford and Darlton in their own personal Nightmare rays. At the front of the pack was Cornelia herself in her own personal custom-made Gloster. But it wasn't just them. A certain airplane, flanked by 2 more dark purple jets, flew towards the scene before transforming and landing to reveal Dreadwing and his Viacan troopers as they landed next to Cornelia's forces. Dreadwing made contact with Optimus as the Autobot leader gave him a nod of acknowledgement and respect. However, what the Brightonian forces did not know was that Bumblebee was recording and broadcasting the footage from his optics and transmitting them to the Ark as Fixit transmitted that frequency to a large television in the hideout for the rebels in Shinjuku as they, including Colin, Ogai, and Tamaki, watched with interest. All the remaining Autobots watched from the Ark's bridge as well as they saw the coming battle from the main screen. It wasn't just them however, as Laserbeak flew high over the battle and also broadcasted the event taking place to the Nemesis where Megatron, Soundwave, Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp all continued to watch. Megatron would be lying if he said he wasn't interested at all in the fight about to take place. Up till now, he hadn't seen what Optimus was capable of since the exodus from Cybertron, as he didn't fight against the Purebloods, only the rest of his team did. Now he could see what his greatest foe could do. Had he grown weaker or stronger since their last encounter? Either way, it was going to be quite the show. Cornelia saw from her Gloster that Zero was present as well. She really wanted to get her hands on him for what happened to Clovis. But right now, she had a duel to win. Soldiers of Britannia, listen closely. Cornelia began to announce to her soldiers, including the 3 Decepticons nearby. This battle is mine and mine alone. You will not interfere. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. All the soldiers, including Guilford and Darlton, all exclaimed at once. Indeed, the battle is yours. I will not interfere. Dreadwing assured her. With that declaration, Cornelia moved her Gloster slowly into the battlefield as Optimus began walking towards the center as well. They slowly came towards the center before stopping 20 meters away from each other. Optimus Prime, before we begin, let me ask you something. Cornelia began. Why do you fight for these measly 11s? With all the power you possess, you should have sided with us. With all our power combined we could easily control this world. You believe that those with power should use it to oppress others simply because you view them as weak? Optimus questioned. Indeed. Optimus shook his head. That is why I side with them. You may view them as mere numbers, but they think and feel the same way both you and I do. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. I will fight to protect that right, no matter the cost. Freedom is their right. Cornelia questioned with a scoff. I never realized just how foolishly idealistic you were. It's a law of nature, the strong survive while the weak always perish beneath our feet. That's how it is and how it always will be. For wild animals with base instinct perhaps. Optimus responded. But you are an intelligent being, and with Britannia's resources, your nation could use them to help those less fortunate than you, not oppress them. But you choose this path, you aren't forced onto it, it's a choice. If you truly wish to be a true leader Cornelia, then stray from your father's path of destruction and death, and lead Britannia towards peace. Cornelia's eyes twitched slightly as anger flashed in her eyes before she put herself back in her current situation. Clearly, alien, you do not know how this world works. But don't worry, I'll teach you. It was silent from that point forward. Optimus' faceplate closed as he glared at Cornelia, who glared back from inside her Gloster. No one dared make a move, not the 2 fighters, nor the Brightonian soldiers observing them, not even Dreadwing. Lelich watched this intensely with Bumblebee. The exiled prince had never seen Optimus in action before, and against Cornelia no less. CC meanwhile had an amused smile underneath the Zero mask. The leader of the Autobots against the goddess of victory of Britannia. This should defiantly be interesting. Everyone else watching from their respective separate locations, Autobots, Decepticons, and Resistance fighters were just as tense as everyone else as not even Optimus nor Cornelia had made a move. The tension was so thick, one could cut it with a knife. A slight breeze blew in between them as they continued to glare, almost as if one was silently daring the other to make the first move. Optimus, though he maintained his glare, kept a cool head and remained calm, while Cornelia's hands twitched slightly on the controls of her nightmare. Finally, Cornelia made the first move as she pulled out her Gloucester's rifle and opened fire on Optimus. Optimus' hands converted into his energon blasters as he ran to avoid the bullets shot at him, while he shot energon blasts at Cornelia, who moved her Gloucester to avoid the shots. Her nightmare moved along the ground at such speed that she was able to avoid all the blasts shot at her, while Optimus ran parallel to her. For someone so large he was quite fast and nimble. Realizing this wasn't getting her anywhere, Cornelia shot her Gloucester straight towards Optimus, while still shooting with her rifle to keep him from fighting back. Once she got close enough she shot her Harkins in his direction, however she did not expect him to actually jump and flip over where the Harkins landed, not only that he actually landed behind Cornelia and gave a powerful kick to the Nightmare's back to send it skidding across the ground. Darlton and Guilford looked in surprise. No one has ever managed to knock down Cornelia before. However, Dreadwing wasn't surprised in the least. He battled Optimus before and knew just how formidable he was. Cornelia was able to get her Gloucester back on its feet before she rolled directly at Optimus with her justing lance. But Optimus made no effort to avoid it, rather he converted his right hand into one of his signature blades to block and parry the lance's thrust as Cornelia skidded past him. She immediately turned her nightmare around and shot forward again with her lance, only for Optimus to block and parry with his sword again. As Cornelia turned around it appeared she was about to try it again a third time, but as she got close she shot her Harkins out on the ground and propelled her in the air above Optimus. Optimus was able to roll underneath the cables of the Harkins as they pulled Cornelia's Gloucester down. As she descended she pulled out her rifle again and shot at Optimus, who ran back to avoid the shot. Just as she landed, he pulled out his energon blaster in his right hand and shot the rifle out of her nightmare's hands, obliterating the weapon. Cornelia growled in frustration before she readied her lance and shot for Optimus again as he converted both his hands into blades, ready to block it. However, Cornelia did something unexpected as she held her lance in her nightmare's right arm, but threw her left arm out for a punch, which Optimus blocked with the flat part of his right blade, but it left his right flank vulnerable as Cornelia pierced her lance into his side and shot past him. The Gloucester skidded to a halt some distance past Optimus as she saw him hold his wood where blue liquid energon leaked out of it. She saw it and smirked. "Do you see that?" she announced to her soldiers. "He bleeds. These Autobots aren't invincible, they are vulnerable. And anything that's vulnerable can be killed." However, Optimus wasn't the least phased as he stood up straight. "Are you proud?" "What?" Cornelia questioned. "You only managed to scratch me. Are you proud of this achievement?" Optimus asked, not even fazed by the small wound Cornelia gave him. "Oh, you are going to get a lot more than just a scratch. Optimus Prime, I will be your end." Cornelia shot her Gloucester straight at Optimus with her lance, at her nightmare's top speed, ready to impale him. However, Optimus let her come. And just before she could thrust her lance into his chest area, Optimus actually caught the weapon with both his hands. Using her own momentum, he actually lifted up the Gloucester over his head and threw her across the ground. "No way!" Lelich exclaimed in surprise as he still watched from inside Bumblebee. While CC, still disguised as Zero, also looked in shock, which was a first for even her. "Princess Cornelia!" Guilford shouted as Darlton's own eyes widened in surprise. Dreadwing however kept his eyes on the battle, as he wasn't the least bit surprised. Cornelia was completely stunned by this, but was quick to regain her bearings as she tried to pull up her damaged nightmare. She looked in shock to see Optimus actually running toward her like a speeding bullet. Acting on instinct, she shot her lance out forward, but Optimus already had his blade ready and actually sliced through the lance down the middle and dragged his blade through the Gloucester's right arm before completely severing it. She tried to throw a punch with her nightmare's left arm, but Optimus caught it effortlessly before crushing its fist in his own hand. Now it was Optimus' turn to go on the offensive as he began to lay a series of punches all across Cornelia's Gloucester. Each punch was thrown with such force that the internal systems of the nightmare suffered severe damage, though Optimus held back a bit as to not kill Cornelia inside. The Brighton Neon Soldiers could not believe what they were seeing as Optimus Prime continued to punch the Gloucester owned by Princess Cornelia Lee Britannia. Giflord's eyes shook with shock. "No, this can't be possible." he uttered. Darlton was equally shocked as he gripped the controls of his nightmare hard. Princess Cornelia is actually losing. Finally, after several more punches, Optimus delivered a powerful fist directly to the face of the Gloucester, so powerful that it actually knocked off the Nightmare's head. Optimus then delivered the finishing blow as he drew his blade and slashed at the Gloucester's abdomen area, just below the cockpit. The Nightmare wasn't cut in half, but it was deep enough that its systems were now completely inoperable as it fell on its back in defeat. "This duel is over. You have lost," Optimus declared. With that declaration, the entire battlefield had been rendered silent. Lelouch couldn't believe what he had just seen, such skill and power. Optimus Prime knew exactly what to do and applied what force was necessary to win, and he didn't even kill her. He was a force to be reckoned with. CC had the same sort of thoughts as she couldn't help but give an impressed smile at the result. The forces of Britannia, however, were far from pleased. Guilford was completely speechless, while Darlton narrowed his eyes and gripped his controls so hard it felt as though his knuckles would have turned white. Jeremiah's jaw was agape while Kuel's eyes shook beyond belief. Optimus Prime, defeated. Princess Cornelia, the goddess of victory. Valletta thought in an equal amount of disbelief. The Autobots, just who are these warriors? The Cybertronians present weren't all that surprised. Bumblebee had fought beside Optimus for years and he knew he had what it takes to win, no way Cornelia was ever going to beat him. Dreadwing had expected this outcome, while he knew Optimus was the most skilled fighter he ever encountered, it was also Cornelia's arrogance that also got the better of her. The Ark. "All right. That's how we do it," Bulkhead exclaimed with a wide grin as the rest of Team Prime saw the battle come to an end. As if there was ever any doubt. Cliffjumper said with a bit of a smug expression. "Way to take that wannabe Decepticon down a peg, Optimus." Ironhide stated with a smirk and a nod. "Well, I'm not really all that surprised, I mean this is Optimus we're talking about." Arky commented with her own smirk. Indeed, there was no possible means of victory for Cornelia. Ratchet said as he knew what his oldest friend was capable of and it dwarfed anything Cornelia had to offer. Despite knowing this victory was likely, it's still a privilege to watch Optimus Prime lurk, quirk, work. Fixit said in between glitches. Pretty much every Resistance fighter cheered at the top of his or her lungs as the Kojaki Resistance Cell and the Yamato Alliance just saw Optimus' victory. Hell yeah. Suck it, Britannia. Tamaki cheered with everyone else. Autobots won. Britannia nothing. That was amazing. He took down Cornelia. He compelled to destroy her. How does Zero know these guys? Well, they can sign me up. I'm definitely gonna work with these guys. The only ones not cheering or celebrating were Colin and Ogai as they were still quite shocked with the result. Though Colin was the first to break silence. He won. Optimus Prime beat Cornelia. Colin uttered before a wide grin broke on her face. He can beat them. They can beat them. The Autobots, Zero, they can beat Britannia. We can actually win this. Ogai said nothing as he saw Optimus' figure from the TV. This alien being was not only powerful, but he could tell just from a few short meetings and fighting beside him, that he meant what he said. Optimus Prime would stand and protect Japan and all others that Britannia and even the Dekpatiokans would oppress. Ogai smiled, he didn't know him long, but he would trust Optimus with his life. He would even follow him into hell if he was asked to. The Nemesis. Though Starscream and Skywarp looked frustrated at this, Thundercracker wasn't surprised. This was the most likely outcome. However, it still would have been satisfying to see if by some miracle that Optimus did indeed fall, but they knew that Cornelia didn't have what it takes to bring him down. Despite the enemy's victory, Megatron chuckled slightly. After all these years, Optimus, still at the top of your game. Saitama. Cornelia couldn't believe it. She lost, for the first time in her life, she actually lost. She lost a real battle, a one-on-one duel. How was this possible? She was the goddess of victory. The pride of Britannia. But now she couldn't even move her nightmare. Her body wasn't all that great either as she felt some bruises all over her body, her right arm was sprained, and she even had some blood trickling down the right side of her face, past her eye. But nothing was more damaged than her own pride. The only thing working with her Gloucester was the screen in front of her, but barely, as she could see Optimus looking down at her through the static. "Well, what are you waiting for?" She spoke to him through a spiteful growl. "Finish it. Finish me. I'm ready." However, Optimus made no such moves. His faceplate opened as he shook his head. "No." Cornelia's head shot up in disbelief. "What? You are defeated, your nightmare cannot move, and you are unable to defend yourself any further. There is no point in me taking your life," Optimus told her. "You must. You cannot." Cornelia stuttered. "I can, because at the moment you are helpless, unable to defend yourself," Optimus said. "And no matter the circumstances, even if you are my enemy, I will never terminate a helpless life form. Otherwise I'd be no different from your father or Megatron." Cornelia shook with rage and disbelief as Optimus looked towards her as well as her own soldiers. "You have accepted the terms of this duel, and you have lost," Optimus began. "From this point forward, you will no longer endanger innocent civilians, regardless of their nationality. If you choose to wage war, then very well, but it will remain solely between soldiers. If any of you have any sense of loyalty or honor, then you will respect these terms." Guilford and Darlton glared at him, but they knew that was what they will do. Though they themselves did not make the agreement, their princess made it. So they too will follow it, and they would no longer attack any civilians, even the 11s living in the ghettos. Dreadwing gave a nod of acknowledgement. Though he wasn't officially one of Cornelia's soldiers, he was among the few Decepticons with a sense of honor, and he would never endanger innocents. Optimus then turned around and began to walk away. But Cornelia wouldn't have it. In a fit of rage, she manually opened her cockpit and stuck out as she pulled out her sword gun weapon and shot at Optimus. "Get back here!" she shouted as she continued to shoot at him, the bullets bouncing harmlessly off his metal body. "I'm not done with you. This isn't over. Come back and face me." Optimus stopped briefly and turned back to Cornelia as she continued to shoot, even after her gun ran out of ammo. "I will leave you a warning. Do not trust Megatron. If you do, you will regret it." With that final warning, Optimus transformed into his vehicle mode and met up with Bumblebee, as well as Lelich and CC as they rode inside the Autobot Scout. A ground bridge portal opened up and they were both transported back to the Ark before it closed. Cornelia couldn't believe it. With a yell she threw her weapon away and began to pound her fist into the damaged body of her nightmare. "Damn it! Damn it all!" she yelled. "Not only does he humiliate me in front of my own soldiers, but he doesn't even see fit to grant me a warrior's death. Does he think I'm beneath him?" She looked in the direction where the ground bridge portal had vanished as her eyes shook with unbelievable rage as her soldiers came to her aid. "I am a woman of my word, so I will honor the terms of this agreement. However, I swear even if it's the last thing I do, I will kill you, Optimus Prime. I'll have your head mounted on my wall." The Ark. Bumblebee and Optimus had arrived back at the Ark with Lelich and CC as the latter took off the mask to show her face. Once the humans exited the two Autobots and they transformed, Lelich noticed the looks the Autobots were giving him. They were looks of disappointment and even anger, especially with Ironhide and Arky. "So, you decided to grace us with your presence, Your Majesty," Ironhide said mockingly. "Don't call me that," Lelich stated. "You really have no room to complain here," Ironhide stated. "How could you not see the whole thing was a trap? It was exactly like Shinjuku. Cornelia may not be a strategist, but you don't need to master strategy to know she was playing you. Sorry Lelich, but I gotta go with everyone else on this. You really messed up big time," Cliffjumper said. Though he wasn't angry with him, he was still disappointed. "I don't need a lecture," Lelich said in a low. "We think you do," Ratchet said. "You are a strategic genius, Lelich, we know that. So how is it that you couldn't see that you were being drawn in? It was because you let your pride get to you. You won a few battles and you have a power that no other human has. Now you suddenly believe you can take on the entire Brightonian Empire and win? Any competent force learns from their mistakes, and it seemed they have." I would have won if the conditions were equal. Conditions were equal? Ironhide exclaimed. This isn't a game. This is war. It's not like chess where your opponent has to abide by the rules. Megatron doesn't care about following the rules. He doesn't play fair. And neither does Bretonina, so don't expect them to. He's right, Lelich. Bulkhead began in a less strict, but still straightforward tone. No offense, but we got a lot more experience than you don't know war like we do. The cons aren't gonna poly fair. I have all the data on Cybertron's battles if you want to look at that. Fixit offered. Lelich looked away with a scowl. Oh, and by the way, CC told us what you tried to do back at Ashford. He looked in surprise as he turned to the immortal-haired girl who simply shrugged while Bumblebee continued. Did you seriously threaten to kill yourself in order for her to let you go? Really? That seems like something a spoiled little kid would do to get their way. I can't have you dying, Lelich. CC added. And it seems that they'd prefer to have you alive as well, seeing as how you're working with them. Emphasis on working with us. Ironhide said sturdily. Contrary to what you think, we're not your personal weapons of mass destruction. This is my fight. Lelich yelled. I made a vow to obliterate Britannia, and I will do that no matter what it takes. You still don't get it, do you? Archie began. A couple of victories doesn't mean you're invincible. Not every mission results in success. Not for me, not for B, not even for Optimus. What happened to you and your sister was a tragedy and you have my sympathies, but you're not the only one who knows what loss is. All those rebels we're fighting with, every single one of them has lost something. Their homes, their friends, their families. And we know what that's like too. We've won battles and we've lost some, we've lost friends too, we even lost our whole world. Cybertron is gone. We can't ever go home now, do you understand what that's like? But you still have your planet, and we have a chance to save, a chance to stop Britannia and the cons from doing to it what happened to our home. But if we're going to win this, everybody in this room needs to be in sync. This isn't about you or your own little vendetta. Lelich didn't expect something like that. He couldn't think of a response as he simply looked away. All right, I believe that is enough. Optimus said to his team. You have all made your point. Optimus, he needs to hear this. Archie insisted. Ironhide and Ratchet looked towards Optimus as they silently told him that they agree with Archie. They need to make sure this sticks with Lelich. You might actually do it. Archie continued to speak to Lelich. You might actually defeat your father and make this world a better place, and I sincerely hope that you do, but that begins and ends with putting the team first. Not your personal scorecard. I will destroy the empire of Charles Z.I. Britannia. Lelich suddenly exclaimed, letting his emotions get the better of him. I'll do whatever it takes to make this world better for Nunnally. Then stop acting like a Brightonian prince, and start being a soldier, an Autobot. Archie told him. Lelich's look softened a bit as he instinctively glanced towards Optimus, who held a straightforward look. Though he didn't say it, Optimus agreed with everything they said. If Lelich really wanted to create that sort of world, he needed to put his comrades and his team first. This wasn't about him. The former prince turned revolutionary side as he relaxed a little. All right, so, what's the next step? The group calmed down a bit as it seemed Lelich was now willing to listen to them. Though he still probably had a long way to go, it was at least a start. Well, since Optimus took down Cornelia, both Ogai's group and the Yamato Alliance have sent messages about wanting to join us. Bulkhead said. Lelich smiled slightly. That's good to hear. We talked about this before, that if we're going to actually stand a chance at beating Britannia and the Decepticons, we're gonna need to build an army. Ironhide said. But since we can't reach any other Autobots out in space, we're gonna have to work with what we got here. Cliffjumper added. I have tried to send out signals, but with the state the Ark is in, not to mention that we are actively hiding from the Decepticons, I've had less than successful results. Fixit said. While I personally aren't fond with involving humans, it seems like we don't have a choice. Ratchet said. But 2 resistance groups aren't enough for us to wage a full-scale war. Then we better start building our army. Lelich said. An army that can lose to Britannia or the Decepticons. A people. A nation. Optimus nodded. Then let's get to work. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the current Emperor of Britannia, Charles Z.I. Britannia stood on what appeared to be some kind of ancient altar as he looked to what appeared to be a cloudy sky with a strong light behind it. The silence was broken by a series of footsteps as someone who bore the appearance of a young boy entered. Charles, how are things proceeding here? Vivi asked. Steadily, big brother. Charles answered. I was just conversing with Clovis, actually. Vivi had a bit of an amused smile as he walked to his brother's side. Looks like Lelich has now joined with the Autobots, they even defeated Cornelia of all people. I'm not really surprised. Charles said. If they are anything like what Megatron has told us, then the Autobots will present a problem for our empire. Speaking of our old teacher, now that Optimus Prime has revealed himself, Megatron might take a more active role in our world's affairs. Vivi said with concern. Should he learn of what we've been doing? He won't. Charles said. His gaze is fixated solely on Area 11 where Optimus and Lelich are. So long as he focuses on them, we'll be secure. CC is there as well. Vivi said. If Megatron happens to find her before we do, it could cause some problems. Perhaps you're right. We'll need to accelerate the project, but we can't rush it too much. It's a delicate process and we cannot afford any mistakes. Charles stated. And Lelich? Will he be a problem? Vivi asked. I wouldn't worry about him just yet. Megatron might handle him for us. Charles said. Don't worry, big brother, the dream that you and I and Marianne all shared will come into fruition. I will make sure of it. At the mention of the woman's name, V's eyes twitched slightly. Even in death, her name still brought out some spite and jealousy in him. I'm sure it will. I'll leave you to it, then. Vivi left the area, leaving Charles alone, or supposedly. Charles. A new voice spoke in his mind. I admit, I'm rather nervous. This is Megatron we're talking about, he's even smarter than Lelich and Schneeisel combined, and more powerful than anything we have at our disposal. If he learns of our project. Marianne, I promise, he won't. Ragnarok will make this world a better place. I promise. Done. Chapter 9, Knights for Justice and Freedom. A bullet train rode on the tracks over a nearby ghetto, the occupants of one the train cars being members of the Ashford Student Council, Millie, Shirley, Nina, and even the amnesiac Rye, all of whom wore casual clothing. Millie wore a long light blue dress that stretched to her ankles, Shirley wore a green tank top with brown shorts and sandals, her hair tied back in a ponytail, Nina wore a beige jacket with heavy brown pants and a hat. I've never left the Tokyo settlement before, this is my very first time. Shirley said excitedly as she looked out the window. What about you, Rye? You tell me, I don't know. Rye said in a bit of a joking tone referring to his amnesia, but despite the joke, Shirley looked regrettable at that. Oh, right, I'm sorry. Forget, don't worry. Rye assured. I'm still a little bit surprised Lelich said it would be alright with you coming with us. Shirley said honestly. Why? I mean it's not like he's my dad or anything. Rye said. Well, considering how overprotective Lulu is for Nunnally, it's naturally a bit of a surprise that he's letting anyone who lives under the same roof as him go anywhere without him. Millie explained. Of course he's protective of his sister. She's blind and in a wheelchair, for Pete's sake. Rye said as if it were obvious. Relax, I was joking. Millie said before turning to Shirley. Speaking of Lelich, I bet you wish he was here with us, don't you, Shirley? The tease caused Shirley to blush while Rye had an indifferent look. I think I'm starting to understand why you're called the She-Devil. Rye said while Millie just had a mischievous grin. The train however entered a dark tunnel, causing Nina to give a frightened shriek, slightly startling both Rye and Shirley. Millie kneeled down in front of her and held her hand gently as the lights came on in the train car. Nina, it's all right. Millie said in a calm and soothing tone. There are lots of tourists at Lake Kawaguchi, so security's fine. Don't be afraid, it's not the ghettos. Yes, but We'll be with you the whole time. We won't leave your side for a second. Millie assured. Nina smiled. Thanks. The train exited the tunnel and entered a valley where one could clearly see Mount Fuji. Shirley looked in amazement and wonder, while Rai, who was also amazed at the sights before him, had something else on his mind. He saw the metallic exterior around Mount Fuji and his face grimaced a bit, that along with what Millie said in regards to the ghettos. Lelich and Nunnally had both told him not only of their former status as royals, but of what Japan was like before the invasion. Though he was amazed at the sight of Mount Fuji, he was also disgusted at the man-made structures built around it, almost as if it were a symbol of Britannia's dominance and oppression. He already had a strong dislike for the Britannian Empire, though he cared for his friends in the Ashford Council, despite being Britannians themselves, as they were only civilians and good people, but that did not deter his distaste for the Empire and its beliefs on social Darwinism. He really wanted to do something about it, but what could he do? He was only one person. It's not like he actually knew people actively fighting Britannia. The Ark. The vehicle modes of Bumblebee, Bulkhead, Cliffjumper, Ironhide, and Arky all drove through several ground bridge portals from the ground bridge station all the way up to the bridge of the submerged Autobot ship. Once the vehicles came to a halt, the doors opened to reveal the combined members of the Kaujiki Resistance Cell and the Yamato Alliance, Colin herself having ridden on Arky. They all stumbled for a bit as the Autobots transformed into robot mode. "Aw man, I think I'm gonna be sick." Tamaki grumbled as he held his stomach as many other people had similar feelings around him. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it," Cliffjumper said. "Shake it off everyone, and welcome aboard." That was the declaration of Zero as everyone shook off their nausea to look up to see Zero himself standing on a built-in human-sized just below the main window screen with Optimus and Ratchet standing at each of his sides in front of him. Once their amnesia was shaken off, all the rebels looked around at their new surroundings in amazement. Holy cow! Whoa, look at this place. It's huge. Ogai looked towards Optimus. What is this place? This is the Ark. Optimus began to explain. It once served as a mass Autobot transport during an exodus from our home planet. But as of this moment, it will serve as our headquarters. We're inside an alien spaceship? Colin questioned, still not over her amazement. Ratchet gave a scoff. Police. I wouldn't describe it simply as that. Who's the bot with the attitude? Tamaki asked with crossed arms, not liking Ratchet's tone of voice. That would be Ratchet. Bulkhead introduced. He's not too big a hands-on fighter, but he's our team's medic, and stinking good scientist. Their medic, huh? One rebel wondered. Yes, and I am his assistant and caretaker of the Ark. Fixit rolled up to many of the rebels, who looked at him in surprise. My name is Fixit. Nice to meet you, meet you. Whoa, a mini-bot. Another rebel voiced in surprise. I ain't that cute. Tamaki teased. The official term is mini-con, thank you. Fixit confirmed. And I apologize for any mispronunciations in my speech, for my body was damaged when the Ark crashed here on Earth, so I might be a bit glitchy. Crash landed. Colin questioned. Where exactly are we anyway? The Ark is several miles off the coast of Japan, deep in the Pacific Ocean. Arky answered as all the rebels looked out the main window to see the oceanic setting before them, complete with a multitude of wish. Whoa, we're underwater. That's really cool. Zero, Optimus, are you sure about all this? Ogai asked. Letting us into your place like this? Of course. We're comrades after all. Zero assured. Indeed, if we are to stand a chance against our enemies, then the best possible option is cooperation. Optimus explained as well. You sure this place is safe? One rebel from the Yamato Alliance asked. Yeah, don't worry about it. Cliffjumper said. This place is completely invisible to both Britannia and the cons, no one's gonna find us all the way down here. And it's best you guys don't stray too far from the bridge. Ironhide explained. The Ark is huge even by our standards, it's easy to get lost here. Not to mention some of the areas around this place are damaged with flooded compartments too. Arky added. But other than that, our casa is your casa. Bulkhead welcomed. We'll make more accommodations as time passes. Zero said. But in the meantime, we've established a small area over there, serving something equivalent to a meeting and recreational area. He pointed over to the far right side where a staircase built into the wall lead up to a large platform that could hold over 24 people with plenty of tables, several chairs, and couches, even a few fridges and a flat-screen television. The rebels all climbed up the staircase and looked at the area they'd probably be spending most of their time at. Colin and another rebel opened some of the fridges to find some bottled water already there. They'd probably need more food, but this was the best that can be made on such short notice. Optimus, with all due respect, the rebels are in much danger here as anywhere. Ratchet voiced his protest. They have no protective shell. If they get underfoot they will go, squish. Then for the time being, Ratchet, we must watch where we step. Optimus told him. As Optimus said Ratchet, cooperation is necessary. Zero added. Every army needs a base they can all reconvene at, and the Ark is perfect. It's large enough to hold the entire population of Japan and still have room to spare. The ground bridge portals will make it easy for all of us to transport in and out of dangerous locations, and we're so deep underwater that we're completely invisible to our enemies' eyes. Ratchet understood the logic in Lelich's statement, and agreed with Optimus that if they are to have any hope of standing against the combined forces of the Decepticons and Britannia, they need an army of their own. As much as he hated to admit it, they really needed the help of the humans right now. One rebel turned on the television with a remote as an emergency news report came on. How are things looking on the scene? This got the attention of many of the rebels, and even Bumblebee and Cliffjumper. What's going on? The Red Autobot asked as they watched. I'm here in front of the Lake Kawaguchi Center Hotel. A female reporter began in front of said hotel. The hotel jackers have identified themselves as the Japan Liberation Front. That caught Ironhide's attention. Fix-It, put that on the main screen. Fix-It nodded as he pressed a few commands on a small Minicon console made for him as the news broadcast was now being projected on the main screen on the Ark's bridge, allowing the Autobots and Zero to see it. Members of the Sakuradite allocation meeting, most notably Chairman James, were taken hostage as well as several tourists and hotel employees. The screen showed footage taken by the hotel jackers to show all the hostages surrounded by armed men all stored in a meat locker with hands above their heads. This footage was taken by the perpetrators. In it you can clearly see Chairman James and even some students. Zero looked in surprise, as did Colin as they recognized the faces of Shirley, Rai, Millie, and Nina among the console. From the student council? Colin thought. Even Bumblebee looked in surprise as he recognized them from his time watching over Lelich at Ashford. JLF headquarters. Todo and several of his comrades watched the broadcast as well and were not pleased at all. The leader of the group claims to be Lieutenant Colonel Kusakabe of the new debunked Japanese military. Todo slammed his fist on the ground. That imbecile. On the scene. Princess Cornelia's personal transport, along with several soldiers, and even Suzaku and the Special Corps had gathered around the hotel as Diet Hard Ride's news unit continued to broadcast. Sakuradite, an essential component in the manufacture of high-temperature superconductors, is a vital strategic resource that directly affects world security. Area 11 is the largest producer of this material, providing 70% of the world's total supply. Here at the yearly national meeting of Sakuradite producers, it will be determined how this resource will be disturbed among the world's nations. The Nemesis, Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave all stood on the bridge of the Decepticon warship as the report was being broadcasted on their main screen. It's no exaggeration to say that the outcome determines the balance of global power between Britannia and other countries. It is believed that the terrorists are using world interests in the annual gathering to their advantage by carrying out this violent hotel takeover. Interesting. Megatron mused. And why is this of importance to us, Starscream? Well, you see, Master, I'm actually the one who leaked the information to the Japan Liberation Front in the first place. Starscream revealed with a smug grin. You what? Megatron was not amused that Starscream went behind his back to actually provide information to a human resistance organization. Despite that, however, Starscream kept up his confident expression. Because, Now it is known to the public that an actual terrorist organization has taken innocent civilians hostage, for even if they are Brighton Neon, I am highly doubtful Optimus and even that meddlesome Zero will ignore such a vile act. Starscream began to explain. So, while Cornelia and her forces are so focused on the situation in front of them, all we have to do is wait, watch, and listen. For when the Autobots do come to rescue the civilians, my own personal attack squad will strike. I already have Thundercracker and Skywarp on standby with the unit, ready to attack whenever I give the command. Megatron actually found it a rather brilliant strategy. Optimus always put the needs of the weak ahead of his own, making him almost predictable. It would be out of character for him if he'd ignore a situation like this. Which in turn will destroy the Autobots in one fell swoop. Megatron said. I must admit, Starscream, a very interesting move, which is so rare for you. Starscream tried his best not to scowl at the subtle insult Megatron gave him. However, that is provided your unit actually succeeds in wiping out our enemy. I assure you, Lord Megatron, now that we have seen Optimus in combat firsthand, with both Thundercracker and Skywarp leading the charge, the Autobots will fall. Starscream stated. I'm Kusakabe of the Japan Liberation Front. He exclaimed to his hostages gathered together. This stand we're taking is for the freedom of Japan and our countrymen. Even though you are not soldiers, you are still Brighton Neons. You are the ones who rule and oppress us. Sit still and be quiet and you'll be fine. If you don't. Rai glared at him. Despite what this man said, he could tell that he really acted no different from the Brighton Neon royal family, particularly the Emperor. Next to him, Shirley looked down as her eyes shook with fear. Lulu. Rai put a comforting hand on her shoulder, silently telling her that everything will be fine. The Ark. Taking civilians hostage. That's a low blow. Bulkhead commented in disgust. Well, they're easily the biggest anti-Britannian force in Japan, and now their pride's hurt. Ogai stated, though his tone indicated he wasn't too happy with the action himself. Probably because we've been doing the most damage to Britannia recently, and we're just a new group to everyone. Ironhide said, though he kept his cool, he did not like this one bit either. But why would they do this, though? Fixit asked. I mean, wouldn't it be easier if we all work together? We're all resistance fighters, aren't we? Not every resistance group feels the same way as us, Fixit. Ogai tried to explain to him. Some of those people are actual terrorists who have tried to hurt innocent people. Britannia just chooses to lop us all in together with them. I really don't know whether to feel happy or sad about this, because they're all gonna end up dead. One rebel stated with little emotion in his voice. Arky glanced over to Colin, who said nothing, but her eyes radiated a bit with worry as she actually did come to care about some of her classmates in the student council, despite the fact that they were Brighton Neons themselves. Both Bumblebee and Optimus happened to glance towards Lelich as his features were hidden behind the mask. He too was worried, those were his friends in there, not to mention Rai. Aside from how they have been unable to help him regain his memory, Nunnally had already grown quite attached to him. If he got hurt, she'd be devastated. Zero felt a buzz in his pocket and took out his phone to see Rivalts was calling him. He glanced upwards to Optimus, who nodded to him. Lelich had walked to the far side of the catwalk he was on, at the far side of the ship's bridge, far away from the hearing of the rebel fighters, as a plate at the bottom of his mask opened to reveal his mouth as he answered the phone and spoke in his natural voice. Hello. Lelich. Are you near a TV? Rivalts frantically exclaimed over the other line. Fortunately no one else heard him. Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. Oh man. Those guys got the Prez, Shirley, Nina, even Rai. What are we gonna do? Rivalts, calm down. Lelich tried to urge him. Calm down. Our friends have been kidnapped by terrorists? How can I be calm? Panicking is not going to help them. Lelich said in a strict yet calm tone. As much as I hate to admit it, there isn't anything we can do. The military is there, so all we can do is have faith and hope everyone will be safe. Rivalts seemed to calm down a bit before speaking again. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry I snapped at you. Don't worry about it. Lelich told him. I gotta go. Talk to you later. Lelich hung up as his helmet closed and his face was completely riddled with fear and worry. Cornelia's mobile base. All bridges connecting to the hotel, with the exception of the main one, have been destroyed. One officer reported to Princess Cornelia as she sat in her command chair. Our attempted approaches from the air and water have been unsuccessful. There's only one route left that will allow us to develop a possible hostage rescue plan. The main screen projected a three-dimensional image of the hotel and the environment around it as her officer continued to report. The main utilities tunnel running directly beneath the convention center hotel. Basically we would go in through this route, destroy the foundation block, and submerge the hotel. Since the tunnel was built to handle supply deliveries, it should be able to accommodate Sutherlands. Even if the enemy has taken precautions, it should be no problem. They've been using substandard weaponry, so we should have no problem evading them. Just behind the mobile base, 3 Sutherlands were loaded down into the massive tunnel by a set of tow cables before they sped into it with the intent on completely destroying their enemies. However, it seems they were actually expected as a pair of JLF soldiers saw them incoming on a radar screen. The soldiers piloted what appeared to be a combined remodel of 4 Glasgows that supported a massive cannon on top. Enemy detected. As expected, they're moving through the underground tunnel. Roger that. Reiko, secondary startup. Both quad linkage legs locked. Super electromagnetic shrapnel cannon confirmed. The 3 Sutherlands continued down the tunnel with no resistance whatsoever. One pilot noticed something at the end. I think these guys have nightmare rifles. Spread out and flank their ranks. Super electromagnetic shrapnel cannon fire. The JLF soldier pulled the trigger, and the massive cannon on board the unconventional Nightmare Reiko shot a large projectile that broke off and exploded, sending multiple smaller projectiles shooting outward that completely tore apart and destroyed all 3 Sutherlands. Kusakabe and several JLF soldiers saw the result from their occupied room. One shot. Yes. One soldier exclaimed enthusiastically. It works. The Reiko was a complete success. Kusakabe had a smug grin. What do you think of that, Brighton Neon Pigs? Cornelia's mobile base. Wiped out. Darlton questioned in surprise. It looks as though they modified several Glasgows into a linear cannon. One officer reported. Then there's no way we can break through. What do we do now? If we release the political prisoners as they demand. We cannot show weakness to terrorists. Cornelia exclaimed. Giflord walked up to her and whispered. But Princess Euphemia, she's... Cornelia's intense look faded into one of concerned frustration. Yes, I know. Darlton turned to her. Thus far, it appears that none of them have discovered that fact. If they learn that Princess Euphemia is among the hostages, they'll undoubtedly use her as a bargaining chip. She went there to observe, therefore she is not officially registered along with the other guests. What about the Decepticons? One officer asked. Have we tried contacting them? One is already on the ground now. Darlton answered. Dreadwing, though at the moment he is currently with Warrant Officer Kurugi and the Special Corps Unit. Well, maybe we can ask him for assistance. The officer suggested. Maybe he could contact the other Decepticons and they. Absolutely not. Cornelia exclaimed. I will not rely on those aliens to solve our problems. We can handle this on our own. Ashford Academy. CC stood over a railing on a rooftop observing a certain schoolgirl, the same one Lelich used his geese on a couple of weeks ago, marking the very same mark she was told to do in the same spot. She walked away once it was done with an innocent smile. No, I still don't know where the Autobot base is. CC answered to someone apparently only she could hear. She then rolled her eyes in annoyance. Yes, I understand, I'll do well this time. But why should I look after him though? He's already got bigger hands more capable of that, and I'm not much of a guardian myself. Lloyd sat on a hilltop above the lake as both Suzaku and Cecile stood with him, the aforementioned scientist having thrown a pebble into the lake out of boredom. Can't the Special Corps offer any assistance in the rescue operation? Suzaku asked. I already asked them, but we're an irregular unit and they don't acknowledge our chain of command. Lloyd answered. Besides, He threw another pebble across the lake. It's too risky to entrust the operation to an 11, is that right? Suzaku assumed. Yet I'm sure that you are aware that Princess Cornelia is very discriminating about Brighton Neons and numbers. Lloyd told Suzaku. So the Japanese still aren't being accepted enough into your structure. If that were true, then what point would there be in even having an honorary Brighton Neon system? Cecile questioned. Perhaps to keep the populace in check, as there may very well be those within the Brighton Neon populace who don't share such discriminatory thoughts. These were the words of Dreadwing as he walked up toward the trio of humans, who slightly started at how close they were to him, while Dreadwing himself kept his eyes fixated on the hotel. Personally, I don't see a reason why such discrimination exists. Dreadwing spoke. If you are able to hold your own in battle, then where you come from should be irrelevant, for in the battlefield, all are equal. Both Suzaku and Cecile looked up to Dreadwing in surprise, not just at how large and imposing he was, but the words that he spoke. He looked down at the young man. Suzaku Kurugi, despite hailing from another nation, your skills as a nightmare pilot are superior to most Brighton Neon soldiers. I dare say you even rival Princess Cornelia herself. The Lancelot itself is a very impressive weapon as well. Therefore you would be the most suitable soldier for a crisis like this, yet they refuse to acknowledge you due to your heritage, which is a lack of foresight if you ask me. Suzaku's surprised look hadn't faded at just how much praise Dreadwing had shown him. A smile soon formed on his face. Thank you, it's Dreadwing, right? The aforementioned Decepticon nodded. And I never did get a chance to thank you for your help, during that mess with the purebloods a while back. I was merely assisting in a situation in which one of my own was acting out of line as well. Dreadwing explained. Pay no mind to it. His attention was however caught as he looked down to see Lloyd looking up at him with stars in his eyes, as though he were a child looking at a brand new toy. Can I help you? Your name is Dreadwing, right? Lloyd began. I have to say, it's really a pleasure to actually stand in the presence of a living machine. So tell me, how do you transform like that? How many transformations do you possess? Where did you come from? Did somebody create you? How strong is your metal skin? What powers you? Have you ever used a wrecking ball for a punching bag? Lloyd stopped his ranting however as Cecile pulled him away by the shoulder. Sorry about him. She looked up to Dreadwing apologetically. He's a bit of an overly egotistical science geek. Dreadwing nodded in acknowledgement. It was understandable since Cybertronians were still new to Earth. I may answer your questions at a later date, but for now, I am on a mission. You're here to help with the rescue operation? Suzaku asked. If they ask for my assistance. Dreadwing replied. I am under strict orders to only assist Princess Cornelia if she asks for my aid, and she has yet to do so. Suzaku looked in surprise. Even if she were discriminatory towards the 11s, surely she would see the potential in Dreadwing. If what he's seen of Cybertronians thus far is any indication, Dreadwing alone could potentially disarm the terrorists with little effort. Yet Cornelia didn't allow it. If I might ask you, I have also heard some rumors going about. Lloyd spoke to Dreadwing. About how Princess Cornelia went up against the leader of the Autobots and ended up having her nightmare totaled. That is indeed correct. Dreadwing confirmed. Princess Cornelia engaged Optimus Prime in a one-on-one duel and lost. Suzaku and Cecile looked in honest surprise. Princess Cornelia, the goddess of victory, actually lost. Though there was a part of them that seemed to understand, they've seen the Autobots in action firsthand, they've taken out Sutherlands with little effort and even one Autobot could match the Lancelot in single combat. But to hear Cornelia actually lose, it sounded almost unbelievable. Lloyd however maintained his excited expression. I'm not surprised at all. One Autobot could actually go 1 par with the Lancelot and I poured my blood and sweat into that, so I'd expect their leader to easily defeat Cornelia's less advanced nightmare. Still, I wish I could have seen it with my own eyes. It is that defeat however that worries me. Dreadwing said, getting their attention. Princess Cornelia's pride took a major blow after that, having apparently never lost a battle before, hence the title, Goddess of Victory. Yet she was not only defeated but her life was also spared. Perhaps that she still feels that pain even now and is not thinking rationally, otherwise she would have used the more effective tools she currently has at her disposal, as opposed to only relying on Brytonian soldiers. I worry that she may even forsake logic entirely and choose to attack the facility, destroying the terrorists as well as forsaking the lives of the hostages. Neither Suzaku nor Cecile could believe what Dreadwing just said, even Lloyd seemed surprised at that. Dreadwing just said he was expecting Cornelia to kill the terrorists even if it means killing all the hostages in the protests. Why would she do that? Suzaku exclaimed. Those are Brytonian civilians in there. Women and children. Her own people. Why would she throw their own lives away? I agree, it doesn't make sense at all. Cecile agreed. I can understand if her pride was hurt, but to sacrifice all those people. Dreadwing had a somber look. It is not likely, but it is a possibility. You would be surprised how often one values their own pride over the lives of others. The Ark. Lelich had his own personal quarters built into the Ark, which was on the far left side of the bridge, connecting to the main catwalk just below the main screen window. The room was relatively simple, just a bed and desk with a laptop. He looked at the live news footage over the laptop without his mask. She was only sightseeing. Shirley is still a student. But these criminals act indiscriminately. Savages. I want to know if I want to know if my daughter's all right. She hasn't done anything wrong. Lelich's own face filled with worry. He was also concerned for not only Shirley's safety, but the rest of his friends among the hostages. The Autobots are strong, I know that, but can we really pull off something like this? We managed to evacuate everyone in Saitama before Cornelia attacked, but no one was watching. Here, the whole world is watching. Not to mention all those resistance fighters we've recruited aren't ready. It's not just the fact we still haven't seen any Decepticons yet, but with Cornelia being there. I know she agreed to Optimus' terms in their duel about not involving civilians, but she could still just sacrifice the hostages anyway. Wait, why hasn't she made a move yet? Is it possible? Lelich's thoughts were cut off as he heard a knock on his door. He quickly put his mask back on. Come in. Colin walked in. Zero, what will happen to the hostages? Zero closed his laptop. Eventually, there will be no reason to keep those Brytonians alive. Colin's face was one of regret. Yeah. I'm sure you're right. That doesn't mean they're going to die, though. Zero said, surprising Colin. Wait, what do you mean? You just said? Her words were interrupted once Fix-It rolled in. I'm sorry to bother you, Zero, but Optimus wants to speak with everyone for a moment. I have a feeling I know what he wants to say. Zero said, smiling slightly underneath his mask. Colin, Fix-It, come with me. He walked out with the red-haired girl and orange Minicon behind him onto the catwalk where Optimus was standing in front of the dozen rebel soldiers gathered together, along with the rest of the Autobots. Zero looked at Optimus as the Autobot leader nodded in confirmation, as if he could read Lelich's mind and tell what he was thinking, causing Lelich to smile even more. Optimus Prime then began to speak to everyone present. As you all know, a sect of the Japan Liberation Front has taken over the Lake Kawaguchi Center Hotel and have taken at least 24 Brytonian civilians hostage. As of yet, there have been no negations made between them or the Brytonian military being led by Cornelia. And we have yet to see any Decepticons on the scene, but that could change at any moment. Ratchet added. There were voices of confirmation among the rebels. However, we will not allow any bloodshed this day. Zero spoke up, getting everyone's attention. This will be our first official mission as a combined unit. We are going to rescue those hostages. Every single rebel looked in surprise as they all spoke up, questioning the words that just came from Zero's mouth. Even a few Autobots looked in surprise, particularly Ironhide and Arky, even Fix-It, but all the rest, such as Bumblebee, Bulkhead, and Cliffjumper, smirked a bit as they actually expected a mission like this. Rescue them. Colin didn't expect that either. Are you serious? We're going to fight the JLF. Hold on, why the hell are we risking our lives for a bunch of dem Brytonians? Tamaki questioned in anger. Yeah, they're all the reason we're here in the first place. Another rebel exclaimed. Wrong. Zero spoke up. The Britannian military is responsible, not those people. That's right. Cliffjumper also said. I get you guys are angry at Britannia, but those are women and kids locked up in there, not armed soldiers. Among several more unsure voices, Optimus spoke up, getting everyone's attention. I can understand why you would all be so reluctant to get involved in this rescue operation. However, as Zero and Cliffjumper have said, it is the Britannian military and the Emperor that are responsible for Japan's current state. The men, women, and children that are among the hostages are only civilians who have nothing to do with Britannia's current status in power. Many may not even have ties to the military. If we condemn them simply for their nationality, then we are no different from the likes of Britannia who have done the same thing. You guys want to work with us, right? Ironhide also spoke up. Well, if you do, you have to follow the same rules as us. Primarily, we will not under any circumstances hurt civilians. We'll fight the military, but unarmed bystanders are off limits, Britannia or not. Cause if we do that, then we really are what they say we are, terrorists. This seemed to calm down many of the rebels as they looked to each other. Many even saw the logic in their statements. Pretty much everyone there hated Britannia, but most of them hated the idea of being called a terrorist. Several of them even felt upset at how it was Britannian civilians taken hostage. Even if they wanted to rescue them or not, every person knew that if they were to take a stand against Britannia, and eventually the Decepticons, then they need the Autobots, and if it meant abiding by their rules, then so be it. Ogai then walked up and spoke. Look, I get what you guys are all saying. I'm not exactly a fan of what the JLF are doing right now, but what can we do? I mean, you guys are giant alien robots that can probably take on a whole army of Nightmare Rays and win. The rest of us are just two different resistance groups working together and... That is wrong. Zero spoke up, interrupting Ogai. You, me, everyone else here, we are not just a resistance group. Is that clear? Then, what are we? Ogai asked. As of now, we stand with the Autobots. Zero began. Not as their subordinates, but as their equals. Even if we hail from different worlds, we are now the same thing they are, knights for justice and freedom. Lake Kawaguchi. Night had fallen and there had been no change to the situation. Kusakabe and his sect of the JLF still had the hostages, while Cornelia had made no move to attack or rescue, not without potentially exposing and or endangering her younger sister, Euphemia. In the meantime, Dreadwing stood by the Lancelot as Cecile worked with Suzaku on maintenance. Those teenage hostages are friends of yours from school, aren't they? Cecile asked Suzaku. They are still negotiating, so let's not give up hope. I have faith in the system. Suzaku said, getting both Cecile's attention as well as Dreadwing's. I prefer the logic of systems to individualist emotions. Dreadwing looked towards the young soldier with both respect and concern. While he acknowledged Suzaku for trying to see the optimistic side of things, he is also naive in that not everyone follows the same sort of logic, nor do they share the same set of morals. Suzaku however noticed something. Miss Cecile, look. He zoomed in with the Lancelot's camera. Dreadwing also zoomed in with his own optics towards the roof of the hotel to see a pair of JLF soldiers with a hostage. What are they going to do? Cecile asked with worry. Dreadwing's eyes widened as he realized what they were doing. Don't you even? But it was too late. The soldiers pushed the hostage off the roof and everyone could only watch in horror as he plummeted to his death. Nuh! Suzaku screamed while Dreadwing only closed his eyes and grimaced. Though a part of him expected something like this, it made it no less pleasing to the eye. The Nemesis. Our demands have gone unanswered. Kusakabe spoke to the Britannian military via private communication line that Soundwave was easily able to hack and bring up to the bridge's main screen. Therefore we will throw one hostage from the roof every 30 minutes until our terms are met. For the sake of the hostages, negotiations better be in good faith. Megatron however looked in amusement, while Starscream chuckled. Well, isn't that cute? Very amusing. Megatron agreed. However, we still have yet to see any sign of Optimus. Fret not, Lord Megatron. Starscream assured. Now that Kusakabe has made it clear that he cares little for the lives of his hostages, it will only hasten Prime's arrival. More than likely, yes. Megatron seemed to agree before looking down at his commander. However, Starscream, should this plan of yours fail, there will be serious repercussions. Starscream's smug look vanished as he chuckled nervously. Cornelia's mobile base. This is their warning. Barbarians. Darlton spoke in disgust as he and Cornelia walked down the hall toward their nightmare rays. For now we could negotiate just to get the women and children out. Guilford tried. Forget it. Cornelia exclaimed. If you give in to their conditions even once, then you are simply legitimizing terrorism. What of Dreadwing then? Darlton asked. He is a Decepticon and, as much as I hate to admit, it would seem that he and the rest of his kind are simply more physically capable than any nightmare we have. There is also the Lancelot. Guilford added. However, the pilot is an 11, and besides that, we have not yet secured the safety of Princess Euphemia. Cornelia's face contorted with worry. Yuffie. However, an officer ran onto the scene. Viceroy. It's Zero. And the Autobots. All of them. What? Diet Hard questioned as he turned around to one of his employees. What do you mean Van 3 was stolen by Zero? What the hell was Gibson doing all the while? He said that when he realized what was happening, it was too late. Huh, then where's Van 3 now? We don't know, it just dropped off the grid completely. But it looks like Zero and all the Autobots are actually driving straight towards the military. The Ark. The aforementioned Van 3 that had several news cameras and equipment built onto it was now on the bridge of the Ark with several cables attached to it as Fixit began to work on the inside. Alright, I have managed to connect to all the onboard cameras and I am transmitting the visual and audio frequencies to you now, Ratchet. Fixit typed a few commands on a console inside the van. I have received the frequencies. Ratchet typed a few commands on his own console as the Ark was easily able to adapt the camera's systems into its own. He gave a slight scoff. Human technology, vastly primitive compared to our own. I know it is, but we may have to adapt if we're actually going to work with humans now. Fixit said. This is their world after fall, all. Yes, yes. Ratchet waved his hand, as he knew Fixit was right. I hope you know what you're doing, Optimus. Lake Kawaguchi. A convoy comprised of the vehicle modes of Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Cliff Jumper, and Ironhide all drove down the streets in between two lines of Brighton Neon Sutherlands as a series of lights shined on them. It was also evident that Zero himself was standing on the roof of Optimus Prime, while all his fellow rebels were riding inside the Autobots themselves. Colin and Ogai rode in Optimus, Tamaki and 3 others rode in Bumblebee behind them as Cliff Jumper, Bulkhead, and Ironhide each had up to 4 or 5 rebels themselves. Archie had no one as she drove by herself, pretty clear, as she could not provide any sort of cover due to her vehicle mode. We've confirmed, it's Zero. And most likely the Autobots in disguise. Should we open fire? No, stand down. Darlton ordered over the radio. We'll capture them after they're surrounded. However, no one noticed that inside the vehicle modes of the Autobots, each of the rebels had some form of uniform. All of them wore shiny black jackets with hats and dark purple visors. But what stood out was the emblem on each of their shoulders. It was a red Autobot symbol with a silver blade coming out from the top and bottom, and from the sides was a silver curved line that looked like a bird in mid-flight, the sigil of geese. This combined symbol would represent the combined rebellion of the Autobots and their human allies. So, this is it, our first real mission. Ogai spoke. I know what the plan is and all, but still. I don't know whether to be excited or terrified right now. Do not worry. Optimus assured. Even if the Brighton Neon military or Decepticons become involved, neither you nor any of our other comrades will be actively fighting. Hey, listen, Optimus. Colin had something to say. I never did get a chance to, thank you for all your help. Just doing what needs to be done, Colin. Optimus told her in a tone that made her feel very comfortable, as though it were a tone a father would speak in to calm a daughter. Meanwhile, inside Bumblebee, a few of the rebels were talking along with Tamaki. When they said this was our first mission, stealth wasn't what I had in mind. Well, the bots can put up more of a fight than we can. That's true. Man, I hate sneaking around though. Tamaki grumbled as he punched his left fist into his right palm. I want some action. You'll get some action soon enough, just not right now. Bumblebee spoke with bleeps. I got no idea what you just said. Tamaki stated as Bumblebee could only sigh, if he was actually capable. They really should get translators for everyone for him. He said be patient. Arky said through the radio. You're not ready for the heavy hitters, just go with the plan and don't screw it up. Okay, geez, you sound like my mom. Tamaki practically pouted like a child. The Autobot convoy came close towards the bridge connecting to the hotel when Cornelia, Guilford, and Darlton in their respective nightmare rays blocked off their route. It wasn't long after that the entire convoy was completely surrounded. Lelich glared underneath his mask. Cornelia, as much as I would love to capture and interrogate you right now, you're more useful to me as you are. If you do what I predict, I may not even need to use my geese. Cornelia's cockpit opened up as she stood up to address her enemies. Optimus Prime, we meet again. You even brought Zero here as well. Are you and the rest of these wretched aliens with the Japan Liberation Front? Or perhaps you intend to help us? Regardless, our concerns take priority over yours at the moment, and so for the death of my half-brother Clovis, I shall take my revenge right here. She pointed her sword gun right at Zero. Cornelia, which would you choose? Zero spoke up. Clovis, who is dead. Or Euphemia, who's still alive. Cornelia's eyes widened in shock, as she did not expecting that at all. Looks like you were right. Optimus spoke to Lelich through a communicator built into his mask, in a frequency only the two of them could hear. Lelich smiled underneath his mask. She hasn't changed in the least, she's always coddled over sweet little Yuffie. Which was why she never attacked. So it would seem that Cornelia does have some human emotions underneath her cold exterior. Optimus also wondered if Cornelia ever felt the same with Lelich and Nunnally before their exile. If that was true, and if she learned they were alive, she could potentially become an ally. But not with all the tension that was present right now. Perhaps another time. It is within our power to save Euphemia. Optimus spoke directly to Cornelia. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Cornelia tried to deny it. We can and will rescue not only your sister but the other hostages as well. Optimus stated. You have my word as a fellow soldier, that not a single civilian will die this night. What? Zero and the Autobots. Kusakabe sat up from his chair. Yes, sir. One JLF soldier confirmed. Word came from the Brighton Neon Army. Attention all forces. Let the Autobots pass. I repeat, let them pass. Darlton ordered through the radio as Cornelia and her soldiers cleared the way for the Autobot convoy to drive down the bridge and towards the hotel. But as they did, Cornelia glanced towards both Zero and Optimus with a fierce glare. It was Zero who killed her half-brother, and it was Optimus who humiliated her in a duel and even showed her mercy rather than grant her a warrior's death. As she glanced towards them, certain words that Optimus spoke to her beforehand rang through her head. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. With Britannia's resources, your nation could use them to help those less fortunate than you, not oppress them. But you choose this path, you aren't forced onto it, it's a choice. If you truly wish to be a true leader, Cornelia, then stray from your father's path of destruction and death, and lead Britannia towards peace. Cornelia's fists clenched. It's a choice? You don't know anything. She uttered to herself. There was indeed a small part of her that had reluctance over these actions, something she thought she had buried away forever, but ever since her fight with Optimus, she can't help but think on that, not just her reluctance, but her regret as well. Her greatest regret of not being there for two of her siblings she truly loved and thought she'd lost forever. As the Autobot convoy drove closer towards the hotel, Lelich spoke with Optimus over his private communication. Either the Japan Liberation Front will accept us as their allies, or they'll view us as a threat to their pride, as we have accomplished much more in a span of a few weeks, than they have in years. However, I doubt they'll be able to resist the temptation of meeting us in person. Optimus communicated. True to his word, the JLF soldiers at the front gate stepped aside as the gate opened, clearing the way for the Autobots to enter. Excellent, all the operation's preliminary conditions have been cleared. Zero spoke aloud. The Autobots all pulled to a halt just shy of the main gate. The doors on the sides opened up and the new black-clad rebels quickly gathered out and ran into the foliage of trees and bushes around the area just as the Zero himself stepped down and off of Optimus, allowing him and all the other Autobots to transform to their natural Cybertronian forms. The sight of the Autobots caused a pair of JLF soldiers to look in shock and surprise, though they've no doubt seen it on the news. Seeing the Autobots up close and personal was something else entirely. This also served as the perfect distraction to allow all 20 of the black-clad rebels to slip into the foliage and hide as Ratchet relayed instructions to them via their comlinks. "All right, everyone has their assignments," Ratchet informed. "Each group's designated location has been marked into your visors." Each of their visors lit up to show them a map of where they needed to be. "Move quickly and as quietly and efficiently as possible." "You heard him," Ogai said to the group in a whisper as they split off into 5 separate groups of 4. Each group had a duffel bag that one member carried over his shoulder. "Viceroy, what are we doing?" Darlton asked Cornelia as they had just let their most dangerous enemy pass. "I believe that letting the Autobots and Zero go in, we can buy some time before the next hostage is executed," Cornelia answered. "So, this is our chance, we can hit them all at the same time." "Wonderful. I want to thank you for that lovely order," Lloyd exclaimed in joy as he just heard his next set of instructions before he turned to Suzaku, Cecile, and even Dreadwing. "They said you got the green light, Lancelot." "Oh, and Dreadwing, they want you to go with him too. Both of you are to charge right into that linear cannon in the tunnel." Cecile wasn't as enthusiastic as Lloyd was. "Wait, but why would they?" "I see." Dreadwing spoke up. "Cornelia intends to use us as decoys, a distraction to create an opening and allow her own forces to follow through. Right on the noose there." Lloyd continued to laugh. "Oh, and Dreadwing, if it's all right with you, if you happen to die in there, can I please examine your remains? I'd love to get an inside look at what makes you Transformers tick." "Lloyd, you can't seriously be." Cecile tried to protest but Suzaku interrupted her. "Miss Cecile, I'm ready. Please let me do it. If I use the Lancelot, and Dreadwing, and I are able to give the hostages an opportunity to be saved, I'll do it. Even if it means being a decoy." Dreadwing was actually impressed with Suzaku's resolve. He was willing to risk his life to save the hostages. "I will have to disappoint you, Espund. But I have no intention of dying today," Dreadwing said as he glanced at Suzaku. "This Japan Liberation Front might be formidable, but I promise they haven't faced anything like me before. They will fall by my hand as well as the Lancelots." The Nemesis, Megatron, Soundwave, and Starscream saw a news report come in. "As you can see, the mysterious beings known as the Autobots have arrived at the scene of the Lake Kawaguchi hotel jacking, and Zero is with them. Whether or not they intend to assist the terrorists involved is unknown, so stay tuned." Starscream could only grin evilly. "Those dimwits played right into my hands," he said with a chuckle. "Thundercracker, Skywarp. Launch with the airstrike unit. We have drawn out the enemy." From on top of the Nemesis flight deck, the ship itself being stationed on Earth's moon, Thundercracker and Skywarp both took a running start before jumping and transforming into their respective vehicle modes and shot up toward the sky, followed by over 20 Viacan troopers, each one transforming into a dark purple alien fighter jet that followed their commanders. "Soundwave, send us a space bridge portal," Thundercracker ordered, causing a large green swirling portal to open up in front of him and Skywarp, who were the first 2 to enter, followed by their soldiers. Dreadwing had already leapt down the hole and into the tunnel. Now he waited for the Lancelot to be lowered down by a tow cable as Suzaku prepared the White Nightmare. "Warrant Officer Kuragi, Dreadwing, here are the instructions provided." Cecile began to inform both of them. "According to Prime Search, the hostages are located on the hotel's middle floor, and believed to be locked inside a food storage room. Dreadwing, you and the Lancelot will use the utilities tunnel to move under the hotel. Once on site, you will destroy the foundation block and submerge the building. The area with the hostages should hold out for 8 minutes. Hostage rescue and mop-up of the terrorists will be handled by other units. The Lancelot is equipped with the Varus rifle and that will be used to destroy the Foundation. The only variable is that pesky linear cannon waiting for both of you in the tunnel. Lloyd added. You leave that to me. Dreadwing stated as he saw the Lancelot being lowered down next to him. I have a plan to destroy it. Kururagi, I will take point. But I should. Suzaku was about to protest when Dreadwing spoke up again. As advanced as the Lancelot is, at least by human standards, you yourself are still inexperienced. Dreadwing explained. I have been in many similar battles myself and I know how to address such a situation. Suzaku had to admit that Dreadwing was right, he clearly had more experience than him. All right, I'll follow your lead. Oh, and Suzaku, we will save your friends. You have my word. Dreadwing turned his head toward him and gave him an assuring nod, causing Suzaku to smile in his cockpit as the Lancelot got into position. Meanwhile, all the hostages continued to sit in the food storage room with a couple of JLF soldiers guarding them. The 4 Ashford students sat close together with Nina being the most frightened as she shook and whimpered with Millie holding her close to comfort her as best she could. Nina happened to glance up at a JLF soldier. 11. Rai grimaced. Oh. What did you say? The angry soldier scowled to Nina, causing her to whimper even more. Not 11s. We're Japanese, damn it. Yes, we're aware of that. Just lay off of her. Millie exclaimed to the soldier. Then correct her. Give her a break, will you? Rai exclaimed. She's terrified right now, you damn Britannian wannabe. What? The soldier exclaimed with even more fury, as the second soldier came in as well. You heard me. Rai angrily said. You say you want to take a stand for your country's freedom. That's the same thing the other guys do. They preach they're the good guys when they keep killing innocent people, just like what you're doing now. Shut your damn mouth. The soldier grabbed Rai and pulled him up by the shirt. Stop it. Leave him alone. Shirley tried to stand up only to be kicked back down by the second soldier. As the scuffle occurred, Euphemia, wearing civilian clothing and a pair of glasses as a disguise, tried to stand up to defend them, but one of her disguised bodyguards grabbed her by the wrist and shook her head, telling her no. Don't you dare compare us to those pigs. The soldier shouted to Rai, who only glared in defiance. Why not? I'll say it again, you Brighton-Neon wannabe. Rai exclaimed in defiance. I said shut up. The soldier was about to shoot Rai. Millie, Nina, and Shirley were about to scream when Euphemia stood up. Stop it. Who the hell are you? The soldier threw Rai to the ground and Shirley immediately went to his side. I demand you take me to your leader right now. Understand? Euphemia demanded. What? The soldier exclaimed. No, Sub-Viceroy, please. Her bodyguard tried to stop her. You're addressing Euphemia Lee Britannia. She took off her glasses to reveal her face. The third princess of the Brighton-Neon Empire. Everyone, both soldier and civilian, gave audible gasps at this revelation. No one had expected this at all. She turned to Rai and gave a soft look. Young man, are you all right? Yeah. He said automatically, not over his shock. Wait, Euphemia is in. Lelich and Nunnally's sister. Meanwhile, Zero stood in front of Kusakabe, surrounded by several armed JLF soldiers who kept their weapons trained on him in case he tried to pull anything, but Zero wasn't intimidated in the least. You have no intention of joining me? Zero asked Kusakabe. Well, is it true? Kusakabe questioned, seemingly ignoring Zero's question. Is what true? That one of your Autobots defeated Princess Cornelia in battle? Kusakabe questioned. Yes, that is indeed true. Zero responded. However, they are not mine. The Autobots are not war machines like Nightmare Rays, they are living sentient beings with their own thoughts and wills. I am cooperating with them, not controlling them. I see. Kusakabe seemed to get it. So they really are alive. You still didn't answer my question, however. You have no intention of joining us. Remove your mask and reveal your real face to us. It's disrespectful not to. Kusakabe demanded. I understand. Zero nodded. But before I do, I'd like to ask you something. What exactly do you hope to accomplish by this action? Gain attention. Kusakabe answered. I want this country and the world to know that the Japanese aren't dead yet. How stale. Zero sighed in disappointment. You people are obsolete, there's no saving you. What? Why you little? One soldier exclaimed. Explain what you mean by that, Zero. Kusakabe stated. Ogai, Colin, and two other black-clad rebels quietly boarded a large empty cargo ship on the other side of the hotel by the docks. Two of the rebels ran up to the ship's control room, where one of them was able to place a small alien-looking device on the main console. Okay, we're in position. The rebel reported through the comms. Understood. Establishing remote control now. Ratchet responded on the other end as the small machine turned on with a blue light before the entire ship activated. Lights shined in the control room as the ship hummed to life and began to slowly sail away from the docks with Colin and Ogai on the deck of the ship. Ogai, Colin, stand by. Fixit reported through their comms as a ground bridge portal opened in front of them and the news van that was stolen by them drove out with Fixit himself at the wheel. The van came to a halt as Fixit wheeled out. I'll handle everything else down here, you two know what to do, right? Don't worry, we got it. Colin nodded. Ratchet worked on his console on board the Ark as he heard reports come in from the other squads. At the same time, the bridge's main screen showed a three-dimensional screen of the hotel and the Lake Kawaguchi area around it as four separate dots appeared on the four corners around the base of the building. Squad A, all set. Squad B, the bombs are in place. Squad C's got this thing ready to blow. Squad D, we're ready. Understood. Ratchet told everyone. Squads A through D, I am opening a ground bridge portal at each of your locations that should lead directly to the ship. Colin, Ogai, I am opening a portal on your end that'll lead into the hotel, just approximately 10 meters away from the room where the hostages are being kept. Got it, just please try not to teleport us into a wall. Ogai tried to make a joke, causing Ratchet to roll his eyes. Ground bridge activating. Ratchet pulled on a switch, simultaneously opening the 5 separate portals where he saw the readings on the screen above them. Alright, now we... However, Ratchet's attention was caught by a series of alarms as he directed his attention toward the screen to see several new signals incoming towards the hotel, each one bearing the logo of the Decepticons. Oh no! He contacted his leader. Optimus, you have company. Now is the time. Dreadwing exclaimed as he transformed into his jet mode and shot down the tunnel. M.E. boost. Lancelot launch. Suzaku shot the Lancelot forward, right behind Dreadwing. The soldiers in the Reiko saw the incoming enemy signals and prepared to fire with their unconventional weapon. In less than a second, they fired their weapon. However, Dreadwing had anticipated this and launched a single missile from his jet mode, one that had one of his custom-made bombs attached to it. It shot at an even faster speed right towards the payload, but before the payload could explode and scatter its shrapnel, Dreadwing remotely detonated his bomb, causing it to explode and take out the payload before it even detonated. The shock from the explosion shot through the tunnel and up the hole. Lloyd and Cecile took cover to avoid getting caught up in the shockwave. I warned you about this, Lloyd. Cecile exclaimed. Looks like Dreadwing's got some tricks up his own sleeves too. Lloyd said enthusiastically before their attention was caught by the sound of aircraft as they could see more than 24 fighter jets flying onto the scene. Cornelia and her royal guard noticed this as well. What's going on here? The princess questioned. Are they friendly? Giflord questioned. We haven't received any reports yet. Darlton said as he did not like this. Thundercracker and Skywarp had led to the destination as the hotel came into view. Target in sight. All units, open fire. Thundercracker ordered as he, Skywarp, and all the Viacan troopers launched their missiles directly at the hotel as they themselves pulled out. Optimus, incoming. Ironhide exclaimed as he and the rest of the Autobots opened fire with their Energon blasters and shot at the missiles. Though they managed to take down a few missiles, several managed to actually hit around the hotel, causing the building to shake. Everyone inside felt the hotel shake up, from the hostages still locked in the food storage room, to the JLF soldiers escorting Euphemia to Kusakabe himself and Zero in their room, even Ogai and Colin in a hallway having just arrived via ground bridge. What the hell is going on out there? Colin questioned through the comms. The cons are attacking the hotel. Archie exclaimed. What? Ogai practically shouted, almost panicking. Well, what should we do? Proceed as planned. Optimus instructed. The safety of the hostages is your top priority, leave the Decepticons to us. Ogai looked a bit unsure, but he knew he could trust Optimus and knew that he was right. The best he and Colin could do right now was save the people trapped in here. All right, we'll leave it to you. He looked to Colin and she nodded in agreement. What was that? Cornelia demanded. I did not order an airstrike. Those were definitely not our own. Giflord stated. But who? Cornelia looked with a glare as the alien fighter jets made a U-turn back towards the hotel. The building is still standing. Should we open fire again? One Viacan questioned. Negative, engage the Autobots. Thundercracker ordered. They're our first priority. Ah yeah. Time to put those wimpy bots in their place. Skywarp shouted enthusiastically as he, and all the Viacons shot down towards the Autobots that remained outside the hotel's main gate. Autobots, we must not allow this struck tree to fall yet. The safety of the hostages depends on it. Optimus ordered as his faceplate activated. Without another word needing to be said, he and the rest of his team opened fire on the incoming Decepticons who retaliated with their own laser fire. About time, I missed fighting these guys. Cliffjumper said as he shot into the air. The Autobots scattered to avoid being shot as they returned fire, a few of their shots even managed to hit their mark and take down 2 or 3 Viacons, causing them to crash and explode on the ground. All the remaining Decepticons transformed and fell to ground as they landed and ran to engage the Autobots in close combat. Thundercracker shot directly toward Optimus as he transformed and drew his blade, ready to swing it at Optimus, who drew one of his own blades to block the strike before engaging Thundercracker in a duel. Bumblebee took the stance of a professional boxer as he engaged a Viacan before punching it across the face. The Viacan attempted to retaliate with a punch of his own before Bumblebee swerved out of the way to deliver a slug to its body. Archie ran past the laser fire of 2 incoming Viacons before jumping over them and drawing her arm blades. She sliced at the back of one of them before slicing off its legs to knock it down. The second Viacan tried to grab her only for Archie to jump and land on its shoulders before she twisted her legs to twist off the Viacan's head before jumping off. Both of Bulkhead's hands turned into his mace weapons as he brought his right arm down onto the head of one Viacan, completely crushing it before bashing away a second incoming Viacan and transforming his right arm into a cannon to open fire and tear a hole out of an incoming third Viacan. Ironhide ran along the side and opened fire with both his cannons to obliterate 2 incoming Viacan troopers at once before charging toward a third that tried to punch him only for Ironhide to catch his fist and retaliate with his own punch to knock him down. Cliffjumper fired at Skywarp, who hovered in the air in his robot form, only for the black and purple Seeker to shoot down towards him and kick Cliffjumper back. I've waited a long time to shut you up. Skywarp taunted as he tried to shoot at Cliff, only for the red Autobot to maneuver under his laser fire and deliver an uppercut to knock Skywarp down. Looks like you're gonna have to keep waiting. Cliff taunted back with a smirk as he punched Skywarp in the face. What in the world is happening? One JLF soldier questioned as he, and the other soldiers, along with Kusakabe and Zero, looked out the window to see the Autobots duking it out with the Decepticons. Lelich's eyes widened underneath the mask. The Decepticons. But how? He turned to Kusakabe and his soldiers. How did you know the Sakuradite allocation meeting was taking place here? He demanded. What? Kusakabe questioned. You knew exactly where and when this meeting would be taking place. How? Zero demanded once more. The information was leaked. One soldier answered. By whom? Zero demanded. I don't know, we just got it and... You fools! Zero exclaimed to the JLF soldiers. You stupid, ignorant fools. This was all a trap. orchestrated by Britannia's true masters to draw out myself and the Autobots. Kusakabe growled at this as Zero continued. But what's even more pathetic, is that in your stupidity you've become the very thing you claim you fight against. Persecuting and executing the weak and helpless for your own personal gain. You're no different than the rest of Britannia. You're exactly like them. What? How dare you? Kusakabe, having probably lost all remaining rationality, took out his katana. Zero, there's no point talking anymore. The slit in Zero's mask opened as he activated his geese. Die. In less than a second, Kusakabe turned the katana blade on himself and stabbed himself while the remaining soldiers took out their guns and shot themselves in the head. The commotion forced the soldiers outside to barge in. Colonel. Zero with his own pistol first shot the soldier who came in the shoulder. Calm yourselves. Zero. Euphemia questioned in surprise, she did not expect him to be here at all. The colonel and the others committed suicide once they realized that they were merely pawns in an even greater game. Zero looked towards his half-sister. Euphemia, you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the commoners, you haven't changed. The pink-haired princess looked in surprise at what he just said. Ogai and Colin stood in front of the locked door of the storage room where the hostages were being held. Good thing you gave Ratchet your friend's cell phone numbers, otherwise we'd probably never find them. Ogai told Colin. Yeah. She nodded. Though she was relieved that she was about to get her friends to safety, she also worried that they might recognize her. True, with her visor as well as her change in hairstyle, she might not be recognized. But they might recognize her voice, so she wasn't going to speak. She walked up towards the door handle and pulled out a gun to shoot it off, unlocking it and allowing her to open it to reveal all the hostages, including Rai, Shirley, Millie, and Nina, all looked up to them in surprise. It's okay. Ogai assured them. Don't worry, we're not with the JLF, we're gonna get you all out of here. All of them looked in surprise. Who are you? Shirley asked, still fearful. Ogai turned his shoulder to reveal the red emblem that they all recognized. You're with the Autobots. Rai questioned in surprise. That's right, and they're all outside right now working to help get you all to safety, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Ogai said, though most of the civilians still looked a bit unsure, especially Nina. Ogai sighed a bit, expecting this, but he tried to put on the best brave face he could muster as he tried to carry himself in the same manner Optimus did. Listen, I understand that you're all very scared right now, but I promise we are not here to hurt any of you. You all have families, right? Well, we're going to see to it you see them again. I give you my word, we're going to get all of you out of here, safe and sound. His tone seemed to calm many of them as he offered his hand. Trust me. Rai looked back towards the hostages, particularly his friends. He could tell that this man was honest and was truly here to help them, and if he offered a chance for them all to escape, Rai would take it to make sure his friends would get home safe. The white-haired young man smiled as he took Ogai's hand. Dreadwing and the Lancelot meanwhile continued to shoot down the tunnel when the Reiko shot another shrapnel payload at them. Dreadwing was about to fire another bomb again, but the Lancelot zoomed in front of his vehicle mode as Suzaku brought up the Nightmare's shields to block the attack and protect them both. Kurugi. Dreadwing voiced in surprise. Don't worry, it can handle this destructive force. Suzaku stated. We can do this together. Dreadwing would have smiled if he weren't his vehicle mode. Very well, together then. Both the Lancelot and the Decepticon zoomed down the tunnel as if they were equals. I'll disable the main weapon, you will finish it off. Understood. Suzaku confirmed as Dreadwing shot at an even faster speed, faster than the JLF soldiers in the Reiko could believe. Before they could even react, Dreadwing had transformed and used the momentum gathered by how fast he was moving to propel himself toward the Reiko. In one fluid motion, he drew his sword from his back and yelled as he swiped down and cut a majority of the large cannon off. As most of the Autobots had taken out a large portion of the Vehicons, Optimus himself locked blades with Thundercracker. Leave it to you Autobots to be so predictable. Thundercracker stated. Once word got out that several weak and helpless humans were in danger, you'd come like a scraplet to its next meal. This was Megatron's doing. Optimus questioned as he delivered a kick to knock Thundercracker back. Well, this was actually Starscream's plan. Thundercracker corrected. But it worked, didn't it? And now it is time to end you once and for all. Your honor will be your undoing, Prime. He shot towards him with a jet booster in his back with his blade at the ready, but Optimus was able to block the strike and stabilize himself. Not this day. He converted his blade into his Energon blaster, which he used to score a direct shot at Thundercracker to blast him back. Optimus. Ogai and Colin have secured the hostages and they are all safe. Ratchet informed. Understood. Optimus acknowledged as a ground bridge portal opened behind him. Autobots, fall back. Bumblebee had finished punching down one Vehicon as he regrouped with Archie, Bulkhead, and Ironhide to run into the portal just as Optimus did. Cliffjumper was the last as he delivered a sweeping kick to Skywarp. Looks like we'll have to finish our dance later, Skyboy. Cliffjumper gave a mocking salute as he ran into the portal just as it closed, leaving only Skywarp, Thundercracker, and 5 remaining Vehicons. Colin and Ogai had their guns trained on the JLF soldiers just outside the room that once housed the now-deceased Kusakabe as Zero spoke with Euphemia directly. I heard that you are now the Sub-Viceroy, Your Highness, Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia. It's not an appointment I'm happy with. She replied. Why is that? Is it because you are only a Sub-Viceroy with no real power under your older sister? Zero questioned. Or is it because you are a pacifist and now have to begin taking a more active role in such a bloodthirsty world? Euphemia's eyes wavered at that question. For both those reasons. She said honestly. And what do you make of the Decepticons? I trust you have had contact with them, yes. Zero questioned, but Euphemia did not respond as she looked away slightly. Did you know that this was their doing? That caught her attention. The Decepticons leaked this information to the JLF and used them to place innocent lives in danger, all to create a lure to draw out their ancient enemy, the Autobots, into the open so that they may destroy them, even if it meant sacrificing all those hostages. Euphemia's eyes widened in shock at that. Did the Decepticons, did Megatron really do this? They would place all these people in danger just to get rid of the Autobots. Their act here is no different than what Clovis did in Shinjuku. Zero continued. He had a secret project going on, and to avoid the risk of it being made public, he tried to cover it up by ordering the deaths of countless men, women, and children. He had no value for any of their lives, but when danger confronted him, he begged for his own to the very end. Clovis La Britannia died as he lived, a spineless coward. Is that why you killed my brother? Euphemia shook with a voice indicating she was hurt by that. Yes, and the fact that he was also a child of the Emperor. So. Euphemia's eyes shook with fear. Are you going to kill me too for the same reason? That depends, have you killed anyone? Zero questioned. No. I would never do anything like that. Euphemia emotionally exclaimed. Lelich had a small smile underneath his mask. Then you're safe. Unlike Britannia or the Decepticons, I don't kill innocent people. With the Reiko disabled by Dreadwing, it was now open for Suzaku to deliver the finishing blow as the Lancelot took out the Varus rifle. Dreadwing, you might want to get out of the way. Suzaku warned as he opened fire, right as Dreadwing transformed and moved out of the way. The Varus shot tore through what was left of the Reiko, causing it to explode in glorious fashion, while also exploding a large majority of the tunnel. Right as the explosion subsided, Dreadwing flew out in his vehicle mode with the Lancelot riding on top. Lloyd smiled at his creation, while Cornelia looked in surprise. Dreadwing, and the 11. Thundercracker, Skywarp, and the Vehicons looked behind at the explosion. What was that? One Vehicon questioned. Is that Dreadwing? Skywarp questioned. Along with that Kururagi boy. Thundercracker stated. Lancelot was ready to open fire with the Varus, when Dreadwing noticed his fellow Decepticons present. Kururagi stand down. What, why would? Suzka looked in surprise, only to be even further surprised at not just the Decepticons down below, but also the fact he could get a good view of a certain masked man looking out the window. Zero and Euphemia looked in surprise to see the Lancelot riding on top of Dreadwing's vehicle mode. Suzaku. Lelich voiced in surprise before getting back to the situation and accessing his comms. I need a ground bridge. Now. Less than a second later, a man-sized ground bridge portal opened up in the room, taking Euphemia by surprise, who was even more surprised as Zero suddenly grabbed her by the arm. Come with me. Now. He began to run into the portal with her before pulling out a trigger in his other hand and pressed the button. Boom. 4 large explosions erupted around the foundation of the hotel. It wasn't long before it began to sink, but it didn't just sink. The explosions were powerful enough to shatter the hotel's entire foundation, causing the whole building to collapse in on itself. Thundercracker and Skywarp were able to barely escape as they transformed and made a bolt for it, while the rest of their Viacan soldiers were caught in the explosion. Yuffie! Cornelia screamed in terror. My friends! The Lancelot jumped off Dreadwing and shot down towards the collapsing building. Warrant Officer Kururugi don't. Lloyd tried to stop him but he was already gone. Kururugi! Dreadwing flew down after him. The Nemesis screens showed the footage of the building collapsing as all the Dekpatikan signals in the area went offline with the exceptions of Dreadwing, Thundercracker, and Skywarp. Starscream gave an audible gasp at this outcome, while Megatron looked in anger. Starscream, what happened? The Lord of the Decepticons demanded. The cowardly Decepticon seeker stuttered for a bit before accessing communications. Thundercracker, Skywarp, what happened? The 2 remaining seekers had transformed back onto the main bridge just outside the ruins of the collapsed hotel. I don't know, the whole thing just went up. Skywarp responded. Was this their plan? Thundercracker questioned. The Autobots ground ridged out just before the explosion. Did they anticipate this? Dietard and his crew were in the news van 2 trying to get a fix on what just happened. What about the cameras in van 3? I told you, Zero took them. Well, let's hope we pick up a signal from them. Diethard exclaimed. What are you doing? Zero? Optimus Prime. Wasn't this your plan? To show us something. Dreadwing flew through the smoky area before he saw the stationary Lancelot. He then transformed and landed right next to him and approached the silent Nightmare. Dreadwing, are you still there? Is Suzaku? Cecile tried to contact him. I am here, and Kururugi is alive as well. Dreadwing responded. Suzaku may have been physically alive, but inside, he may as well be dead. His eyes filled with tears. I couldn't rescue them, they're dead. I failed. Not again. He slammed his fist on his controls in frustration and grief. Dreadwing offered a somber look towards Suzaku but said nothing. I feel your pain, Suzaku. Truly, I do. Meanwhile, on the Ark, Fixit was at his own controls as he made final calculations. All right, everything is all set. Ratchet still had some doubts however. After this, the whole world will be focused on them, but this was Lelich's plan and even Optimus agreed it was the best possible option. He may be a bit wary of Lelich, but he trusted Optimus with his life. With a determined expression, Ratchet spoke. Then by all means, let us light this world's darkest hour. He pressed the final command on the console. With that, the signal that was copied from Van 3 began to transmit all across the nation of Japan. With the Ark's own systems, the signal reached every single screen in the country, every home television, every portable computer, even the large public jumbotrons throughout the Tokyo settlement. Even the Nemesis was able to pick it up through soundwave as he, Megatron, and Starscream saw static before it cleared up to reveal a certain masked figure. Zero. Starscream voiced in surprise while Megatron raised an eyebrow. My dear Brightonians, have no fear. All of the hostages from the hotel are safe and sound. The screen shifted to reveal all the hostages on a multitude of lifeboats across Lake Kawaguchi, including Rai, Nina, Shirley, and Millie, even Euphemia and her bodyguards. We return them to you unharmed. Starscream gave an audible gasp. They tricked us. He glanced back towards Megatron who glared down at his subordinate. They saved them. Dreadwing voiced in surprise. Suzaku didn't bother to hold back his tears of joy. They're fine. They're all right. Rivalts exclaimed as he saw this on a TV as well. Cornelia scowled. Of all the brazen audacity! If we attack you, those people will quickly become your hostages, won't they? However, her pride and anger once again blinded her, as what Zero said was true, the hostages were indeed safe and would not become his prisoners. Don't make any promises you can't keep. Skywarp was ready to open fire when Megatron suddenly contacted him. Skywarp! Thundercracker! Stand down immediately! Lord Megatron! Thundercracker tried to protest. We can still. I said stand down. That is an order. Megatron knew that if any Decepticon attacked and killed Brightonian civilians in front of such a massive audience, it would cause some serious complications between the Decepticons and the Brightonian military, and Megatron did not need that yet. Zero stood on the deck of the cargo ship that Ogai and Colin previously secured, with several cameras attached around the ship as the freed hostages' lifeboats surrounded it. But right away, a multitude of lights shined around him to reveal not only Optimus Prime with his fellow Autobots, Bumblebee, Archie, Cliffjumper, Ironhide, and Bulkhead standing behind on the deck, but also 20 rebels, including Ogai, Colin, and Tamaki, all previously from either the Kaujiki Resistance Cell or the Yamato Alliance now banded together under one name. People of the Earth. Zero announced to everyone watching. Fear us or rally behind us as you see fit. We are the Autobots and the Black Knights. Black Knights? Megatron questioned with a raised eyebrow, having his full attention drawn to the screen. It was now Optimus' turn to speak. We of this alliance of Autobots and Black Knights stand with all sentient beings unable to defend themselves, regardless of their nationality. Kusakabe led a faction of the Japan Liberation Front to take multiple innocent Brightonian civilians hostage and even threatened to execute them. It was a wanton and meaningless act, therefore they have been punished. Zero stated as well. Todo and several other JLF soldiers watched this broadcast as well from their headquarters. But it was not just them. Zero continued. The Decepticons, a faction of sentient alien machines, with the same moral views as the Brightonian Empire and the true masters of the Empire, used this incident as bait to lure us out in the open with the intent on destroying us and sacrificing the hostages in the process. Todo's eyes slightly widened in surprise at this. What? Cornelia growled as she gnashed her teeth together. Did the Decepticons really use these civilians, her own sister, as bait? Oh, there will be hell to pay. The Decepticons themselves have yet to be punished, but I promise you, they will receive justice all the same. Zero stated as his broadcasted continued to play on the Nemesis screen. Starscream's eyes radiant with fear, as it appeared this human was able to completely turn his plan around. Megatron however wasn't fazed in the least as he kept watching. You heard me right. I said let it run. Diet Hard exclaimed over a link to the main studio. Liable. I'll be the one responsible for this. Prince Clovis La Britannia as well acted the same when he ordered the execution of the populace of Shinjuku without remorse. Optimus' face was alongside Zero's all over Area 11 as the Autobot leader spoke. We stood up to him as well as the oppressive Empire because we will not allow this madness to continue. We will not stand by and allow the weak and innocent to suffer at the hands of the corrupt. We will not repudiate battle on a fair and level field, but neither will we tolerate a one-sided massacre of the weak by the strong. Zero stated in front of the Brightonian military as well as the Decepticons present. The only ones who should kill are those who are prepared to be killed. Cornelia glared at that along with her soldiers. Skywarp and Thundercracker practically growled at that particular comment. Dreadwing had a serious expression as did Suzaku as they all watched. Optimus' voice echoed throughout Area 11 and even reached the Ashford Academy Student Council building, to the radio that both Nunnally and Sayoko were listening to. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. We will fight to protect that freedom, no matter the cost. Whosoever will endanger the weak and helpless will face us in battle, and we will do everything in our power to stop you. Sayoko continued to listen as did Nunnally. She didn't know why, but when she first heard Zero's voice, something about it felt familiar. And upon hearing the voice of Optimus, a wave of calmness washed over her. Just from hearing that voice she felt both safe and empowered, she felt inspired. Knights for justice and freedom. Colin thought as she stood alongside Zero. Here she stood among Titans and who saw her as a fellow soldier in arms. She would be fighting to protect the weak and helpless alongside them, as their equal. She couldn't help but smile. You better be ready for us, Megatron. Bumblebee thought. 'Cause we're coming for you. Those of you with power, fear us. Zero spread out his right arm under his cape, causing it to blow in the wind. Those of you without it, rally behind us. His left arm spread out as well. We, the Black Knights and the Autobots, shall be the ones who stand in judgment of this world. Right then, the footage was cut off and replaced with static before it cleared to reveal a black background with the emblem of the Union of the Autobots and the Black Knights. The red Autobot emblem with the silver symbol of the Black Knights, all together, flashed all across Area 11, and even on the screen of the Nemesis Bridge. It was deathly silent as Starscream did not speak a word that would invoke the wrath of his master. However, while Megatron was indeed with Starscream for his failure, he looked in amusement at the screen. The only ones who should kill, are those who are prepared to be killed. Megatron smiled evilly. Well then, Lelich, Optimus, let our game begin. Chapter 10, Reflections. Colin lay asleep on her bed as the television remained on, as she had forgotten to turn it off before going to bed. Clearing the last of the debris from around the Lake Kawaguchi Center Hotel. It's been about 2 weeks since Zero and these mysterious Autobots revealed their Black Knights, yet there's still no insight to the man behind the mask, nor to what these Autobot beings are or where they came from. They weren't able to track their escape route. Apparently they left none behind. After the revelation of the Black Knights, they simply vanished and left no trace. What about those other metallic beings whom the Autobots battled without outside the hotel? They didn't appear to be any form of Night Marrays. Unknown, although Zero and one Autobot named Optimus Prime mentioned another entity they referred to as the Decepticons and claimed that they were the true masters of the Brighton Neon Empire. Perhaps that was who they were. What exactly did they mean by that? Were they suggesting that these Decepticons are really the ones in charge of our empire? Perhaps it was some form of publicity to sway public opinion to their side. It seems highly unlikely that our own empire would be. Crash. That large crashing sound from outside awoke Colin from her slumber. She put on a bathrobe and went outside to see what the commotion was. She looked in the hallway to see a brown-haired middle-aged woman in a maid's outfit on her knees right by a broken chandelier and stepladder. The maid turned to see the red-haired girl. Colin. I mean miss. Forgive me, I didn't wish to wake you. Again. Colin questioned with a raised eyebrow. I'm sorry, it was a stepladder this time. It broke. Well, just get it cleaned up, and make it quick. I have to leave for school. Colin told her. Mistress, you've been attending school quite a bit lately. Making any friends there? Colin scowled. I don't see how that's any of your business. She stormed back into her room. Oddly though, the maid still had a warm smile on her face. However, once the door closed and Colin was alone, her face became filled with internal pain. Just go, will you? She looked towards a framed picture with her, at the age of 7 or 8, her brother, and an older woman with a sticker over her face. Later that night, a pair of shady business dealers were in a warehouse just outside the Tokyo settlement, making final arrangements on their deal as their men loaded their product on a large truck. I know it's for welfare, but why waste it on the 11s? That's why I'm selling it to you, my friend. The 11 population could use some thinning out if you ask me. Your payment will be transferred to your wife's account. Princess Cornelia is so busy dealing with those giant robots, she really doesn't have time for us small-timers. Crash. Walls on both sides of the warehouse, along with the main gate, were all broken down as a black and red pickup truck, a dark green SUV, and a red and blue semi-auto truck all poured in, causing chaos as the criminals were completely circled right when the vehicles pulled to a halt before several Black Knights all poured out with their guns just as the Autobots transformed to reveal Bulkhead, Ironhide, and even Optimus Prime, with Zero himself standing on a catwalk on even level with Optimus. Head. Drop your weapons. Bulkhead exclaimed as he and Ironhide readied their Energon blasters. Hands where we can see 'em. Ironhide ordered, as well as all the criminals quickly and fearfully raised their hands. You're the... One shady dealer stuttered as he gazed up in fear at Optimus and Zero as they glared down on him. Autobots. Colin shot up as she just dozed off in class, having just woken herself up from her memory/dream. Immediately, most of the class laughed at her embarrassment while she did her best to keep her sickly girl facade, hiding her blushed face. Once class had ended, Shirley and Rivalts approached Colin to see if she was alright. "That's not like you, dozing off in class like that," Shirley said. "Yeah, you okay, Colin? Maybe you need to go to the doctor's office," Rai asked. "No. I'm fine. I just have had trouble sleeping, that's all." Colin rubbed her tired eyes. "You could learn a thing or two from Lelich. He's an expert at sleeping in class." Rivalts pointed to Lelich on the other side of the classroom. "Wait, is he sleeping now?" Rai asked as they turned toward him. Lelich was indeed asleep, though he had his head propped up on his hand to keep up the facade he was awake. His eyes were closed shut. "I don't know what he's up to night after night, but he sleeps through about half of them these days," Rivalts said. "Hey Rai, you've been living with Lulu and his sister, you know why that is?" Shirley asked the amnesiac youth. "No clue." Rai shrugged. "He really hasn't said anything to me." All the while Colin looked towards Lelich in surprise with a raised eyebrow. Why would he be sleeping in class like her? Dreadwing flew towards the central palace in the settlement and transformed into his robot form as he landed near the bullet train station along the side of the building. There, Princess Cornelia, Princess Euphemia, and several of their guards stood waiting for him. "You summoned me, Princess Cornelia." Dreadwing gave a respectful bow. "Yes, Dreadwing." Cornelia began. "I will be leaving Area 11 temporarily. Ever since the Autobots have made their big debut, other nations including the EU have been to rise up. It's high time Area 11 was made a satellite nation, but for that to happen we need to stamp out terrorism of course, but another major problem is the rampant use of a drug called Refrain amongst the 11s. So you intend to hit a major supply route and cut off this nation's access?" Dreadwing stated. Cornelia had an impressed smirk. "You catch on quick. Do you need my assistance in this endeavor?" Dreadwing asked. "No, I can handle a few drug dealers," Cornelia responded. "But while I'm away, I need you to watch over Euphemia and make sure she stays out of trouble." She gestured to her younger sister, as she looked a little embarrassed. "While I'm gone, it may give our more dangerous foes an opportunity to make a more bold move." "I understand." Dreadwing nodded. "I will watch over Princess Euphemia." He bowed to the aforementioned sub-viceroy who nodded. "Cornelia, what about the Autobots and the Black Knights?" Yuffie asked her older sister. "I'll let them roam free a bit longer. I owe them that for saving your life." Cornelia replied with a warm smile. Dreadwing seemed to understand as well. It was clear that Cornelia cared deeply for her sister, and as her opponents rescued her, honor demanded that she at least owe them something in return. "However, upon my return, I intend to deal with them personally. Do you understand, Dreadwing?" Cornelia told the Decepticon. "If they make any attempt on us during my time away, deal with them how you see fit. If they don't, however." "Very well." Dreadwing understood. Cornelia nodded before looking to her sister again and affectionately put a hand under her chin. "Once I've cleared up this area, I'm entrusting it to you. Try to stay out of harm's way from now on, all right Yuffie?" The younger princess nodded as Cornelia smiled before walking away. As she did, Yuffie gave a slight glance towards Dreadwing. While she could say that most of the Decepticons intimidated her quite a bit, especially their leader, Dreadwing was one she at least felt comfortable around. He seemed to take an interest in Suzaku, and actually helped to stop that mess with the purebloods back in Shinjuku before she made her debut. But as she thought more about the Decepticons, she kept also thinking about the Autobots and what Zero had said to her when she met him back at the hotel. She remembered him calling Clovis a coward and a murderer, and how bloodthirsty Britannia was. It was clear that he hated the Empire, and she didn't really blame him. Euphemia wasn't exactly a fan of Britannia's conquests either. However, she also thought about what he said about the Decepticons setting up the entire hotel jacking Princess Euphemia. She was slightly startled out of her thoughts by Dreadwing as he spoke. "Is everything all right?" "Why, yes, Everything's fine. I was just thinking about something else. She sighed before she spoke up again. Dreadwing, was it true? Was what true? That the Decepticons were responsible for the hotel jacking? All to be used as bait to draw out Zero and the Autobots. Dreadwing was mildly surprised before answering. Well, that is partially true. Information was leaked to the Japan Liberation Front, which led to the incident. However, it was not the act of the Decepticons as a whole, but an overbearing commander who chose to work behind Lord Megatron's back. I can promise you that he has been duly punished. Flashback, Nemesis, 2 weeks ago. Please Lord Megatron. I meant no. Starscream's begging was ceased as Megatron smacked him down. I had ordered you not to interfere without my knowledge. Megatron exclaimed as he backhanded Starscream and sent him flying across the bridge of the ship, while Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Soundwave just watched. Instead, your mindless agenda not only failed to eliminate our enemy, but even increased support for them, and potentially exposed us. As Megatron loomed closer, the shivering commander backed away on his hands and feet. My intentions were pure, Master. I only wanted you to be rid of Optimus. Megatron stomped his foot onto Starscream in direct response to that. No one rids me of Optimus Prime but me. Do you understand? Do you? Skywarp chuckled. No pressure, Starscream. His chuckle was cut off by an energon blast from Megatron's fusion cannon that forced him and Thundercracker to both duck. Be silent. You two are just as responsible as him. Megatron exclaimed as he lifted his foot from Starscream and picked him up by the throat. Listen well, all of you. Unless I say, you will not engage the Autobots in public again. If you do, I will personally melt you down to be used as exoskeletons for Britannia's Nightmare race. Am I understood? Yes, Lord Megatron. Thundercracker and Skywarp bowed in fear. Yes, yes, Master. Starscream gasped as Megatron continued to hold his throat before he let him go and dropped him on the floor. All the while, Starscream hid his scowl. Why should they care about a few measly humans? Brightonian or not? One thing he knew for sure, the Decepticons would do much better if they were let off the leash and ripped all of Area 11 apart. Why should Britannia rule when they were the superior ones? Present day, the Ark. Several of the Black Knights were in a newly finished cargo bay for their many acquired Nightmare rays, getting them adjusted. Pretty much all of them were Sutherlands that they already stole from Saitama, or other missions, with the exception of the Glasgow. All the Sutherlands had been given a black paint job to separate them from the military units, along with the red emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance being engraved onto the Nightmare's shoulders. Of course, it wasn't just paint jobs, they did some minor tinkering with the Nightmare's maneuverability as well. Among the Black Knights present were several Autobots assisting them, including Arky, Fixit, and Bulkhead, with Ratchet of course being the supervisor. Okay, I think this one's all done. Sugiyama made final adjustments on one Black Sutherland as Fixit rolled up with his scanner. Energon integration seems to be proceeding normally. Fixit reported. Now let's move on to the others. Keep it up there, Bulkhead, almost done here. Minami made a few tweaks on the back of Sutherland as Bulkhead himself actually held the Nightmare up with his bare hands. No worries, I can keep this up all day. The former wrecker said with ease. Fuel line looks dead. Inu commented as she inspected another Nightmare. Probably a cracked part somewhere. Arky handed her a spare Nightmare part. Maybe it needs one of these. Inu looked a bit skeptical. You're a motorcycle, Arky. Shouldn't you know your way around Earth vehicles? You're a human, Inu, can you build me a small intestine? Arky remarked sarcastically. Careful. Ratchet advised everyone. Though primitive, we only have so many Nightmare rays at our disposal. Everything must be attended to with extreme care and precision. Ogai had a bit of a warm smile as he stood on a balcony alongside Tamaki. Well, looks like things are going pretty smoothly. Nice to know everyone's getting a loan. Yeah, so when are we gonna tear down Britannia already? Tamaki complained. When we have a fully functioning army with all the resources we need. Ratchet said to Tamaki as he walked to the pair. There are only 7 Autobots with combat capabilities, and a handful of Black Knights with even fewer Nightmare rays. He's got a point, Tamaki. Ogai seemed to agree. I mean, Britannia's been ruling for centuries, and they already make up 1/3 of the whole planet. We're not gonna tear it down overnight with what we have now. Tamaki grumbled. So why the hell are we playing superhero right now? We're going up against small-time losers with giant alien robots. The hell is Zero and Prime thinking by making us do this? Aside from it being the right thing to do. Ogai questioned with a raised eyebrow. Ratchet gave an annoyed sigh, especially with that comment about Optimus. This action will help increase support for our cause, which could bolster recruitment and increase our ranks. Building an army is more than just flashy explosions. Yeah, but they're a whole lot more fun. Tamaki grumbled. Tamaki, if you're frustrated, then channel that energy into doing something useful, like helping everyone else right now. Ratchet gestured towards all the bots and knights working on the Nightmare rays. Fine. Tamaki sighed as he crawled down the ladder from the balcony towards the crew. Sorry about him. Ogai told Ratchet. He's a good guy, but he's really impatient. I've noticed. The Autobot medic replied. Ogai gave a slight chuckle as he rubbed the back of his neck. Feels kinda good, yeah no? Helping all these people the way we've been doing. Ever since this whole thing started, Britannia's called us terrorists, and I've hated it. But now, I feel like we're real heroes. Man, Naoto would probably be laughing his butt off right now, considering we're working with aliens. Sorry, sometimes I mumble. It's fine. Ratchet waved. I imagine it is quite fantastic from your point of view. So Ratchet, how long do you think it'll be till we actually fight the Decepticons? Hard to say. The Autobot medic said. Megatron is most likely assessing what we are capable of right now before he can think of the best way to handle us. And given that we still know little of what he has at his disposal, we are essentially going in blind. That made sense. Ogai didn't know what to expect from the Decepticons because not even the Autobots knew. Still though, as he looked to his jacket, toward the logo on his shoulder, one that symbolized the union between the Autobots and the Black Knights, he couldn't help but smile. He felt like he was a part of something that not even Britannia could amount toward. A small explosion in a plume of smoke that arose from a Nightmare's shoulder however caught his and Ratchet's attention. Tamaki, what the hell did you do? Yoshida questioned as every bot and knight looked towards Tamaki as he was covered in soot. I just crossed some wires. Thought we could get some more firepower going. Tamaki coughed as he brushed the smoke out of his face. Ratchet was not pleased. Tamaki, we needed that. As everyone came over to try and help, Ogai chuckled a bit. Wonder how Colin's doing right now. Ashford Academy. Colin placed her hand on the doorway that led into the student council room as she gave a huge yawn. Man, this double life sure is a killer. Hey, you okay, Colin? Rai walked towards her as he looked in concern. Yeah. I think so. She tried to push herself up. I told you I had trouble sleeping, earlier. Let's just hope it's not insomnia. He tried to joke, as she shook her head with a smile. I can promise you, it's not that. Come on Suzaku, hold him down. She heard Millie on the other side of the door, followed by Lelich's yelling. Damn it Suzaku, cut it out. Stop it. I'm not kidding. Sorry Lelich, but it's the president's orders. Colin opened the door and looked in surprise along with Rai to see most of the student council, all dressed in cat suits, around Lelich who was currently tied to a chair struggling as Shirley tried to put cat makeup on him. Suzaku and Rivalts were in blue and yellow large cat suits respectively, while Millie and Shirley had black and red cat lady costumes on as well. Even Nina, who sat away from the group as usual at her computer, had a tiger hat on. Yeah, like you're not enjoying this at all? Will you hold still? Shirley told him. Millie noticed Colin and Rai enter the room. Good meowing. Good morning I guessed. Colin wasn't sure what to think about all this. What the heck is going on and why is Lelich tied to a chair? Rai asked. What do you mean? Didn't we tell you guys? It's our welcome party for Arthur. Rivalts answered, gesturing to the stray cat they took in who slept on his cat tree. So we finally named him, huh? I would have gone with Napoleon myself. Rai said. Well, classes are postponed, we might as well have some fun, right? Millie said. I set some stuff for you guys over on the side there. Shirley pointed to a whole bunch of cat costumes over by the window. It's kind of an apology for me getting so upset before Colin. She doesn't need a costume. Lelich said with a bit of a knowing smirk as he looked to Colin. You're already wearing a mask, right? What? Rai questioned with a surprised look on his face. Nothing, just him being a jerk as usual. Colin shot the black-haired youth a glare. Speaking of masks, I gotta ask. What was it like to meet Zero and those giant Autobot guys? Rivalts asked excitedly. I mean, if it were me, I'd be geeking out like crazy. Shirley looked a bit frustrated. Will you quit joking about that? The whole thing's been a huge pain in the butt. We've been hounded with questions day and night. We haven't been able to leave school grounds in a week for crying out loud. Well, I will say it was kind of exciting. Rai said. I mean, being taken hostage wasn't cool, but being that close to literal giants, and that man, that Zero who stood among titans as if he were one himself. Wow. It honestly felt amazing. Lelich tried his best to hide a smile. Shirley honestly felt the same way. When I first saw those Autobots on TV, I felt like I was living in some kind of science fiction story. We didn't actually meet them, but being that close, and those Black Knights, they saved our lives. She had a warm smile. I personally hope to see them again, just so I can thank all of them. Millie had one of her smirks. A man who stands among titans can only be a titan himself, if not in stature then in heart and courage. Is that your idea of a love quote? Rivalts asked. It means that you're either really brave, or just plain stupid. Millie said bluntly. That's an odd way of looking at it. Rai was a bit surprised. What do you think, Suzaku? However, Rai looked in even further surprise to see Suzaku had tears in his eyes. I'm glad that we can be together again, you know, like this. Suzaku covered his teary eyes. Lelich had a bit of an exhausted smile, though he honestly felt the same way and was glad his friends were back safe and sound. He was a bit tired of how emotional Suzaku could be. Rivalts leaped from over the chair Lelich was tied to and playfully tackled Suzaku to the ground. Come on. We're supposed to be unwinding here. Most of the students laughed at the scene. That's what's so refreshing about Suzaku though. Shirley said with a smile. Yeah, though once in a while, you just want him to get a clue, you know. Millie teased. Oh, sorry about that. Suzaku apologized. You love it, putty tat. Rivalts playfully squashed his cheeks, resulting in everyone else laughing once more. Even Colin had a small smile. After the party was done, Colin walked off campus where she spotted a certain red car with a horn decoration on the hood. And how was your day at school today? Cliff Jumper teased as she got in. Fine, just a bunch of idiots throwing a party for a cat. Colin said as Cliff Jumper drove off. Is that a smile on your face? Didn't know you could smile. Colin's smile faded, as she looked more annoyed now. You're quite the conversationalist. I'm chatty, it's part of my charm. She sighed as she looked out the window as they drove through the settlement. Pretty much everywhere they went, they would see something that always showed off the Autobots and the Black Knights, from wanted posters, to newspapers, to even kids playing on the streets. Man, it's only been 2 weeks since that mess at the hotel, yet the whole world still can't get over us. Cliff Jumper remarked. We're total celebrities. Well, it's not every day that a bunch of giant talking robots play superhero. Colin remarked. It was still true, ever since the hotel jacking, the Autobots and Black Knights have been wiping Area 11 clean, terrorists who involve civilians, overbearing military, corrupt politicians, drug cartels, each of them was met with a quick and decisive end. Depending on what they were facing, it was always the same nearly every night or so. A small team of Autobots and Black Knights would attack an enemy base. 2 or 3 Autobots would charge in and take the brunt of it, showing off their firepower to force the criminals to disarm as the Black Knights came in to find the necessary evidence and take the weapons away. They did it with minimal causalities as all the crimes were exposed to the public, leaving the local police with no choice but to arrest and convict the criminals or else face a serious backlash from the public, as even the most corrupt of politicians committed acts that even Brighton Neon civilians would condone. Support for the Autobots and the Black Knights grew every day, not just from the Japanese but even Brighton Neon civilians as well. However, not everyone was giving them praise. Colin gazed out the window as Cliff Jumper pulled up to a traffic signal. She saw a kid with a black cape running down the sidewalk when his mother came up to him. "Stop pretending you're a Black Knight." "But why? We mustn't say anything against Britannia. We're 11s, have you forgotten that?" Colin's smile had faded as Cliff Jumper continued to drive. "Looks like we're not heroes to everyone," the disguised Autobot commented. "Not surprising, given we're now directly against Britannia, and they've held this country in a death grip for so long." She didn't say anything, but knew that he was right. Still there was something on her mind that she wanted to ask him. "Cliff Jumper. That's my name. Was it like this, on your planet?" Colin asked. "I can't really say," Cliff Jumper replied, catching Colin's attention. "Arky and I were actually born once the whole war started. Most of Cybertron was already in chaos. I don't know what it was like before the whole mess started. You'd have to ask Optimus, or Ratchet, or even Ironhide about all that." "How exactly are Cybertronians born anyway?" Colin questioned. "Do you guys, know?" No, not like what you organics do," the Red Autobot explained. "See, we're not born like you guys. Cybertronians usually come into existence via the Well of Allsparks on our home planet. Every Cybertronian, bot, or con, has a spark inside them." "A spark?" Colin asked with a raised eyebrow. "You could say it's our soul," Cliff Jumper continued. "Anyway, our sparks have a special techno-organic metal grown around it and we pop out of the well like you see us. We're not babies and we don't really grow. We just come out like this. We know how to walk, talk, all that, even transform." Colin looked a bit stunned, but not too overly surprised. Since they were aliens, she expected something like this. "Huh." That was all she could say as Cliff Jumper pulled up to her mansion. "All right, I'll see you later." She got out. "Don't be so sure, partner. I'm sticking around here from now on," Cliff Jumper said, causing Colin to turn around in surprise. "Excuse me." "Yeah, you could say I'm your guardian now," the talkative Autobot said. "Arky wanted to do it, but since you got that frail sickly girl thing going on at school, it would seem out of character for you to have a motorcycle. So you're stuck with me. But since C and I are partners, when it comes to missions, you're stuck with both of us." The red-haired girl seemed a bit irked by this. It wasn't like she needed babysitter. But then again, having an Autobot with her would make it easier to get to the Ark instead of a ground bridge portal opening up in her living room. "Fine, just don't let anyone see you." She turned around with a huff and walked away. "Hey, robots in disguise," Cliff said as she entered her house. "Man, she's just like you, Arky." The next day, Nina sat alone in the student council room. Though it was a weekend, it wasn't uncommon to stay on school grounds during that time considering it was a boarding school. Plus there was still the press outside, and she wasn't much a people person. Though as she continued to type, she couldn't help but think of her time as a captive of the JLF along with the others. She remembered Rai calling the JLF soldier a wannabe Brighton Neon. Why would he compare a terrorist to a Brighton Neon? They weren't the same. It was ridiculous to even think of such a thing. Yet it was also in that same moment. "You're addressing Euphemia Lee Britannia, the third princess of the Brighton Neon Empire." Princess Euphemia stood up and carried such a commanding tone, yet her eyes were so soft and gentle. Nina stopped typing as her cheeks turned pink. JLF headquarters. Todo sat in a meditative stance along with his personal unit, the Four Holy Swords, comprised of 4 strong and experienced soldiers as they discussed recent events. Why would the masses flock around those who saved Euphemia? Urabe questioned. Maybe because they're so amazed that her saviors happen to be living machines that make nightmare rays look like nutcrackers. Asahini guessed. We've heard that even Kyoto is considering sending the Black Knights not just the Gurren MK2, but also the prototype of the Gekka as well. Senba informed. To those would-be Robin Hoods. Urabe questioned once more. They're not part of the resistance. Killing Kusakabe was part of that. Chiba stated. The colonel killed himself, didn't he? Urabe asked. He was kind of out of line, and I'm not really surprised. Asahini said. The Black Knights are working with those Autobot guys and they've shown that they can take down Brighton Neon Nightmare Rays easily. Personally, I wouldn't mind working with them myself. Urabe chuckled a bit. Yeah, that was pretty cool. However, Chiba and Senba gave slight glares towards Urabe and Asahini before turning to their leader. Todo, we cannot let this stand. Senba told him. The silent samurai opened his eyes and spoke. I feel it is best we simply let them be. Chiba didn't expect to hear those words. Lieutenant Colonel Todo, why would you suggest something like that? As Asahina said, those Autobots have proven strong enough to defeat the Brighton Neon purebloods with minimal effort. Todo explained. If we were to combat them, I honestly would say they would more than likely destroy us completely. Not to mention those other machines they fought outside the hotel. What was it that Zero and that Autobot leader called them? Deceiving Trons. Decepticons. Senba corrected. They also told them how they were the true masters of Britannia. Todo, do you actually believe that? Chiba questioned. It doesn't matter if I do or don't. Todo said. There are just too many unknown factors present at the moment. If we become involved, it could make the situation all the more complicated. I'd prefer to at least know what is going on before charging in blindly. For now, we let things unfold. All four members of the Holy Swords nodded in understanding, some more reluctantly, as they knew their leader was right. However, it was not just these Autobots and Decepticons that caught Todo's attention, it was also Zero. Though he didn't say it out loud, there was something about the masked individual that felt very familiar. Stadtfeld residence. Mistress Colin. Mistress Colin. The same maid from before called to Colin as she walked down the stairs towards the main entrance to see Millie walking in with a case in her hands. Madam President. Colin didn't expect to see her here. I just dropped by to give you something. Where would you like me to show her to? The maid asked Colin. The parlor perhaps, or maybe. We'll be in my room. Colin said bluntly. As you wish. Oh, I heard you had a friend down here. All eyes were set upstairs to a middle-aged blonde woman in a noble's dress. I was sure it'd be a boy. Out all night and missing school with those metallic abominations on the prowl, not to mention all your visits to the ghetto. You're lucky your father's back in the homeland. She glared down at the maid. No fighting one's blood is there. The maid backed away slightly. You're the one who's enjoying Dad not being around here, aren't you? Colin exclaimed to the noblewoman as she glared down. However, the maid accidentally backed into a pot of flowers, causing to fall and break on the ground. Oh dear, what have I done? The maid stuttered. What's wrong with you? The woman scolded her. Forgive me, milady. Forgive me. The maid kneeled down and attempted to pick up the pieces. Can't you do anything right? Besides selling your body, that is. Colin had led Millie to her room as the two sat at a small table, with Colin having brought some tea. Quite the complicated home life you have, isn't it? Millie observed. So what was it that you wanted to give me? Colin got straight to the point. Grandfather asked me to pass this on. Millie reached into her case. You mean the principal? Millie pulled out a piece of paper. Your transcript since middle school. Colin looked in surprise as Millie put it down on the table. I thought I better give them to you off of school grounds. So my secret's out then, isn't it? That I'm actually an 11 and Brighton Neon half-breed. Colin grumbled. No, it's just between us. Millie said, surprising Colin. I promise you, I'm not a racist or anything, but I've seen how some people at the school can be, so I promise I won't say anything. Colin had not expected Millie to be so considerate. That was my stepmother down there, my real mother was that cloud of a maid who knocked over the vase, she said as she began to sign off the paperwork. And your father, is he the head of the Stotfeld family? Millie asked, to which Colin nodded. My mother is such a fool, in the end, she wound up his servant, Colin said in a low tone. She doesn't have any real skills, and no matter who's ridiculing her, all she can do is laugh like it's nothing. She didn't have to choose to stay in this house, you know. She's just clinging to some old lover who's jilted her. Millie offered Colin a sympathetic look. You really hate your mother, don't you? I just find her depressing, Colin said as she began to pour some tea for Millie. Well, this is getting a little heavy. Millie may have been a bit of a drama queen at times, but she didn't really expect any of this. Imagine, the wife, the daughter, and the other woman all living together. Could be worse. 3 square meals and a roof, right? Colin said. I mean, it's not unbearable, most of the time anyway. That's good, still, some things in life we can bear on our own. But when you add them all up, they eventually break you. Millie actually placed her hand on Colin's. It wouldn't hurt to open up a bit to others, let some friends in from time to time. Colin looked up to Millie as the blonde gave an assuring smile. Oh, don't worry. I won't lie, I'm always hungry for secrets, but I'd never talk about this. Ms. Kozaki sat on the bed in her own personal room, which could be the equivalent to a closet with hateful slang written on the walls by the other maids such as "Get lost, you rubbish, filthy 11, and we'll kill you." She opened the drawer on her desk to reveal several vials and an injector. Ashford Academy, Student Council Room. I can't believe you teared up, so embarrassing. Lelich commented as he sat on chair and read a magazine while Rai sat across from him eating a sandwich as Suzaku tried to get Arthur out of a box. It's called honesty, Suzaku said before he grunted as Arthur bit down onto his hand. Well, it's good to know you care, Rai said in a joking tone. Of course I care, you're all my friends, Suzaku said. I was joking. You could learn to loosen up a bit from time to time, Rai advised. I guess. Suzaku grunted as he lifted his arm to reveal Arthur hanging by his teeth onto Suzaku's sleeve. See? Rai chuckled a bit at that. Like that, he said as he helped pry Arthur off of Suzaku and put the cat on a cat tree. Either way, I'm just glad the Black Knights and the Autobots were there to save you guys, Lelich said. That makes 2 of us, Rai replied as he sat back down to resume his sandwich. If they wanted to catch criminals, they could have helped the police force, you know. Why don't they, I wonder? Suzaku said. Well, considering Britannia's standings, and the fact the Autobots are more advanced than probably anything else on Earth, I think they're more likely to be dissected and torn apart. Plus, didn't they also get into a fight with the Pure Bloods a while back? Rai asked. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure Britannia would be too happy if beings stronger and more competent than them would try to help them out. Pride is the Empire's greatest sin, trust me, I know, Lelich added. Look, I'm not an idiot, I know that the Empire is far from perfect right now. But they could evoke change from within the system, Suzaku argued. You sure about that? Rai asked. I might have amnesia, but I'm not stupid. You heard what that old bastard said during the pledge a while back. He pretty much mocked every other country in the world saying, Britannia is the best, and that was supposed to be at his son's funeral, whom he only mentioned once as just a stepping stone toward progress, by the way. You really think someone like that is willing to give anyone who isn't Britannia a chance to change his empire's ways? Lelich did his best to hide a smile. Rai was right on point there. You don't know that, Rai. Do you even know the Emperor? Suzaku questioned. I do, Lelich stated. Considering he's my biological father, so I know for a fact that he'd rather make an example of the Autobots than accept any help they'd be willing to offer. And yet it doesn't appear that the Autobots are even giving Britannia a chance, Suzaku argued back. If they don't, then everything they do is just self-righteous postering. Self-righteous? Lelich questioned. And what constitutes as evil in their eyes? What standards are they using? Suzaku questioned. It's nothing but self-satisfying gratification. Oh, so are you saying it was wrong of them to rescue Millie, Shirley, Nina, myself, and all those other hostages? They should have just sat back and did nothing when they had the power to save all those people. Rai questioned. No. No, that's not what I'm saying. Suzaku replied. They had good intentions there, I will grant them that. But why didn't they help the military stationed there? Don't know. Lelich shrugged. But what about those other metal titans they were fighting? Zero, and that large Autobot, did mention something called Decepticons, them being the true masters of Britannia, or that's what they said at least. Rai recalled. You think they were those Decepticons? What do you think, Suzaku? You're with the Britannian military, any other giant robots that we should know about? Lelich spared him a glance. Suzaku instantly thought of Dreadwing. That particular Decepticon he could say that he could trust as he worked alongside him to disarm the purebloods and rogue Decepticon seekers, as well as the JLF during the Hotel Jackanige. However, those same seekers, particularly their commander, Starscream was his name. They just had this aura that didn't seem very trusting. Then of course, there was the Decepticon leader, Megatron. For some reason, every time he even thought of that name, he got tense, like just thinking of him made his skin crawl. However, before Suzaku could collect his thoughts, or even give an answer, the door opened as Shirley walked into the room. Oh, it's just you guys. Hey Shirley. Rai waved. Suzaku stood up with a smile. Anyway, I guess I gotta go back to the base pretty soon. See you later, Shirley. He waved before walking out. He really didn't answer. Lelich said once he was gone. Answer what? Shirley asked. Shirley, what do you think? About the Autobots and the Black Knights and what they're doing? Rai asked. She was a bit surprised before a smile formed on her face. I think they're pretty great. Lelich looked a bit surprised as she continued. I mean, aside from the fact the Autobots themselves are pretty extraordinary, and the fact they saved all our lives, what they're doing right now, all those criminals they're catching, it's almost like they're superheroes. Lelich smiled a bit as Rai had a large grin on his own face. Yes. You're right, they are heroes. Well, I'm just glad that they got you guys back, that's all I can say. Lelich said, causing Shirley to smile and blush slightly. Refrain. Colin asked as she sat inside Cliffjumper, the two having received a communication from Optimus as they were near a small park area in the settlement. Yes, it appears to be a psychotropic drug in which the recipient re-experiences pleasant moments from their lives. Optimus told them. Reports show it is highly addictive, with a growing supply in Japan. Well, can't say I blame people. Cliffjumper said. I can also think of a few bots who'd want the same kind of thing too. Colin grimaced a bit as she felt the same sort of way. Who doesn't long for the days before Britannia's occupation? This drug is specifically targeted toward the Japanese, and we believe we may have found the dealer's main base of operations, as well as the main supply route into the country. Optimus began to relay instructions. Colin, Cliffjumper, you will meet with Zero, Bumblebee, Ogai, and Archie later tonight to hit the base. I will lead the rest of the Autobots to destroy the supply route. You got it, boss. Cliffjumper said. Yeah, see ya tonight. Colin nodded as the communications cut off. She got out of Cliffjumper to stretch her legs a bit. Come on 11, say something. She turned to see a hot dog vendor, a Japanese youth, getting kicked around by 5 Britannian punks. You are sorry, aren't you? Bowing your head is what you 11s do best, right? Colin clenched her fists. The disguised Cliffjumper moved his body slightly as if to silently tell Colin not to get involved. He hated seeing this too, but she could get into trouble if she acted out. But she didn't seem to mind, as she was about to walk forward and beat the crap out of them, that is until a familiar hand held her shoulder firmly. Lelich. No, there are 5 of them. Lelich said as he spared Cliffjumper a small glance that not even Colin noticed. You wouldn't stand a chance at all? So you think I should just ignore this? Colin questioned. However, before Lelich could respond, he and Colin looked in surprise to see Rai already walking toward the scene, and before either of them could say anything, he spoke to the punks. "Knock it off." They turned their attention to Rai. "You don't like his food? Then go somewhere else." "Hey, why don't you mind your own business, kid?" "Hey, look at his uniform, the guy's a student." "What, you feeling sorry for this 11 schoolboy? The hell you even doing out here, kid?" "Oh see, I'm doing research for a book I'm writing," Rai told them. "A book, eh? So what's it about? How much 11s suck?" All the punks laughed, but Rai wasn't amused. "No, it's about the link between being a Brighton Neon and brain damage." The punks lost their smug grins as Rai continued. "It's a really good book, all your friends would love it. You know, it's got mazes in it, little coloring areas, pop-up pictures, it's a lot of fun." Colin stifled a chuckle as even Lelich smirked. Cliff Jumper was very tempted to laugh, but kept his cool. Burn. However, the punks were not amused as one grabbed Rai by the collar. "What the hell did you just say? What, you want me to spell it out for you?" Rai asked, not being intimidated in the least. "Maybe this guy deserves a bigger beating than this damn 11. Leave him alone." Colin walked forward, along with Lelich. 5-on-1. "Seriously? Who are you guys, his friends?" "Yeah, we are," Lelich said casually as he activated his geese. "But maybe you should just go home." The sigil flew in each of their eyes as red rings formed in all of them. "You know what? Yeah, let's get out of here." "Yeah, I'm bored too. Let's go home." Rai was put down as they all walked away. "Thanks guys," Rai told Colin and Lelich. "Sure, you okay?" Colin asked. "I'm fine." Rai then walked to the beaten hot dog man as he kneeled down with him along with Colin. "Are you alright?" "Yeah." He grunted a bit until he saw Rai's uniform. "A Brighton Neon student. What can I get for you?" "No, nothing, I'm not hungry," Rai said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a $100 bill. "Here, take this. Buy yourself something nice." The hot dog man looked in honest surprise. A Brighton Neon student just gave him $100. Before he could even ask, Rai had already walked away with Lelich and Colin. "Where'd you even get $100 anyway?" Colin asked Rai as all three sat on a bench. "It's a bit left over from Lelich's gambling money," Rai answered. "You know, that was really cool what you did back there," she said with a smile. "It just sucks so much how people like him are stuck like that." "It really does, doesn't it?" Lelich began. "Even when 11s become honorary Brighton Neons, they can only manage to get minimum wage jobs. You're not even allowed to attend the same school or even eat in the same restaurants, not unless somebody pulls certain strings. I imagine that's how Suzaku got in. And it's not just here, all other areas in Britannia work the same way too." Colin frowned, as did Rai. "So basically, you're either a Brighton Neon by blood, or you're just garbage. That's the world they're trying to create." "Pretty much," Lelich confirmed. Colin noticed his tone of voice. From the sound of it, it seemed like Lelich also hated the current system, which surprised her a bit. It was rare to find a Brighton Neon citizen who dislikes his own empire. This world, it feels like it's just lost its colors, hasn't it? Rai asked. "It's completely miserable, who'd want to create a world like that?" "Well, it's not like there's anything we can do about it," Lelich said. "We're just students." Maybe they were, but Colin wasn't. She clenched her fists as she stood up. "I'll see you guys later." "Yeah, see ya." Rai waved as she walked towards Cliff Jumper. Lelich eyed the disguised red Autobot who gave a slight nod with his right mirror before driving off. Cliff Jumper drove out of an active portal into the Ark's ground bridge station as Colin stepped out and the talkative Autobot transformed. "Showing up a bit early, don't you think? You know the mission isn't supposed to be for a few hours," Cliff said. "I just can't stand being the city right now," Colin said as she walked into the hallway with the red Autobot following her. "You sure it's okay to be out for so long? Wouldn't hurt to give your mom a call. That noble bitch couldn't care less what I do." Colin scowled as she continued to walk. No, I meant your actual mom, Cliff said, causing the red-haired girl to turn around and fix him a glare. It's not your damn business, she exclaimed. You wanna play guardian or whatever at my house, fine. But stay out of my business. You're not my dad, and you don't know a damn thing about my family, so don't talk like you do. Cliff Jumper looked towards the girl with a sympathetic expression. Colin, I know it's rough. I really do. She was mildly confused before looking away. I don't know what you're talking about. She turned around to walk away. Naoto. Colin stopped in her tracks once she heard that name. Your brother, the one who started your group. He wanted to help people, and he ended up getting killed for it. She kept her back to him as her fists closed tightly. How do you know about that? I heard from Ogai. Cliff Jumper began. Look, I know I talk a lot, but just please listen. Every single one of us knows what you're going through. All the other bots and I lost close friends, brothers, and sisters, maybe not by blood, but by battle. We fought together, we bled Energon together. Now they're all gone, even Bumblebee lost his voice, and I know how much it feels like you lose a piece of yourself too. But closing yourself off from feeling, and from others around you, won't help anyone, especially you. Colin said nothing and kept her back turned so Cliff Jumper couldn't see the pained look on her face before she walked away in silence. Cliff gave a small sigh once she disappeared from his line of sight. How much of that did you hear? Arky walked down from another turn and joined her partner. I heard enough. She's a lot like you know? Like how you used to be before we met up with Optimus. Cliff Jumper said. I know. Arky nodded. She didn't have to know Colin personally to know that when looking at her, it was like looking into a mirror. They were both fierce warriors who fought with a fierce and fiery determination on the battlefield, but deep inside, they had been broken as they lost someone close, watching helplessly as they were executed before their eyes. Colin lost her brother, and Arky lost her partner. Tailgate. Ms. Kojaki opened her drawer again, only to have a shocked and desperate facial expression at the sight of all her vials being empty. Meanwhile, Jeremiah and Valletta, both formerly well-respected soldiers of the Purebloods, now disgraces among the Brightonian army, sat in a bar with a wine glass at Valletta's place, and the third drink Jeremiah was currently having. So about this orange thing? Valletta asked, causing Jeremiah to grimace. Sorry to bring it up. Is this whole thing true though? That you can't remember anything after the Autobots showed up? I don't expect you to believe me. No, it's just that, during the whole Shinjuku incident, I suffered some sort of memory lapse, also. That caught Jeremiah's attention. You did. By the time I regained my senses, my Sutherland had been stolen. Valletta explained. But right before that entire gap in my memory, I remember running into some high school kid. He had a car with him, and I think it might have also been one of those Autobots. You think it was that student? That maybe he's in league with the Autobots somehow? Maybe even Zero? Jeremiah asked. I can't remember his face, but there may still be a way to get to the bottom of this. The Ark. A portal opened up on the ground bridge station as Optimus, Bulkhead, and Ironhide got ready. This will be a simultaneous attack. Optimus relayed to the rest of the Autobots and the Black Knights, including Zero. Ironhide, Bulkhead, and myself will attack the supply route, the rest of you will hit the base. Both targets shouldn't provide much trouble, there will hardly be any Nightmare rays. Ratchet also instructed. But don't expect it to be easy. Of course, be careful out there. Zero said as Optimus nodded before transforming along with Ironhide and Bulkhead before the trio drove into the ground bridge, which deactivated soon after. I have the coordinates of the base itself locked on. Activating ground bridge now. Fix-It said on his station as a second portal opened up. Bumblebee transformed along with Cliff Jumper, and Arky as Zero turned to address the Black Knights, one of which was Colin sitting in an open cockpit in her Glasgow. Remember, we're keeping causalities to a minimum. Zero reminded. Yeah, whatever. Tamaki waved. Zero, sorry for asking, but why? Ogai asked out of curiosity. I mean, the police aren't probably going to be so easy on these guys if we turn them in. That's not what's important. Zero explained. The more we do things like this, the more people will rally behind us. They need something to believe in, and we're going to give that to them. So this whole thing is just for us to gain support. Inu asked. We're going to need that support for when we take the fight to the Khans and Britannia. Archie commented. That, and it's also the morally right thing to do. Cliffjumper added. Colin looked down and spoke in a subtle tone. Are we in the right though? I don't know anymore. Colin. Ogai looked to her in concern. Is there anything else we need to address? Zero asked, to which he received no response in confirmation. Good, then we're moving out. He entered Bumblebee's driver's seat followed by Ogai, Tamaki, and Minami. Sugiyama and Yoshida entered Cliffjumper along with 2 other Black Knights from the Yamato Alliance as Inu mounted Archie. Colin started up her Glasgow as all 4 vehicles drove into the ground bridge portal. Boxes of refrain were being loaded and unloaded by several drug dealers within the compound. They had large amounts of the stuff all boxed and ready. Is the shipment for Nagaya ready? I don't know, we've lost contact with the shipment just a few minutes ago. Before anyone could dwell on it further, the steel door was quickly broken down as Bumblebee's vehicle mode came in first, followed by Archie and Cliffjumper, who transformed immediately just as the armed Black Knights quickly got out. Sorry, but you guys are done here. Cliffjumper said with a cocky tone as the Black Knights fired warning shots at the drug dealers, who returned fire with their own machine guns. Bumblebee and Cliffjumper crouched a bit to cover the Black Knights as the bullets bounced right off them, allowing Archie to return fire with more warning shots with her Energon blasters just as Colin's Glasgow rolled in to shoot as well. A nightmare and the freaking Autobots. I didn't sign up for this. Several of the drug dealers panicked and attempted to run further into the compound while the rest dropped their weapons and surrendered. Knights, take care of them. Zero pointed to the surrendered dealers for the Black Knights to handle. Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, secure the exits. Archie, Q1, head to the back. Got it. Yes sir. As the 2 larger Autobots ran towards the east and west sides, Archie ran forward along with Colin's Glasgow in pursuit of several retreating dealers. They spotted a gate closing, which Archie was able to halt as she fired Energon blasts to reduce the gate to rubble, letting Colin enter. However, both she and Archie couldn't believe what they were seeing. What the heck? Archie questioned in shock. There were several people, all Japanese, and every single one of them appeared to be in a hallucinatory state. Each one of them had taken refrain. So, this is what refrain does to people. Archie commented in disgust. She heard from Lelich how it was developed by Britannia to keep the number populace in a state of bliss and make it easy to suppress them. Another reason she hated the Empire as much as she hated the Decepticons. Colin looked around and even spotted the same hot dog person from earlier. I'm studying abroad. I can't believe I got in. Colin's own heart ached, not just for these people but for what they lost. Each one of them was revisiting moments in their lives where they were happy and had promising futures ahead of them. But Britannia had taken all that away from them and pushed them towards this sort of life. It was so unbearable. When you add them all up, they eventually break you. Millie's words rang through her head. That's right, which is why I'm here. Careful, it's dangerous to run like that. That voice took Colin by surprise as she looked to see a familiar woman in the same state as everyone else. Mother. Archie also looked in surprise as Colin said that out loud. That's her mother. She remembered what Cliffjumper told her about what he learned when at the Stotfeld residence, how Colin's mother was a maid and frequently abused, both physically and emotionally by Colin's stepmother and the other maids in the household. So she was on refrain as well, it would seem. Ms. Kaujiki tripped and Colin instinctively caught her in her Glasgow's hands. Really Naoto, please. I need you to keep an eye on your little sister. Archie had a sympathetic expression, but Colin's was one of frustration. My God, how weak of a woman are you? First you give in to Britannia, then a man, and now this. My brother is gone forever. Let him go. Look out. Archie pushed Colin's Glasgow out of the way to avoid some shots fired at her, courtesy of a Brighton Neon police nightmare. The night police. He opened fire, forcing Colin to retreat as Archie returned fire with her energon blaster. Though one shot was able to take out the night police's arm, the Nightmare maneuvered around a stock shelf for cover and proceeded after Colin just as Zero, Cliffjumper, Bumblebee, and the rest of the Black Knights came in. A police unit? Cliff questioned. They're in on this. But we didn't hear from Fixit that there'd be any cops involved. Ogai stated. Zero looked in disgust. Corrupted filth. He quickly got back to the situation. Archie, go after Q1. Everyone else, protect these people. Everyone nodded as most of them helped all the people get out of the way as Archie transformed and drove after the night police still shooting at Colin. Her Glasgow turned as she shot fire with her Nightmare's rifle, while circling around the night police who did the same, but his unit's rifle was able to shoot off the Glasgow's arm, forcing Colin to retreat while still holding her mother in her other Nightmare's arm. There was no way she could fight while still protecting her mother. You're in the way. She was ready to drop her on the ground, which would have probably killed her at the speed she was going, but she couldn't find it in herself to do it. Damn it. I don't need you. I don't want you. Colin. Archie drove around a corner and shot towards her. I'll take her. She drove up at high speeds and transformed while simultaneously leaping into the air just as Colin lifted her Glasgow's remaining arm. While flipping over the Nightmare, Archie was able to grab Ms. Kaujaki and land on the ground just behind the night police unit. Archie leapt around the corner to keep Ms. Kaujaki safe as she held her in her hands. Colin. Naoto. The Glasgow turned around and opened fire, but the night police had already shot the Glasgow's leg and knocked it down onto the ground. Scrap. Archie cursed. She was about to put Ms. Kaujaki down behind some cover before she spoke, reaching out in the direction of Colin's Nightmare, almost sensing that her daughter was right there, and giving a warm and loving smile. I'm here for you. Her voice caught both Archie and Colin by surprise. I'm here for you, Colin. I'm here, as I always have been. Colin's eyes were almost completely circular. That's why you stayed in his house? You stayed there for me? You fool. Or maybe I'm the fool. The night police unit had pulled out a knife and was ready to impale the Glasgow, but it was quickly shot by multiple energon blasts from behind, courtesy of Bumblebee and Cliffjumper. Within seconds, the entire Nightmare was reduced to a flaming, smoldering mess, including the pilot inside. Once it was all done, Archie set Ms. Kaujaki down just as Colin got out of her Glasgow and immediately ran to her mother, who was still in her hallucinatory state and on her knees. I'm so happy for you, you can finally become a Brightonian now, Colin. Nobody will ever be able to hurt you now, darling. And you're free to travel and use the phone anytime you want. Colin's eyes welled up as she embraced her hallucinatory mother and cried her eyes out, bawling into her shoulder. Yet, while still hallucinating from refrain, her mother was still able to embrace her crying daughter and stroke her back. Archie kneeled down, though she said nothing, she felt both happy and sad for Colin right now. She simply just let the younger girl have her moment. Colin. Ogai and the others were about to run towards her. Let them be. Zero told them. That's her mother right there, they just need a moment. How's the situation? Cliffjumper and Bumblebee joined them. We got all drug dealers stuck in a big loading truck, and all the people are safe right now. The red Autobot answered. Good. We'll take the people back to the Ark and let the police handle the rest. Zero instructed. Fixit already sent an anonymous tip and we've gathered the evidence. These guys are going away for a long time. Bumblebee informed. Zero looked towards Colin still crying and embracing her mother. Her mother. He almost instantly thought of his own mother before a sympathetic expression formed on Lelich's face. Not long after that, all the people who were hallucinating had been transported back to the Ark, toward a newly constructed infirmary where all the people laid on dozens of beds. All of them appeared unresponsive, but alive, including Ms. Kaujaki whom Colin was sitting next to. Fixit was right next to her. Ratchet and I were able to devise a serum that completely flushes refrain out of the human's system. They'll be in a comatose state for 20 hours or so. They'll all rest here before we get them to a hospital. After that, they'll wake up with no recollection of what occurred in that warehouse, or being brought here to the Ark. Colin nodded. Can I, please have a moment alone? Of course. Fix-It understood as he left, leaving Colin alone with her unresponsive mother. Mother, Colin began as her voice began to choke up. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Tears flowed down her face. Earlier, you asked me if I made any friends. Well, I did. Really good friends who are helping me right now. We're working to change things. I promise, we'll make the world a better place before you know it. However, she felt her hand being gripped both gently and tenderly, by her mother. Hang in there. She spoke, almost as if she were in a dream. Hang in there. Colin, my little girl. Don't you worry. Colin cried with a smile. I will. I promise you. Colin had left the infirmary, but was surprised to see a certain masked figure waiting outside for her. Zero. That was your mother, wasn't it? She was a bit surprised, but it faded. Yes. However, she didn't expect for Zero to hand her a set of keys. What's this? Keys to your new apartment in the settlement. Zero answered, catching Colin completely by surprise. It's a fairly nice place. I've also wired some extra cash into your account, and don't worry about rent, it's all taken care of. Once your mother has recovered, we'll drop both of you off there. Colin didn't know what to say. I don't, why would? Cliff Jumper told me about what your home life was like. Zero explained. I also heard about your brother too. I'm sorry. When I was a child, I lost my mother at Britannia's hands. Colin looked in honest shock as he continued. It's part of the reason why I'm fighting today. Part of the reason? Colin questioned. The rest is to create a better world. I know that sounds rather idealistic, but the world could probably use some of that right now. That's all. Truth is, Lelich was already planning on this a couple of days ago once he heard from Cliff Jumper what it was like for Colin. He softened up a bit when he heard about Naoto as well, thinking about the loss of his own mother. So he was able to use his geese on the landlord to make Colin's stay there completely free. It honestly surprised him what he did after he'd done it. He'd never thought he'd do anything so generous before he donned his guise as Zero. Guess being around the Autobots changed him a bit. Right as Zero turned around and began to walk away, he felt a wrapping embrace from behind. It was Colin as she shed more tears while burying her face into his cape in the back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lelich said nothing as he let Colin get it out. They stood there alone for a few minutes before she finally let go. Right now, she didn't care if he had a mask, he did all this for her, and even opened up a bit about why he was fighting. From now on, he had her complete and unquestioning trust. It was almost midnight when Lelich entered the living room in the clubhouse, which was almost pitch black. Though he still had his Zero outfit on, he thought it would be okay since it was so late at night. Sayoko had gone home, while Nunnally and Rai were both probably still asleep by now. He took off his mask to rub his face and hair a bit before he turned around and looked in honest surprise to see Rai, in his pajamas, with a coffee cup filled with milk in his hands as Rai's jaw dropped before he let go of the cup which shattered on the ground. What was that? Nunnally's voice called from her room. Nothing. Nothing. Lelich called out to her before turning towards Rai. What are you doing? He questioned in a subtle whisper. You're Zero? Lelich, you're really Zero. Lelich. Nunnally called again. Don't say a word. Lelich whispered while fixing Rai a glare before running to Nunnally's room. She was already partly up when he quickly came toward her. Lelich, I heard a crash. It's fine, it's fine. He quickly said as he calmly and gently wrapped both his hands around hers, having taken his gloves off. Rai was getting something to drink but he dropped the glass by accident. Are you two okay? Nunnally asked. Yeah, we're fine. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. Lelich told her. Though he didn't really lie, he did leave out a few details. Sorry to wake you. Go back to sleep. Okay. Nunnally smiled as she lay back down. Lelich sighed before walking out and closing her door, only to turn and fix a glare towards Rai again. She doesn't know. Rai whispered. Of course she doesn't. Lelich whispered back as he pushed Rai away from Nunnally's room so she couldn't hear. What are you even doing up this late anyway? Well, you just kinda said I was getting a drink and you weren't wrong, but... Rai held his head as it looked like he was almost hyperventilating as he sat down on a chair to wrap his mind around all this. Damn, you're zero, you're really zero. But now that I think about it, it makes sense. I mean, what your dad did to you, what happened to Nunnally? I can't believe. His eyes suddenly widened. Wait, your car, it's one of the Autobots, isn't it? Lelich was honestly surprised just how fast Rai could connect the dots. It has yellow and black stripes, just like that one Autobot from the hotel jacking. I can't believe I didn't figure it out sooner. Why didn't anyone else figure it out? Probably because he can change his outward appearance slightly to look different. Lelich said. Either that or the Brighton Neon military is just completely incompetent. They both looked to see CC enter the room, catching them by surprise. C.C. Don't look so shocked, Lelich. She said. We're all living under the same roof, so it was only a matter of time till he saw me, or figured you out. I'm still a bit surprised it took him so long. Who's this? Rai asked. It's complicated. Lelich said. Then explain it to him. You might as well, since he's seen you, figured out Bumblebee's right outside, and you used your geese on him before, so it won't work on him again. Geese? Rai asked once more. Lelich sighed. All right, sit down, I'll tell you everything. But you have to promise you won't tell anyone else. I won't say a word, who'd believe me anyway? Rai said. Actually, this is pretty good. Because I've wanted to talk to you, well, to Zero, for some time. Really? About what? Lelich questioned. Well, we both know how horrible Britannia is right now. But Zero's taking a stand, you're taking a stand, fighting for what's right. And I want to be a part of that. I want to join you, I want to join the Autobots and fight for freedom and justice. What Rai said next, Lelich could not have anticipated, even CC would be slightly stunned as Rai smiled and spoke 7 simple words. I want to be a Black Knight. Check the description for the links to the author.